Alrighty then. What is going on? Holy crap. This is ridiculous on my end. I apologize for that. But hopefully we should be live now. This is ridiculous on my Okay, so making sure I just went there to make sure of that. So what is going on YouTube? This is your boy Ligo one half of Enduo. And this is basically a random talks again. Basically, it's is it? It is basically 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning here. I'm in France, and did a lot of went to a national. Well, it was not really a national park, but it was a park, and I'm gonna put some videos of it, which was pretty cool. And it was the border of the thing. Graham, I send you a link to join in because I do want to talk to you because I did listen to your video. Kind of had to be forced like that because it's funny. At the hotel we were at, the hotel I'm at right now, we had it was like 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock our time. They had a false fire alarm, but they had a fire alarm happen, so we had to leave the building. So I'm kind of up right now because that noise went through the whole hotel room. But everybody's back in their room right now. But yeah, so basically right now I'm just eating some leftovers I have. I'm kind of a little bit hungry. I didn't eat nothing. But like I said, Grim, if you listen to me, I send you a link. If not, let me know if I can send you a link again because I didn't listen to your video because again, that woke me up and I was outside chilling until the fire truck came and make sure everything was straight. And I listened to your video and I said the part twice just to make sure I did not overspoke or did misread you. And I think certain things I think we missed talking past each other again. Uh, Hopefully my voice sound good because I'm doing it through my tablet and through my headphone speakers and stuff like that. It's not I know it's not my usual studio mic I have or nothing like that. So I did put it through that. So hope I don't sound too bad. I'm sorry again, but I apologize for the food because I didn't eat from since lunch. We went to a park, like I said, and we did some hiking. And it was a workout. Got back here. I was about to basically took a shower, going and head to bed, went to bed, and then next thing you know, you wake up hearing in the whole hotel. You're like, what the hell is going on? Being in France, and what's been happening lately, you don't want to take any chances. Lucky for me, I'm not like some people. I see people be doing stuff about you sleep naked and all. I'm like, nah, dude, not in no damn different types of bed. I won't. But yeah, so basically, so we're downstairs. Everybody's upstairs. I'm chilling, just see what happened. Come to find out, somebody was messing with a microwave and burned something, and it put off the alarm, the smoke detecting alarm, and yeah, it went crazy. So, but everybody's all right. I know most of my artists and them, they basically some asleep. I know some ain't because they just left my room just a while ago. We're about to later this afternoon about 3 o'clock. We should be heading to Tomorrowland. We got a big show there, 2 shows in Tomorrowland. Dang nabbit. I gotta keep my tablet moving because it has. Let me see if I could change that. I never use. I always constantly my tablet, so I have it on I hibernate more quickly, and I'm just sorry I don't want to lose connection. because it took me a while to set this freaking thing up to my tablet because I don't use my tablet for this, of course. But I'm like, since I'm up, and I know it's should be about 9 o'clock in Eastern American time. I don't know about any place else, but it should be around that time there. So I was like, I'm up. I ain't got nothing to do today except for travel, but the travel is late in the day. So I'm basically gonna go after a while, go to sleep again, wake up, take my last little lunch, breakfast, complimentary breakfast you have here, then head to Charles de Gaulle Airport. I'm thinking we will get on that cool ass plane, the Tomorrowland plane, Air Brussels. That plane looks freaking awesome as hell. So I hope we get on that because they basically party through that whole damn plane. Well, it's not even a flight, but hey, it's what it is. But like I said before, it's a random talk. We talk about gaming, life, anything. People want to join it. Like I said, I sent links to certain people, but I look like I ain't see Grim jumped on yet. So let me see if I could send him the link directly and see what happens. So I'll make it easy. So I can make it easier for him to join. I'll just send it to him direct. Because I did watch the video with him, and I want to make sure that I'm not getting my information. Because I listened to your video, and my first question will be to you, Grim. Are you listening? Did you listen to my video? Because I want to make sure. Because I hope we didn't speak past each other. Because to me, it sounded like you rolled Gamer Nick and me into the same thing when you're speaking. And again, you did point out that you said that I'm not a Marvel fan, and you're correct about that. I'm not a fan in general. A lot of things. I just like games. I love movies. I love comics, but I'm not a super fan. If I had to say anything I'm a super fan of, is like aviation. Like you want to talk about airplanes, I'm a super fan about. You want to talk about certain cars, I'm a super fan about that. Metroid, certain games, I am certain specific games. Yeah, like Metroid. Yes, you bring me about that, I'm on that right there. Like not like anything. That is my game. One of the games I love the most. That's my favorite franchise in gaming because I have all the games and I play them and I enjoy them. Some better than others, of course, but yeah. Let me see. Where is Grim? Okay, there he is. All right, so I'll send you the link direct again because I don't want to say nothing without you here to answer it. So hopefully Google Plus will get this to you, Grim. I send it to you straight to you on that right there. Okie dokie. All right. But I also, since I'm out of the game and look for a second, I need to also ask people some questions too. I know I could Google this and do certain stuff, but hey, I want to ask questions. I see some people posting this whole Atari box thing. Okay, Atari's doing this console thing. Do anybody know what the Atari box really is? Oh crap. Oh, okay. So please tell me we have napkins up in this place. Do anybody know what the Atari box really is? Because that is I don't know. I'm seeing people talk about it. Does it play? I mean, of course, it plays games, but what games? That's what I want to know. Is it a modern version that play kind of like the retro NES? Is it something like that? The Super NES Classic or the NES Classic? Because if this thing is playing modern games now, that's just. Hey, if they want to do it, they can do it. It doesn't bother me, but as a business thing, I want to know how the hell that happened. Really? Now I'll say this: if you ever come to France, certain one thing they do good, and I make sure how to get it was their crab cakes. Them some sons of guns is bad as hell. Them suckers are the how the person would say the bomb. Now the one I got right here. Give me a second. Oop. Okay, I'm just seeing if because I did give my key to one of my other roommates. I was seeing if not roommates, band members, because I to see if he was coming back in here or not. Um, what was it? But oops, come on, don't do this to me. Now you'll be surprised. There are a lot of I have to say there are a lot of chain restaurants over here. Kind of like when I went to the Spider-Man movie, right beside it was McDonald's. So it's like it's over here. Well, Pitois Mandret is a restaurant, and they got some awesome crab cakes. If you guys are over here, it's down like close to the west side of Paris. Pretty damn cool. So let me see here. I'm here clicking, so I'm thinking, is you joining Grim? Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man? All right. I listened to you. I watched your video. I watched all the way to the end. I watched basically after you were talking about the functions and stuff.
All
All right.
right.
All right. My question is, the first question will be, did you watch the video I made? Because my response.
Yeah, I did, but see that video I made, it was really long because I made that video like 3 times. It kept getting messed up, and in
No,
the video,
I can understand that, but
yeah,
the reason, okay, the one thing you pointed out that I said okay was you said that I'm not a Marvel fan, and I agree with you that. But the reason I asked you if you watched my response to you was I point out the same things you pointed out. I agree with you.
yeah. I saw the part where you were talking. You were saying like, see, your video was longer than Gamer. I could remember his better.
Yeah,
That like
because
that's
he
how
was
that
more,
yeah.
but he was more emotional. I was trying, and then also people mostly you basically I could say right here like most of the time when I do videos and I do it like live like this, it starts off it's gonna be something small, then people come in the chat and they just I keep on going.
Yeah.
So I was if I wanted to do a straight response, the next time I know just to do a straight response. But no, I understand it was long. Don't get me wrong, you're right. But I will agree with you, and I said that in the video. I'm like, yeah, he was emotional. I, they're not everybody on this world knows Mario and Mickey, and they are more recognizable than X-Men, and they're the most recognizable figures in the world.
Yeah, I mean that was mainly my because some people make comments to me, and I was trying to explain the big issue. Like, if we go back to where I got involved was
Mhm.
um what was it? It was like on Twitter or something. They were talking about complaining, and I'm like, I went to go read what was said, and I'm
Mhm.
like, what they said. I'm not saying the problem because there are some. It's guaranteed like this. You know, there are some Marvel fans that don't know some of the X-Men. It's not even like they said they don't know who the X-Men are at all. If they said that, even though that's still possible, that's a little harder to believe. But to say they don't know some of them, I mean, I don't know all of them. I don't remember all of them. I didn't care to like. You don't like every character in every group. You know what I'm saying? So
No, you're
just
right.
so but see, people gotta understand who I was referring to. I'm talking to the people who was telling me that it's no way that you could be a fan and not know the X-Men. And I knew that they were saying this, it was stemming from that they were reading the titles of these articles and not reading what was said. So after addressing that, like, you know, we had a conversation on Twitter, went from Twitter to a discussion we had on Real Gamers channel, and it was pretty much done after that. But it continued, not necessarily with them, but just a lot of other people continually doing the same thing of reading the title, where these people are like making, it's not really a I mean, it is a misleading title, but at least it's not that bad. Like some misleading titles have nothing to do with what the hell they're even talking about anymore. But it's like they take the words of what the guy said and make it seem worse than what it was. Like, oh, what was one of the titles I saw? Something like, you know, Capcom producer tells you don't know the X-Men, like stuff like that. That already sounds negative.
No, the clickbait.
Yeah, the clickbait. But when you read it and you read what they're talking about, first you gotta understand, yes, this is a Capcom producer saying this stuff, but if you read what he said in the beginning, they talk to Marvel and discuss the characters they want to end the game, and they tell you Marvel's vision and Marvel's feelings towards their fan base. The Capcom, the producer, is just relaying a message, right? A conversation he had with Marvel. The reason I even got involved, because I saw, you know, a lot of Nintendo dudes were saying F Capcom, right? They were saying this before this happened, but they were bundling this in, and I'm like, well, what did Capcom do but relay a message? And it's not even like the message is I mean, it's not even like the message is bad, it's just what it is, you know.
Okay. And again, so in my video, and it was too long, and I'll let that go. Like I understand that. So
I wouldn't say it was too long. Like you should make them shorter. It was long, and I couldn't remember everything. So that's why I mainly talked about Nick, because I could remember Nick. You know.
Yeah. Okay. So my point was to say that. Okay. So yeah, I did point out exactly what you said and said, hey, again, Mickey and Mario are more famous than two famous like icon characters out there, and I could go to people and find people who don't know them, who don't I don't know who know them, or maybe, you know, just the kids. Some kids don't know who a best example would be, like I put in the video, was you go to the Fine Brothers React channel, they were talking about Mario Minecraft. A lot of the kids didn't know about Mario. They know about Minecraft. So
I mean, yeah. I mean,
so I agree with you in that point. You said modern Marvel fans does not know about all the X-Men characters. That's what your first video was saying. And you used the point of the kid, using the video of the kid saying, because he was a comic book reader and his daughter, and she was saying some stuff wrong. I never said that she was wrong, and that's why I think you got Gabe and Nick. You got Gabe and Nick, and it comes across like it was it comes off as a kind of negative thing in a regard.
No, what I was saying was, and I could have got you and Nick. I know Nick said it, and I think you said it too. I can't remember.
No, I said what I said was, even she did not know that she right now she's learning that. That's what I said.
Oh no, I'm talking about what I was referring to about, like, you guys got something wrong. It was when she said that his character's name was Spitterella, and you both said that that was Spider.
Okay, I said that he pointed at Spider-Woman, she said Spinnerella, and I said, and in that regard, what he showed, she got it wrong. But I said after that she's learning this stuff at a young age. She could be learning to recognize X-Men, Cyclops. I mean X-Men, you know, Cyclops and Wolverine and Storm and Rogue.
No, but that's what I was saying in my video, is that character is not Spider-Woman. That's Spitterette. That's a new character that came out this year.
Oh, with this thing. Okay. And yeah, I don't know like I said, you said I'm not a Marvel person. I'm not a Marvel fan to the degree. So if that's what the case was, then you know what? I apologize. I was wrong in that regard then.
No, I mean, you don't have to apologize. I was just saying.
No. I understand what you were saying now. I'm a person of integrity. I don't do that crap, man. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I was telling Nick, you know, in my video, like, it would be silly of me to say, "Oh, look, you're a modern Marvel fan, but you don't know this character," right? That's silly because it's like Marvel's so big. I guarantee you're not gonna know everybody, but him not knowing this new character will help. Maybe it will help him understand. Well, okay, if I don't know this new character, then maybe there are some people who just got into Marvel or are new fans that may not know the X-Men.
I agree with you on that.
Especially how they are today, because like I said in my video, Wolverine is now X-23. She just took over Wolverine. I think the X-Men now are more known as like the X-Force and not the X-Men, and there's a lot of stuff has changed. You know, so
no, again, like I said, that's why I said okay. I know how I know when you put stuff and you looked at videos and when you put your videos, you saying because I like I said, my video I say what Grim just brought up, he's correct. I agree with him because you talking about, you specifically said that. I basically gave examples what I said with Mario and everything. Even Star Fox, like my niece, she never know about Star Fox. She knows a lot of Nintendo characters, but she didn't know about Star Fox until she played it, Star Fox Zero last year. And she wants to play. I have Assault and stuff, so I'm gonna Assault and Dinosaur Planet down back home so she could play it. So yeah, so that can happen. So I'm on your side, and I agree with it. Now, the thing that I said that I see why people will get angry. And I'll be let me be straight. Maybe you asked the question why people say F at Capcom. Not me. I think I explained that in the last part. I'm speaking for me myself, just like how you did it at the end when you talk about how you say you know about Heihachi and you try to say that's your opinion. This is my opinion too. I basically say F Capcom from since 6th generation. For what I found, when I found out and see what they did is what I say F Capcom. So mine go back to 6th generation, the way they got Nintendo to put in the money to make these games, and it was supposed to be exclusive deal, and they basically put up to the other console. Now again, for me, I didn't care that they put up to the other console. My point was, if I pay you Grim to do a certain thing and then you sold it to somebody else, you feel kind of messed up about that. Yeah. If you do that to me, if you tell me, hey, Liger, don't hey, I'm gonna fund your project, bring it to the Grim store, and I can't just stop play sales as a company. You put money into this, you'll be angry, and that's why I say Shinji Mikami, Hideki Kamiya, all those guys also, even though, okay. The reason I think I told you this already, but the reason Hideki Kamiya don't like to do sequels is because of what Capcom did with Devil May Cry 2. His name is on there. He never made the game.
Yeah, just use his name so people.
They just use his name, and that was one of the not the best Devil May Cry out of the trilogy. That was the worst one, really, because he had a lot of problems. So he's pissed off of that. Shinji Mikami didn't say that, hey, they ported the game just like how with Bayonetta. They ported Bayonetta over to the PlayStation 3. It was Sega did that, not Platinum. That's why the PlayStation was not the most smooth running, the best, that it had the most frame rate and glitches and problems on PlayStation 3. Stuff like that is what developers or directors and stuff like that, they hate that. Because my name is tagged on to this work. And if it's not what I want it to be, my name get dragged down. That's why when I debated with OJ, when he was like, "Oh well, Suda 51 should just get the money, whatever." No, you screwed me, and you put a game out there that was a problem, and everybody came and said that was a bad game, but I didn't make the game. That's messing up my name, because if you have a name, Grim Project, you got a good game, and everybody knows you for a caliber of a game, and then they put something out there. That brings down your name if you didn't do it, but the game was crappy. You'd be pissed.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's what I am like that. Capcom been doing that for the 6th generation. No, again, I said in the last podcast we had, which I enjoyed talking, was I would still buy Capcom games, but if they give me an inkling of bull crap, I just don't. I mean, and I could buy for like you talked about, but and this is stuff I really do want to have a conversation with you, because, okay, one, in the video you did said that the guy was a producer and he doesn't do coding. Maybe for him that is, but in general, not everybody does. There are producers who can code.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, there are producers that could code. Tetsu Tanabe, Hideki Kamiya, Shinji Kami, Shigeru Miyamoto, Inuma, all those guys could code. And they're directors, producers, and like I said, co-writers as well.
Well, I'll say this, right? Because I said, you know, I think it's I don't know if it was a guy or a woman, I can't remember, but when it came to the Dragon Ball thing, right? With that, you know, I'm not sure if that producer codes or not. I was saying that not all the producers code, and not saying she can't, or I think it's a woman. Not saying she can't, but that doesn't mean she's necessarily coding on this project. But regardless if she can code or not, the fact that she's saying that this game can, Dragon Ball Fighters can, there's no power issue. They haven't even started working on the Switch version. You know, that's why I gave the analogy. Like when I do work and the certain jobs we do, we may look at a job, like let's say we're going to tile your floor. We may look at it and be like, all right, this seems pretty simple because your floor ain't that big. It don't look like it's a big problem. We're just, you get the tile you want. We measure, we cut, we lay, and we out. But
until you put up the floor, sometimes you put up the floor, there might be some problems.
Yeah, exactly. You might have water damage. Now we got to take out water damage. Now you might want to fix your floor. If you don't want to fix your floor, I mean, we can still put the tile down, but it kind of be stupid. I mean, it's a lot. So I was saying that to say, even though she's saying that, that's why I went back to Xenoverse 2. I'm like, maybe in their eyes, it's not a power issue. But if you look at Xenoverse 2, I'm like, Xenoverse 2 had to make sacrifices to be on the Switch, right? So I'm like,
and I also want to talk about that too, but go ahead. I want to. I was saying,
if this game, which I said the only thing I can equal to, so everybody can understand, is like if you compare it to like playing on a computer, right? That game and what's required to play it isn't that demanding. If that game had to make sacrifices to be on the Switch, I mean, I don't necessarily see why this other game will either. That doesn't mean it will. But I'm just saying, don't be surprised if it does. That's what I was telling people. So because I can see it now, like people like me personally, even if it has sacrifices on the Switch, I really wouldn't care. As long as the game is functional and I enjoy the game, I buy it on the Switch. But I know people are so, when it comes to Nintendo and third party, like third party, they move the wrong way, it's over. They're not gonna buy their stuff. So I'm like, just be prepared for that. That's what I was saying.
Okay. No, and okay. In that regard, I agree with you. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say this. Now, I have not, like I said, the Switch is the one. I have not gotten the dev kit for the Switch. So this is just me off a theory, but because of the past. Now, with the Wii U, I saw the dev kit, see how it works out, do stuff. Now, this is what I want to say to you in that regard. I still don't think it's a power issue. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about Xenoverse, where you were bringing up that is that. Now, they compromise it, I have no problem with that. That's what it is. I'm not into this dick measuring contest as other Nintendo fans are, because I hate that thing too. Stupid. But the PlayStation and the Xbox One, before even the pros and those, well, I don't know. I have not, again, there's a disclaimer. I do not know about the Xbox, the triple Xbox. I don't know about that. The dev kit, how that thing really works out. But PlayStation 4 Pro and PlayStation, yeah, I do. Wii U, I do. And I know that if developers barely tapped out those consoles, my thing is, I think this is mostly, again, a rush job. Not saying the developer is a bad developer, not saying the developer is lazy. There are a lot of them out there. And I'm not talking about lazy like they don't want to do the work. I'm talking about lazy because they want to brute force everything before really writing a good code. And I've seen it many times since 2006 to now, how people just write a code and do not clean up their code when they find something's wrong. And that's why we get a lot of broken games in the 8th generation and up, basically 7th generation up till now. But if they really tapped out those consoles in the 8th gen, I don't think third parties have even don't even know what the Switch can do. That's going off analogy because I didn't get the dev kit. But if they didn't do it in the 8th gen, why would they do it for the Switch right now? The Switch just came out. They have not been through it all the way. It takes a while. It takes years before anybody fully understand how the system really works. That's why when Nintendo did the new 3DS, everybody figured out, okay, it's tapped out. We want to do some things. Let's upgrade it to the new 3DS. So I don't think it's a so for what the thing. I don't think it's a power issue. I could bet it's not a power issue, but I don't think that if it takes them this long and they didn't force a lot of stuff on the Wii, the PlayStation, and the Xbox One, PlayStation 4, I know for sure they didn't do it for the Switch. Not in the time frame that we're talking about. Now, if they compromise it, again, like you, I don't care. Game comes over, it plays, it has fun. That's cool to me. And again, if Arc System and in that one right there, Arc System wasn't asking people to beg. They say, hey, go to Namco Bandai, talk to them. If Namco Bandai being a publisher, being what they want to do, they say, well, let's see what Xenoverse do. That's their call. They got to do. But for me, it's like if long as you don't bullshit me and tell me some stupid stuff, then I won't buy. Then I would buy the game. So I am gonna buy the Dragon Ball Z game, but Dragon Ball Fighters for PC. I don't have a PlayStation 4 or Xbox One. I'm gonna buy it on PC as long as they don't. I ain't heard no lies. I heard people try to damage control or do some crazy stuff like that. No, I don't hear that. So I'll buy the game. But in my video now talking about the whole Capcom thing, my thing is that question had to came up. It was from GameSpot. That was where the interview was, and you're talking to gamers. Now, my thing why I say why I could see people get angry, and I could see that too, is again they're bullshitting you basically in that phrase, and they asked them why are Xbox the X-Men not in this game? They could have just said no comment. They could have just said, as you say, if they talk to Marvel, they're gonna tell the truth. Well, X-Men is owned by Fox right now. Fox and Marvel bumping heads, and they don't want to pay the money, so it's not in the game. If they want to be truth about it, just go straight truth and tell the truth. If not, then do no comment. But that was right there to get. If it was, that's why I said if it was a general audience, then that I would never had a problem with it, because then that makes more sense. I'm talking to a lot of people, and majority of people in this audience or this interview who's going to read this interview, they're not going to care for this that much. If it was on The Sun or the New York Times, or like I said in my video, or the Colbert, or what's the redheaded guy? Conan, like that. Like people know Conan plays games, but he jokes around and stuff. I could accept that. But it's like saying to me, it's like you saying it to gamers, we already, that's why I pointed out, people could go back and see these people, GameSpot people who are going to read this article. They know there's a Marvel vs. Capcom 3. They know there's a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and 1. They know that, and they know those fighters was in there. So to me, I was just saying, you should have just kept your mouth quiet and don't do nothing like that. Just say no comment or tell the truth. Fox owns the rights. We can't get the rights from Fox. And Disney and Marvel and Fox don't want to spend. They're bumping heads and they don't want to spend the money. Cool.
Well, they did say in that article though. They said that when they were talking to Marvel and looking at Marvel's role.
Yeah, and that was mostly towards the DLCs, not for DLCs in the future.
Well, no, not just that, because they talked about Captain Marvel, who's just a base character, and they were saying like, well, Captain Marvel's in here. She works well for our game, but also she's, we're building her up. She's having an upcoming movie, right? So, if you read that, like a lot of people were saying, haha, I know why they're really doing this, because they're trying to push these new characters. I'm like, well, he kind of said that to you in the article. I'm like, it's not really a secret.
No, and I said that because the movie's coming out. I understand that. Marvel's paying for this. Marvel's paying for the game, so they want to push the movies coming out. That's coming out in the next 2 years, because Infinite's coming out in 2018 or 19.
Infinite, Marvel's Capcom Infinite.
No, not the movie, not the game.
Oh, the movie? I'm not sure.
I think it's next year. If I'm right, and because I know Black Panther comes out February, so I think summer. That's gonna be the summer hit for next year. Again, I'm thinking. I'm not 100%, so I'm whatever. But I know they're gonna try. Marvel's paying for this, so it makes sense for them to do what they said. And again, that's my point. Just come out and say that. And they say they said it in
indirectly.
They said it indirectly, and also the question was, why was X-Men? Okay, you go to GameSpot thing, they were talking about why the X-Men's not in there. You go to the real article, the true article back, which was the GameSpot one. They could have just say that. Now, if the GameSpot auditor didn't ask them the question like that, and they just spit it out like that, then you're right. I'm cool with that.
I mean, it's See, I look at it like this, right?
All right.
I understand that, you know, I understand that in this person's job, you know, maybe not in their job description, but sometimes they can't tell you everything because there's business agreements, contracts being done, all that.
True.
So
Mhm.
I understand he just can't come out and be 100% like honest because there's probably some disclosure agreement or whatever. So the fact that he
Okay.
even said like, oh, we know we're basically trying to put characters in here because Marvel, you know, is working on movies for these new upcoming characters.
Mhm.
You know, it's not even reading between the lines and just understand, okay, this is why these characters are here and maybe the X-Men are here, right? But then when he made the statement about, you know, well, some of the modern fans may not remember some of the X-Men, right?
Mhm.
The reason that doesn't bother me, well, one, because I don't really have that much of an emotional attachment to this stuff. And two is like, well, what he's saying isn't, it's not like it's a lie. It's not like it's not true. That's very possible that there are Marvel fans that don't remember some of the X-Men.
And the both of us did point that out, but I'm getting you again. My contingency is that is who you're talking to. You're talking to a game medium outlet, and we know that there's a Marvel 3, 4. Again, that's why I pointed out Marvel 3, 2, 1, extra Street Fighter vs. X-Men, all that stuff.
Yeah, we know, like, you know, we're talking to a gaming media outlet, but if we go to his statement, right, when he
Okay,
said Marvel fans, that doesn't mean that you're a gamer or you're a gaming fan, right?
as
It
a
doesn't
Marvel
even mean,
fan,
yeah, you're just a Marvel fan, right? So when they are saying like, let's just believe them for a minute. Let's just say that they honestly, which I'm pretty sure, I mean, they could have. Let's say they honestly sat back and said, all right, the modern Marvel fan probably doesn't remember some of these X-Men people. Plus, you know, we had the whole thing with, you know, Fox. So
Mhm.
put the characters that are more recent, the characters we're really pushing, you know, that also benefit the upcoming movies and things we're doing. I
Okay.
mean, I don't, like I said, like, I don't personally look at that as bull crap because it's nothing they're bull crapping me about. I don't feel like I'm being lied to. I don't feel like they're manipulating nothing. They're just telling me
Yeah,
the
but you're
truth.
trying to understand the anger, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying that you not
Okay.
getting. I'm not saying you did that.
Well,
You say
I'm putting it to you like
you
this.
asked you asked the question. Why are
Yeah.
these Nintendo fans? Why are these guys angry? That's what you said in the video that I replied to.
Well, I put it to you like this. I could tell you why. I'll tell you my real theory on why they're angry. It ain't got nothing to do with
Okay,
you.
go ahead. No,
I'm
go
gonna tell you.
ahead.
I'm gonna tell you
Go ahead.
the Nintendo. I said in the video, Nintendo dude's mad because Monster Hunter is not announced for the Switch. That's why they're mad at Capcom in general.
And again, I tell you many times, that is a small minority of guys who are like
But
that.
these are the same people that these are the people that I see are mad. That's why I'm saying that these are the people.
Well, who never had who his names, man, for real? Because I got
I mean, real gamer. Shout out to him. He's, you know, real gamer. All them.
he's a. I gotta say this, okay? Real game, whatever. Because I asked him many. Okay, give me a second here, because I saw in the chat, and no disrespect to you. No, if
Oh,
you
that's my boy Keys. I know Keys.
so Keys is a cool dude. Okay, you want me to? I can let him in the chat. I don't.
Yeah,
If
man,
I don't
all
know
right, I'm gonna tell you right now.
if
You
I
can
don't know you, no. I'm just saying for right now for people. If I don't know you, I don't want to bring because I hate people just jumping in and just. I like to have a conversation. I don't like to have arguments. That's not my thing.
I mean, you can bring Keys in. I mean,
No,
he's
no,
not. Yeah.
no. I'm just saying. But okay, Graham, you've listened to my you've been on my podcast and I don't try to shout over you. I want people to hear what you say. That's how I
Yeah.
do things. I don't do that crap, man. I don't like to be, oh man, you lie and this and the F bombs and all kind of crap. No, I don't like that stuff, man. I right now I'm enjoying my life away from America. I'm seeing some crap over here in France. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you that shit. Holy crap! But yeah, okay. If that's the case, then I don't. How do you even do that? If Grim, can you send in a link? Because I don't even because he's not following me, so I don't know how to do it outside of that. And with my tablet being what it is, I can't really.
Yeah, I pass him a link.
Yeah.
But
yeah, but I mean, but going to what I was saying, like, yeah, like he has duck and jive me too much, and I don't care no more. It's just safety with Levelhead. I try to go in with a call like how you do. I never disagree. I never call them out names. I try to be nice and try to say, hey, let's have a conversation because some of the stuff he's saying, you're not right with some of the stuff, and let's have a conversation like I did with you, and the thing that I did with anybody else who want to do this. I have no problem with that. But they said they'll come. The next thing in the last second, nah, I'm not gonna. I'm like, I'm going to ask man, I got this time for this crap, man. I don't.
Nah, real. When it came to him and a lot of the people that I was talking to about it, is that they're really, not saying this to be funny. They're just really attached to Marvel. They're really attached. Like Real is Real. He really likes those Marvel games. So I really think when I was talking to him, he wasn't even fully listening to me, right? Because I was telling, because initially, right, the first thing they were saying was like, oh, they're telling me I don't remember. And I was telling them, you're not a modern Marvel fan, though. They're not even talking about you. And they're like, wait, what do you mean? I am a modern Marvel fan, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, they were
that was never part of my argument, but go ahead.
I was like, I said, when the last time they did anything with X-Men? He said, they just released the Logan movie. I'm like, that's about Wolverine. That's not really about the X-Men, is it? And he was like, because I didn't see the movie. He was like, yeah, that's about but he's an X-Men. I said, well, that's like saying the Batman movie is a Justice League movie. That's not fair. That's the same thing. Or they were saying, now to be honest with you, I was shocked. I was like,
it does have two main characters from the X-Men, which is Professor Xavier and Wolverine. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they may be there, but I was asking them, is it a X-Men movie or is it a Wolverine movie? And they were like, well, it's a Wolverine movie. I was like, well, I'm telling you, that's how the average person is going to look at it. They're not going to look at it.
And you're right. If you the way you see that's okay. That's why I made that question. Make sure if you watch my video, that's why I didn't want to jump off and say anything wrong. Because that's what I'm trying to like. I listened to what you said, and I told you many times the first time we had a talk, I said, you're an anal guy. What I mean, analytical means like analytical. It might come off anal to some people because some people don't like the way you talk. But you're an analytical person, so I listen to what you say because I want to make sure we ain't got no crisscrossing, no words.
Yeah.
So you are 100% correct on something when people, because when I listen, when somebody linked me to Gamer Nick's video, and I listened to him like, you didn't answer the question that Grim asked. That's why I said in my video, you didn't answer the question that Grim asked. Question, you got emotional and you talked over it. You didn't,
One thing I will say about Nick's video though, because Nick was also one of the like F Capcom's things people, and in his new video when he was talking about it, he really didn't say that anymore. And I told Nick when talking to him, because he was like, Grim, like, I guess he thought that I wasn't aware, or I was like making light of that, the whole agreement with Marvel and Fox was a factor. I was saying, no, I know I'm pretty sure that's a factor. But what I'm saying is that, I'm not, what's the word? I'm not trying to jump over that. I said, my problem is when talking to you guys, I'm literally telling you guys are getting mad about something that wasn't even said. Right.
Okay. And those were, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
So I was just saying, like, you guys are getting mad about something that wasn't even said. I said, like, let's really address what was said, because you guys are warping what they said, because that's probably how you heard it. But what was said and what you heard is not the same thing. Just like in his response, Nick knows what was said, because I told him about 3 or 4 times what was actually said. He still continued to say it differently than how it was said, and the way he's saying it makes it seem like a totally different statement.
Yeah, I point that out too. Go ahead.
So I already know, like, and I know that they're just people that they really are attached to Marvel, attached to those games, and that's I can't do nothing about that. That's just how they're going to be, and I understand that, and I have to work around it. But I'm gonna continue to try to, like, talk to him like, yo, man, like, I'm trying to tell you, they're not talking about you. If my thing is this, right? I like Dragon Ball. I watched from Dragon Ball all the way up to GT. I've not watched the recent stuff because I just haven't gotten around to watching it. Right?
Yeah, neither have I.
So, am I a modern Dragon Ball fan? I don't like to call myself a fan. I'm still a supporter, right? Of Dragon Ball, but I just haven't got around to watching the new stuff. If you ask me anything about the new stuff, I can only tell you like the more popular things that people just share on the internet, like certain new characters. But I don't know why things are going on. I don't know why people are fighting and things are happening.
No, I know. I'm not with
modern Dragon Ball times, right? So when Nick made the statement, like, he said like, as long as we exist, we're modern.
Modern,
like,
yeah.
Not really, because if you're not paying no attention or not staying involved, you're not modern with this topic or wherever we're talking about. You don't know what's current. So like I said, maybe I'll get around talking to Nick about it or whatever. I think Nick has calmed down. Like Nick wasn't angry. Like the other guys were kind of angry. Nick was just, he was just emotional as a fan. He wasn't like, the other people, they would get mad. I don't know if I can talk to them about it no more.
But no, he still was. It was emotional.
Yeah.
Because I said in my video, I said that he was emotional, but also I said that he never, as I told you, he never addressed the question that you asked. My video was a response to, and what I said, and that's why I said when they comment to you, I said, okay, there's certain things that are stretched. Now, going back to just a while ago, and I wish I stopped you there, but I didn't. But going back to a while ago to what you just said, that's what you saying that is above their pay grade. Maybe they don't want to. My point of what I said, where people get angry is, if that's the case, that you got two options. Then talk it fully, as you said, but it might be on a contract. But if that's the case, then don't say nothing. No comment. That's what my point was. Don't try to put in this half step and then say something in there to certain people. That's where people got angry. And again, that's what I'm not saying you, and I'm saying what people took it as. They're talking to a game media, talking about a game that has multiple sequels and where the characters are not in there. We know those characters were in the last couple games. Saying that, saying that quote to those people who's talking about that specific game in that setting, that's why I think where they messed up. Again, if they said any other place, that's what I was saying in my. You asked why they were getting angry, and that's what I was explaining. If they said in any other setting, like I said, the Conan and all that other stuff, if they got, and I know some of them, like you know some of the characters, they're like get angry no matter what. But there are people who are angry because they felt that in their position, and I know a couple of these guys, like, why did he just say that? Why they just didn't shut their mouth? Like, I know guys, they're not as crazy as the people you brought up, but they were like, why did they just keep quiet? It sounded like you insulted my intelligence. Say to me, I just say it or don't say it. It's one of those situations where I think that they try to walk against the line and they messed up. Just like how that Lawbreaker, which again, Cliffy B, what they did with the whole Nintendo, the Switch don't have the buttons. That's
one. They should. But see, that's one of the cases where Nintendo games was like, we're not fucking with your game. I would fully understand, because that didn't make any sense. And then on top of that, before that, they asked, "Oh, is that game coming to the Switch?" And like they laughed and was like, "Yeah, sure, anything's possible." That's like that's a joke. That's like, sure, yeah, it's coming. It's bullshit basically. Just say, we have no plans at this time. We have nothing.
Thank you. Okay. And for me, in my last video I made, when you asked a question before I did the other video, which was, I found out something about that other video was funny as hell. Boy, I tell you, this YouTube is screwed up with the whole copyright thing, claiming video shit. It's messed up. But so that video, in that video, that's what I'm saying. That's why I put that video up there. Like, no comment. Just don't say. Just make the game. If the game comes out, and all I want is the game to come out. I don't care if it's not this frames per second or whatever. If it's not, look, most people always got that 60 frames per second is godlike. Not every game needs 60 frames per second. I don't know why. Not every game needs that. And I could list off tons of games that don't need that, but some have it and some is on PC and people kicked it up to 60, 65. Like, why? It don't make a difference. In its style of what the game is, it don't make a difference. But you just want to say, oh, because I got PC, I could do it. For what? That's the dick measuring contest again thing that kills me. Just play the game and have fun. It's like me saying, oh,
it's getting bad though. You gotta watch out, because I'm seeing a lot of Nintendo guys do that, 60 frames per second movement. And I'm just like, listen, I didn't hear nobody talking about where was 60 frames at when Zelda dropped. Y'all love Zelda and you didn't care if it was 60 frames or not. I mean, it's 30 frames. I mean, in the beginning, sometimes it didn't hit 30 frames because there were certain areas where it was very demanding. So I'm like, these people that claim to care about 60, they don't really care. They just want to brag about something. They don't.
When you answered my question, then I just said it's all about the dick measuring contest.
Yeah, they don't really care, because
that's what I'm saying.
Is a game to come along that you like, and it may not be 60. You're like, I'm buying it anyway. You're not gonna care.
No, and it's not even placed. But again, that's why I made a video. I'll be honest with you. You're one of the reasons I made that video last year when I said even PC, everybody has this subset that's just crazy. That's fanatics. Every one of them. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, and PC. All of them has fanatics that they gotta be the number one. This is great. This is whatever. Because it's stupid. That argument is dumb. I mean, if the game, as you just said in your video, if the game comes out and it works and it's not a problem, if really big problems in there, yeah, I'm cool with that. And I'll be. I said again, I played Zelda on the Wii U, and I went into 2 hiccups twice, and that's about it. I'm being honest with you. Only twice I saw a slowdown in the whole, and I played over 100 hours in that game. And you said certain areas, and I might have been, and I went back to those areas, and I didn't see the slowdown again. They could have been fixed, they could have been patched because there've been several patches from, most of it was basically to stop all the, what do you call it, the people who was using the patches to get multiple more weapons and stuff. So they were fixing they were fixing glitches that people what do you call it, like abuse
weapons.
Yeah. Farming weapons. You're right in that regard. That's what they were doing. But again, I only saw 2 slowdowns with the game. I'm not gonna lie with you, that's what I saw. It took me about, it was like I bought the game in March. I think it was like 2 weeks later when I first saw it, because I was with my sister. I was like, oh yeah, it did slow down right there. Dang, okay, it slowed down. It wasn't like, and the thing about it wasn't slow. Excuse me. It wasn't slow down like it was like I couldn't. It was in the animation of me attacking, but I was in the attack and the person slowed down, so it was gonna think it didn't affect me. But again, I understand hiccups and slowdowns are gonna be in certain things. I understand that. So okay, but I don't care if Dragon Ball Fighters come out, Dragon Ball Z Fighters, whatever comes out for the Switch. If it does come for the Switch, and it's 30 frames per second, I'm not gonna. I'll say this. I know it's the publishers that pushed it fast because I know ARC didn't go into trading. By the end of the year, I am going to try to see. I could dive deep into the dev kit. The only reason I dive deep in the PlayStation dev kit is because of, I told you already, Insomniac Games is in my neighborhood where I live at, and I go to their place. I go to their place to check out stuff, and I was a part of it for Ratchet & Clank and also Final Fantasy 15 with Square. That's why I know the dev kit, and that's why I bravely speak about the PlayStation Pro, because they said this was a haphazard console put together. This was not a console that was optimized. It was a console that was put to make games easy to code, and then it was they just throw shit together for some dumbass reason. I'm literally quoting the guy, the main director for Ratchet & Clank. They just put shit together just to put out for some weird ass reason, and he's like, I don't even know why they did that.
Probably just a reselling system again.
Okay, I haven't. You're trying to infuse to get more sales in it, but here's the thing, though. As you know, and I know you see though. Okay, let me phrase this the right way. I speak about sales because I put a context to it. I don't speak about sales to be a dick measuring contest. And I understand because you said some videos before you don't keep up with sales, whatever, because people use that just as what we just said. I put it in context. It's funny. A majority of the things I predicted in the past, and mostly it's not predicted. I'm just saying this is going to happen because I've got the history behind it. Nobody's talking about PlayStation 4 Pro sales. I don't see the GameStop. I don't see the IGN. I don't see none of that stuff. Just like how IGN don't talk about the Switch being the fastest selling console now. PlayStation. But when the PlayStation came out, they did that even though that was a lie because the Wii U sold more in that 3-month period than the PlayStation 4. But it is what it is. That kind of stuff is what kills me when people, do that stuff. You ain't hear nothing about PlayStation Pro sales. You hear PlayStation Together as a combined. And I could share the video where I said that was like 6 months ahead. I told you that was gonna. I could share the video. I said that's gonna happen. I could give you the video. I could give you the timestamp where I said that because I know that was gonna happen. And I can say the same thing I said with the VR. VR right now, you can hear the sales of the VR. Why? It's not selling. Not that it's a bad thing. Not that the VR, PlayStation VR is not a bad thing. I did a breakdown of VR headsets. I said PlayStation VR is the most comfortable out of all the 3 that I tested. I tested the Oculus Rift and I tested the HD Vive. Vive is the most convoluted crap that I would never want that in my house. The Oculus Rift is you gotta have a powerful PC, but it's pretty cool. But again, that's right now most of the money that comes for Oculus Rift is not for video games. It's coming from practical use, surgery and architecture and house selling and virtual car driving and all the other stuff that's not. It's tailored to game because of how they program it, but not gaming itself. Because again, have you heard anybody talk about how much those Oculus Rift got sold, or HD Vive, or PlayStation?
I saw not too long ago, maybe the beginning of this year, or the end of last year, where I think
Yes, that's it.
for the Vive developer was like, we don't start making or producing some type of good games to make people come on this thing. This is basically gonna be a waste of time.
Yeah, and I said the same thing too. That's why PlayStation wanted to sell 2 million PlayStation VRs by the end of 2016. They sold 700,000. That's all they sold. They didn't even make half of their predicament. So right now, all the R&D they put into the PlayStation VR is basically screwing them in the pooch right now, because they put a lot of money into that, thinking that's going to be the future. I'm not saying it's not going to be the future, but right now, while everybody's pushing 4K and TV, big screen TV and all this stuff, they're not at a point where the VR is practical, and that's what I'm saying. That's the best way to explain. It's not practical.
I don't think it'll ever be, because it doesn't make sense. Like, just by the statement you just said, right? You just bought. Let's just say you got a PS4 Pro, the VR headset, and a 4K TV, right?
Mm-hmm.
You bought a big $1,000+ 4K TV to put on a headset, so you can then look at something below 1080p.
Thank you.
That's a lot of people. You might do that every now and again, but a lot of people, that's how VR is for a lot of people. It's like they're gonna use it every now and again and not mess with it ever again.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Look at the PlayStation. Not PlayStation. Look at the Nintendo 3DS. There's some games, and I'll tell you this. There's some games that use that 3D, the Cinemascope 3D really well, but not all of them. Not all of them. Not even all of them. Majority of them don't. But it's a good technology, but they don't use it. But the reason that thing is selling, because of what you said and what I just said, is games. That's it. Just bring the games. That's why I said to any console, bring the games, keep your mouth shut about the whole spec thing with these guys, bring the games out, and then sell it. That's it. And the industry would be way more healthier if that was the situation. Don't fight with the specs, dude. Don't do all of that crap. PC's the bet. I mean, I am with you, and I'm with anybody. Like I don't have a gaming PC. I have a work PC, but I turn into gaming by adding a graphics card to it. But if I want to, and I have no problem buying it for that reason, if that's the case, if the game don't come to my Switch. But I've enjoyed Mario Kart on my Switch. I've enjoyed Blast Masters on my Switch. I play a lot of games because it's there. Just like, which I'm happy I have you on, because I do have a really important question I want to ask you too, because of Vita. But I'm just going to finish off what we were saying. No, that's my point. I was saying it like, it makes no sense, and that's why they're not talking about those sales. And I've not heard from Oculus Rift, which is the best one out there. The Oculus Rift is the best one when I look to the VR, hands down. But I also have not heard anything from them, like sales wise. And I've looked. Trust me, I have looked like a month ago. You're like, okay, what's going on with this thing? They've been quiet, just like how Final Fantasy 15. I said that they need to send 10 million to break even. Have you heard the sales from since they point out, only 5.5 million have shipped? Nobody's talked about the sales of the Final Fantasy 15. That's how I do. That's how I come at gaming. I understand some of the stuff that you said and you talked about, and that's why I listen. As you said, I listen to your videos now. It does kill me when you keep, like I said. I was like, okay, I know why you do it, and it bothers me. And I know, you know what? It's human nature. It gotta be. Sometimes it bothers me, and sometimes it doesn't, because I know who you're talking about. but you generalize it because you want to make sure that anybody who talks back at you basically only those who are angry would talk back and say, well, I'm not that person. Well, did I speak to you? I just said Nintendo fan. So I get that in the generalization of it.
Well, I mean, I don't do it just for that. I mean, because normally,
okay,
like
go ahead.
I have made videos. Like I made a video. It's a Sony guy. His name is Jay Bar. I made a video addressing just him because what he was saying, I only heard from his mouth. Right.
Okay.
So if I hear a bunch of Nintendo dudes saying the same thing, then I just say Nintendo fans, right?
Got you.
But if it's like one person, then I made videos about Mr. T and so on and so forth.
I've seen you with Red Knight and Mr. T. I've seen you.
So if it's a few people, then yeah, I just talk about those few people. If it's a group, then I just bundle everybody up.
Okay. And then it goes to what you just said. If like I'm not a part of that group because I don't think that dumbass way. In my opinion, sitting right now, that's a dumbass way to speak. But I'm just saying, I know how you come with some of this stuff, and it's funny.
You gotta be politically correct sometimes. You gotta.
That's not politically correct, Grim. Come on, Grim. Again, don't bull. As you said in my last video, don't bullshit and shit, man. Come on, man. That's not PC.
Everybody hear me in the room?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
All right, I got a few questions to ask if y'all don't mind.
All right, but I do want to have a quick. I'll let you. Okay, I'll let you speak, Keys. Give me a. But like I said, I do want to ask a question to Grim about PlayStation Vita, but I'll let you go first because I'll be playing my Vita a lot now from since I bought it, and like I said, I never knocked down a Vita, Grim. I was like, if they got good games, I'm gonna buy the thing. That's what I always say. That's why I have 2 videos on my channel saying, hey, if it's good games, I'll buy the console. Like I said, PlayStation 4 is the next thing I'm looking to buy later on this year. Because I got about 9 games in my eyesight that I want to play. So, but anyway, go ahead, Keys. You said you got a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm assuming everybody in here like Nintendo games, right?
Yeah.
All right. So even to your chat, and I mean, I know Grim, so I know the last time he played Mario, but I need to ask, when's the last time anybody beat the original Super Mario Bros?
The original Super Mario Brothers?
Original.
I would say 2 years ago for me.
Can you think you might improve that?
Say that again?
You think you might improve that? Prove it.
I don't put gameplay on my channel because I'm not one of these kind of guys who go on YouTube to show you everything like that. I mean, I have the original Metroid and I beat that last year. No, I'm not. If you want me to prove it, you're talking to the wrong guy. Cause I'm not a dick measurer.
Hey, look,
but I beat it. You say you asked a question, I give you the true answer. They did last 2 years because my cousin came over to my house and we were playing that what do you call that game? What's on the Wii U? The
Wii Sports?
No. They have a game where you put on the amiibos and you can play games from that. And my sister was there too.
Crap, I don't remember.
I forgot the name. But you put on amiibo and you play the original games. And she bought Super Mario Brothers 2, the Japanese version, because she never played it. And she played it, and it took her a while to beat it, but she beat the original Super Mario Brothers 2, the Japanese version, not the American version. And my cousin, she came over and she put it on, and then Mario 2 came up, and I played it with her, and we beat it. So if that's you, that's the best proof I can give you, dude. You take my word for it or not.
I mean, why you can't live stream no gameplay? All you gotta do is mute it.
You don't want to, Keith.
No, because I'm not in. Look, if you want to ask a question, the only way I will live stream is through my PC. When I come home from holidays work, I go to my bedroom, play a video game or whatever. I don't have naturally in my mind to go play and click. Hey, let me live stream this. That's just me. I'm not saying that that's not my point to do that, dude. No disrespect to you, but any videos of my channel, people see it. I always, when I do the live stream and stuff like that, if I do live stream, I have a couple live stream, but people better watch them. They mostly come to hear what I'm saying. If you want me to tell you the straight up answer.
Hey, look, I ain't got no problem with that, but see, I'm trying to bring the real Nintendo back. See, I mean, I have no gripe with the Switch and the Wii U's and the Wii's and all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
But it's time to bring back the real Nintendo. We got to bring back that NES because
Okay. In
that's
your opinion, what would that be?
you say what?
In your opinion, what would that be?
Bringing back the NES?
No, you said the real Nintendo back. That's what you just said.
Oh yeah, bring the real Nintendo back, man. We gotta go back to the days when they was in their heyday, the Nintendo.
Doing what? That's what I'm trying to get to you. What you said. Doing what?
Bring back the Nintendo. Bring back the
Mhm.
Nintendo. Start making new games for the Nintendo. You know what I'm saying?
They've been doing that. Okay,
No, I
they've been doing that.
I mean, re-release the Nintendo just like it was, and start making cartridges again for it, exactly like it was.
Okay, we're in 2017 right now. They came on the Switch. The Switch has cartridges for video game for their gaming media. You basically don't need to install no game. Not even basically you don't. You don't install no games on the Switch, right? As of right now. So that's basically NES right there or Super Nintendo.
Yeah,
Or
but
64.
it don't have the same look as the Nintendo had. You know the look that Nintendo had.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, if you're going that deep with it, then I can't say nothing about that. You're right. If that's the case, I can't go no further than that. I thought
look,
you talking about like
the action of the console, you know what I'm saying? Putting the cartridge in, pushing it down, you know what I'm saying? Pushing that power button. You know, they got to bring that back, man.
I would say I said it was a misstep on. I think it was even though it sold like crazy, but I think it was. I agree with you. It was a misstep that Nintendo didn't do what they did, like what those retro game machines doing. They should have that. You could have had a slot to put in your old games because I have the original Metroid on the NES still. I have the yellow cartridge, the yellow cover one, and it still works. And it would be cool to just if I had the like my girlfriend has the NES Classic. I didn't buy it because I already got the games mostly on my Wii, but she bought it and she has it. It would be cool if I could have just put the cartridge in and play. I agree with you on that. And it should have saved you for the Super NES coming out right now. I have a bunch of games for the Super NES. I still have my Super Nintendo. But it would have been a cool little thing to have the games plus that you could put a cartridge in it to play still. I think that's a misstep on Nintendo's part.
And Sega need to come back too. We need the real,
They need money. They need money.
we need the real Sega to come back. Not the Sega that's trying to keep up. We need the real Sega.
They need money, Keys. They are not the most fortunate company right now.
Man, look, they need to re-release that old Genesis, and just like it is. They talked about it, but I ain't seen it yet. I want to see them bring it out
right now from the store, like $40. You can get
and look.
Yeah, it's an emulator that they licensed, but it didn't make it. That's what he's talking.
I want to see
I think
more
he's talking
companies
about.
start making games for it again, just like it was. Look. Think about it. How come we always throw these consoles in the back like they're gonna just disappear? I mean, why? And think about it. Why don't all the companies just go back and re-release all their old systems and make games for them?
Hold on. Wait a minute though. There is at E3. There's a side-scrolling beat 'em up that's coming to PC and Super Nintendo cartridge.
One game.
But hey, look, it's a start. You know, you gotta start somewhere.
No. We need the Nintendo.
I do have a question though. Do you? I'll ask you because I do not know. Like I said, right now I'm not in game mode too much. Like I said, game mode play casually right now. But what is the Atari box? What is that thing?
I don't know.
People
been telling me about it and they've been excited about it. And I'm just like,
I don't know what it is. I don't see a cartridge slot for the videos, the pictures I'm seeing on Google Plus, but I could be wrong. I ain't see every picture, but I mean there you go, Keys. I don't know. Maybe that's what it. That's an Atari box. Might play Atari games. I don't know.
If we don't go pick up all that old junk we didn't threw back in the past, you ain't gonna be able to go further, man. We got all that old stuff that we consider to be old. We got to keep it and keep it running. We can't just throw it in the back and act like that shit don't exist. That's why they have problems right now.
I would disagree with you by saying this. The problems we have right now is gaming has gotten too expensive to make games, and a lot of people are basically talking with them.
Why is it too expensive?
Because of publishers, and also publishers and gamers.
Because they both of them got greedy. That's what happened.
Not really. In sixth generation, publishers became back in the generation you talk about fourth and fifth, the Nintendo NES, Super NES, and stuff like that. Back then, a lot of developers were their own publishers, so they did what they had to do. They didn't care They just did what they do and put out games. That's why we back in the fifth generation, when the Super Nintendo was around and stuff. I mean, not the fifth, the fourth generation with the Super Nintendo, whatever. The one with Super Nintendo Genesis, like remember they had Turtles in Time and then you had Turtle Hyperstone. You had Aladdin on Super Nintendo, Aladdin on Genesis, 2 different games, but it was still made because that was developers with the publishers. In the 6th generation, people want to talk about the graphics and all that stuff, so publishers stand up and say, "Hey, we're gonna start fitting the money for you to make the games," and it became more expensive because everybody wanted to do these crazy 3D graphics again. One of the most recent things I'll tell you is, what's that game again? That Metal Gear Solid 5, Phantom Pain. It was a flop. It sold a lot, but it was a flop because it was too friggin' much money to make that game.
See, that's what I'm saying. The people that play the games got greedy, and so did the companies making the games got greedy. So they kind of at a stalemate right now. The people want what they want in terms of graphics, and the companies want to be able to do it too, but they're not going to make enough money to make it. So they both got to this stalemate. So it's like, we're not going to keep making games if we ain't going to make enough money off of it. But then the consumer's going to say, well, we want this. Give us what we want. And then you end up with nothing.
My thing is, I have no problem if the game designers and the publishers want to make the game. I have no problem if they take their time and stop rushing the freaking games before they get broken. If the games ain't broken,
don't work, man. Taking time, it don't work because taking time costs money. The more it take time, the more you got to pay these people.
Not really. It doesn't cost money if you're not under constraint. If you're on a constraint of making this game within that fiscal year, then you're right. That's where it's gonna be a problem. That's why one of my arguments towards Grim when I talk about exclusives are not underneath that umbrella. That's one of the reasons I like exclusives, because they know it's going to come to this console. We could wait. We could push it back a little bit until this game is supposed to be what it's supposed to be. I know not all exclusives does that, but the ones I have been playing, and that's why I said exclusive, that push the narrative. That's why I am for exclusives.
If you see a game, right, that they don't mind pushing it back, that means either the government is behind it, supporting it, or some company. I'm dead serious, man. Or some company that got a lot of money is supporting them, and it's not really for them to make money.
With Sony, Team Michael with Sony is like that. Like, matter of fact,
right.
the main dude that was behind that team, he left on his own because really every game he ever put out was a flop financially. Now people have a lot of praise for him, but he left even though according to the story, Sony didn't want him to leave. So you got to think about it. If Sony has been funding 3 games and now they're about to make a remaster to a game that he made, and they've all been a financial failure, but they still want him around, that's something beyond money. They might be doing that just, maybe they got a connection to that guy. Maybe they want to see his visions come true, and it ain't about the money. When you got money like that, where people just willing to fund stuff to you and pay you salary and you not bringing them no money, that's when you can get real creative.
Well, here's the thing. In Japan, I'll let you know about this. In Japan's culture, once you work for a company for a certain amount of years, they basically feel that you are part of the family in a way, and they will let you, like, okay, we're gonna pay your boy. I wouldn't say he messed up, but he bit off more than he chewed when he tried to do the Virtual Boy. They didn't fire him. They just said, you know what, just stay to the side. We're gonna wait until everything goes good, and then we'll bring you back into the team. They don't do that. If Japan corporations fire you, you royally effed up. That's their culture, and I've seen it firsthand many times. I've seen people like, why would you do that? But they're still working at the company. Now, in America now, they'll fire you with the instant. Even if you piss wrong, they'll fire you. Cause they just do.
And see, that's why I'm saying we need to take the games back to either the early days, because if the games cost too much right now to make, why don't you just go back and make them really simple, and don't make these big old grand scheme things. Well, let that shit go. Hey, go back to PS2 and below. How about that?
Okay, let me ask you this question, because you're saying that you asking me as a Nintendo fan. Now, this is the first time.
You a Nintendo fan?
Yeah.
You might not want to use that fan word. You know what that means, don't you?
I don't care. Words don't offend me. You call me a fanboy.
I ain't saying
Okay.
fanboy. I'm just saying, do you know what that word fan means?
You're fanatic for something you want.
That's not me, man. Look. I'm being honest. I wouldn't use that word too much, man. That's not a good word. Just say like you like their games. But I know you're not saying you're a fanatic. I don't say you're a fanatic, man. Just say, yeah, I like Nintendo games. But a fanatic, or a fan, don't see. That's how they trick you. They say, yeah, make them use that word fan. They don't know. They fanatical.
What?
Yeah, shit. Look. It's all about mind control. They got everybody saying, yeah, man, I'm a fan, but underneath the note, they know that you saying I'm a fanatic. But then somebody say, man, I ain't a fanatic, but you called yourself a fan. And that's why I say, look, don't use that word fan. Just say, I enjoy their games. I like their games. But, that fan
Every time I say Nintendo, okay. Every time I say Nintendo fan on my channel, I always say, and I've proven why I am, because I enjoy Nintendo's game, but I enjoy other consoles' games too. I'm at a point where I don't call, as Grim did in his video. He said the same thing I said earlier before he said it, but in the video you just did, Grim, you were like, I don't even want to call myself a gamer because yeah, gamers getting a really bad negative connotation. I said I'm a game aficionado, but if that is my preference. My first console in most generations has been a Nintendo console. And not most generation, from the Wii generation up, because I was given the GameCube. I didn't bought the GameCube. And technically speaking, if my sister didn't want to get the Switch, I was given the Switch. I didn't bought the Switch, but I did bought it later on because the Switch is more of a personal console.
How old are you? Did you have the original Nintendo? I mean, how old are you?
34.
Oh, yeah, you know about that. You got some of your old Nintendo games?
Yeah, I have the original. Like I said, right now I'm in France. If you ask me, I'm in France right now, Keys. I can't show. So but if I am gonna show, because I am gonna do a thing about Metroid, because I'm pissed for all the stupid stuff they've been doing. So I want to say, if you all are true fans, let me see what y'all talk about with this thing. No, but in that regard, then yes, I've played it. I've owned every Nintendo console up till now, but I wouldn't say I was a Nintendo fan back in the 90s, or late 80s and 90s, because I just played video games. My mom bought me, my aunt bought me an NES. My dad bought me Sega Genesis 2 before anything. So I had a Genesis 2. My next door neighbor had a Super Nintendo. Like I grew up in a neighborhood in the Caribbean where I come from. We just played games. We didn't care about the whole your Sega boy or Nintendo boy. One of in the neighborhood, one of the kids had a system that plays one in the game. So we go over to his house and play PlayStation games. You come to my house, you play Sega games. You go over to his house, you play Saturn games. We didn't care about that stuff. That's what I grew up in.
Well, people was fighting about that where I was from too. But you know what though? I ain't gonna lie. The Nintendo dudes that like Nintendo, they were some snobby motherfuckers back then.
Okay. I can't argue that.
Tell you the truth. They always had their nose up there.
But I can't argue that. If you say that, I can't argue, because I got to take your word for it. I was not around you at that time, but the Nintendo fans I was around, who bought the consoles first, they want that to me, and they want it to anybody else that we see. But again, I grew up in a different situation than you, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing that you're wrong.
Yeah, they look.
You can be 100% correct, and I agree with you on that. If that's the case,
I know. I'm just telling you from on my side or whatever. Most Nintendo people, man, they walk around with their nose in the air, like they're, because Nintendo had the nice sounds and all that, and it did. Don't get me wrong, but see, the Genesis had that. They ain't have all that, but they made that shit work great, and that's why to a lot of us, the Genesis was kicking Nintendo ass. I ain't gonna lie, but see, you couldn't tell the Nintendo people that, because they were snobby. They had their nose in the air, and they thought everything Nintendo did was good. Man,
okay, and again, I agree with you there, because like for me though, in my situation, like I didn't have the money to it, but I was fortunate that my father did get bought. If I did good grades or whatever, they give me games. I was a part of that. You only get a couple of games a year, but I was an honor student and all that stuff, so my father did bought games for me. So yeah, so even though my next door neighbor had Turtles in Time, I was happy to play Hyperstone, and I found a love for Hyperstone. I love you call it I love Final Fight, but I love Street of Rage.
Boy, Street of Rage was the shit. And look, and no game that was on Nintendo at that time could fuck with Streets of Rage. You know why? Because that music was hip as a motherfucker. See, that was the real game for the black dude back then. Streets of Rage.
I'll say this. This is my personal thing. Street of Rage 1, Street of Rage 1 and Street of Rage 1 and Street of Rage and Final Fight 1. I have to give Street of Rage a little bit. When it comes Final Fight 2 and Street of Rage 2 dominated. In Final Fight 3 and Final Fight 3 and Street of Rage 3, I will go on the Final Fight side because they did a lot more stuff on the Final Fight side for 3. But I have all the games. All three of those games, I have them, and I enjoy them for what it is.
It's just like Ghosts and Goblins. You remember that, right? Going on the Genesis, that game ran great. It was tight as a motherfucker. On Super Nintendo, they did too much on that motherfucker. It got all slow and ran like dirt on that damn thing.
Super Ghosts and Goblins or the original Ghosts and Goblins?
Ghosts and Ghosts. That shit was slow, on the Super Nintendo because they tried to put too much shit on there. But on the Genesis, they didn't do all that. But they made that bitch tight. And look, if I'm not mistaken, that came out first before the Super Nintendo even brought out the they even brought it over there. The Genesis version of Ghouls and Ghosts was off the hook. The Super Nintendo one, hey, look, if Final Fantasy was on the Genesis, I bet it'd have been tighter.
I don't know. I can't answer that question because I don't know. Back then, I was young and I was not into the industry as I am. If to give a little background, Keys, the way you're talking and stuff, the company I run, I've done sound design for companies like EA. I've been in EA and done games for EA, Ubisoft, Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, and Square Enix and stuff like that. So when I talk about code designs and stuff like that, I've seen it when people do it in front of me, and I've done some of it because we have to code in some of our sound designs into the game.
I don't know if Grim told you about what I do or whatever, but
no, this is the first time I've listened to Grim podcast and stuff and hear you, but I don't know your background. I do not.
Yeah, I'm a designer by heart. I mean, I draw most of my own stuff. I program most of my own stuff. I mean, I don't make. Cool. I do. I make games on like the phones most of the time, and I mean, I ain't never make games for like consoles and no shit because it just ain't no money into it. And honestly, ain't really no money in games right now anyway. But still doing it as a hobby.
There are money to make. There are money to make it, but you gotta be smart about it. Like the question that you just asked. Okay, you asked the question that people are not making money in games just a while ago. Is that where the money is at? Because they're spending too much money on these graphics and all that stuff. There are people who makes. Okay, you can't say about the guy who made Minecraft. Not a graphical game.
Look, that's
coming for $2 billion.
That's like one guy. Look, if I want to make money in something, I don't want to do the shot in the dark, the big luck.
No, he did. Okay. Listen to me now. He did a shot in the dark. You're correct. Okay, then let's go with Gunho Games. They took a game mobile, which was Puzzle Dragons.
That's a big ass Korean company. They ain't know they look. And some of these people that seem that may seem small time, they are not small time, and no Korean company is small time.
Okay, you specifically said Keys.
Well, I'll give you a background, right? Keys is a 2-man show. So what he's saying is like everything he does, he's self-employed. He gotta do it through his own pockets. He's saying Gunho is a company.
I know, but he just stated just a while ago that there are not many people making money in gaming. That's what he stated. I was asking answering that question.
Let me run something by you, right? Let's just say I want to make a game, and I mean I can make a game in like fucking 2 weeks to a month. And I mean, and if you see the images that I can create, I can do it, right? But the only problem is if I do make it, I'm not gonna put all this into trying to put it on any type of social media or any bullshit like that. When I make a game, I want to put it on the market, right? And that bitch just sell. But see, the problem with the markets right now is just too many people that make games. Now, if it wasn't as crowded as it is right now, because everybody thinks the games is the way to go to make money, but that's not really true because there's too many motherfuckers in it. And if you're not the big people who got like a whole bunch of shitload of people behind them, and even in the end, they don't even make that much money. Like I said, most of the time the government keep them alive just so people can have something to play. And if you're not one of those type of people, shit, you ain't gonna be able to make money in that field. And if I really want to make money, well, what I do is just say, well, I got to go to the base. I use art to make money. But when it comes to games, you should out luck with that, man. I'm telling you.
Okay. Well, okay. If you're talking from the small guy's perspective and they're making money, there are some small guys that did it. That's like I could name some small studios, but again,
I ain't talking about selling out though. I ain't talking about selling out. When I talk about small, I'm saying I'm not gonna take no money from somebody who's gonna tell me to make no game. I don't want that. I want to make my game.
I don't think the guy from Axiom Verge did that, but okay.
I mean, look, I can guarantee.
I think that was a Kickstarter though, wasn't it?
See,
that's what I was gonna. That's why I said that. I was gonna say that before you cut me off. You could say the guy who made Axiom Verge. You could say you could say the team that did Galaxy Trails who did Freedom Planet and doing Freedom Planet 2, which I like the way that they started off with Kickstarter. They made a game, it became popular, and now they don't need Kickstarter to do because they have enough capital to make the second game.
Now you see that right there. If they gotta use Kickstarter, that's definitely not what I'm talking about. Because that means that they gotta go and get funding from somebody. I'm saying like I don't need to get no funding. I don't need that. I just need to say, look, see, because they know the truth. If I come out and I put some of the shit that I got out there and they put it in front of the public, I can get normal people to buy any damn thing. Now the gaming people are the ones that's hard to buy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't sell it.
Why go towards them? If you say you could go to a general, which is they're more general public than gamers, so you should sell.
The trick is though, right now, when it comes to these markets, the people that work in these markets, see, they got this game idea too. They think it's all about gamers. So what they'll do is, let's just say I come out with a game that's like, 5 minutes long, you know what I'm saying? Something that's like repetitive, right? And they'll say, oh, no, that's not good enough, and blah, 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 blah. This should be in the front, not the stuff that's like really, really simple because people don't want that. See, they think with a gamer's mindset, not with a mindset of people like to play simple shit. So what they'll do is start hiding the simple stuff and put this bullshit like gamers like length, gamers like this type of colors, gamers like these graphics, and not thinking, fuck the gamer, because the game thing sounds interesting, but in reality, gamers don't buy as much as regular people buy. And in order to get regular people, you have to give them simple. When you take simple away, that's when you start losing the regular people. When you get too addicted to, I got to make this complicated, I got to make this the best in the world, it's got to have all these controls, normal people ain't going to be into that shit. And whenever they start that, it's over. They lose the normal people. Then when they lose the normal people, they start going crazy and flipping out about, you got to have all this shit and all that nonsense. Next thing you know, a lot of companies shutting down and only the big boys left because of it.
Well, it's not even, I won't even say the big boys itself, because I'll point this out right here. And sorry for the guys in the chat. Like I'm basically sitting back in a chair. I'm not home, so I'm not home, and I'm on my tablet, so it's not even the big screen that I normally watch the chat. I normally pop out the chat by itself so I can keep up with it, but I've not been watching it, so I apologize for not being interactive with it. But we talk about there's money to be making in video games, and I what you just state right there in that regard is true. I'm not going to deny it, even though I'm in the industry myself too. Is that true? But but the industry, the same thing I will say this, it's not only the industry, it's almost any industry you want. You do need capital to make the game.
Yeah, you don't need that much. I mean, right now with the way computers are, you really don't need that much capital. I'm being honest. If you're a game designer and you know what you're doing, you can make something fairly quick. Okay.
Here's what I'm gonna say then. Okay, you're right if it's something fairly quick. If that's the case, though, you still need do you have to pay for the storefront? You have to pay for this. Excuse me. You have to pay some stores to get the game out there. So is that in your portfolio to do that or not?
Yeah. Paying to get your stuff on the stores is not really the hard thing. The thing is them agreeing to let your stuff be seen is the thing. See, the reason why you only see the same stuff over and over and over, because that's all they believe that works. They don't want to take a lot of risks to try any other stuff. But see, if the truth comes out that people don't want all this shit that they keep pushing, that's when it gets kind of creepy. Because they think that gamers or people want all this stuff, but gamers ain't bringing the money. So what did they do? Should they go back simple or should they stay complicated?
But here's how I, just like Grim, I look at words in a certain way. I'm not one of these guys who think, oh, this whole, I think because people are like, oh man, people play games on mobile phone, they're not gamers. I'm not into that PC bullshit. The definition of a video game is you play a visual. You basically playing a visual game. That's basically what the definition is. You go in anything. So if you're doing that, you're a game. You play games in my book. You're playing games. You're a gamer. Okay, and I'm also not into that hardcore casual bull crap because I'm a hardcore and a casual, and I could basically by talking to you guys, your gamer library, I could point out, I could definitely show you the same thing too, that you're a hardcore and a casual at the same time, because I'm not into that stuff. But what you're saying though, I only say that because of this. You stated that there are more people who are not regular gamers going to buy more than the game. But you got to get the game in front of their eyes.
Right. Hey, look, let me show you something, right? I'm going to put a link. I don't know if you can see it or not, but whenever you get the chance, right? Mm-hmm. I'll put a link in the chat, right? Now, if you want to see this game that I put in that chat, it's simple as a bitch. All you do is push one button to drive, right? Now, this seems like a simple ass thing. Now, a normal gamer ain't going to like that because it's just too damn simple. But you know,
you're right. But
the kicker to it is when I was making mobile games, see, they kicked me out the mobile stores because I was making too much money. When I was making the mobile games, right? Hold
up. What did you just say? They kicked you out of the mobile store because you're making too much money? How? Why would they kick you out?
Because the big companies was afraid of me, man.
Really?
And look, Grim can tell you. Yeah, I mean, look, that game I just put in the chat right there, right? Uh-huh. A lot of kids bought that game, a lot of them, and you would look at that. You would say, why the fuck do they want this? I even had some parents would say, why you sell stuff like this? You know, it's too simple, but kids love it.
It's just like the Flappy Bird. He didn't want the game out there, and
that shit that I just put in there is even way simpler than that. One button just to drive. It's only one button, and all you do is go forward. That's it. That's all it is. But the thing is that they love it, and they bought it, and they wanted it. You get what I'm saying? But see, the thing is, the big companies don't like that because now I'm proving that the normal consumer, the regular person, not the gamers that's really addicted to games, they want simple stuff. But see, then there's a fight. How are we gonna make big growing games if people want this simple stuff? What did we do?
First of all, you could be right. Again, I don't know you like that, so I only told you to you could be 100% right. And I never seen where if you make it too much money, the store will push you. The storefronts will push you out.
You don't think Capcom? No, I ain't gonna lie. Capcom, goddamn Konami. Or like when the mobile games at first, all of them wasn't even in there. But when they start coming in and they start seeing that these simple games was making all this and all that, they tried to jump into. But you know the problem was people still wanted the simple stuff. They did not want Konami. They did not want Capcom. You know what? Konami and Capcom had to push their way in. And the only way that they really could push their way in, because they start with Nintendo. So they got capital right now, which got them to the point to where they at. But in reality, if we all started on the same page, that wouldn't really happen. But see, right now,
saying is that in the beginning, it was nothing but just newcomers, and it wasn't none of these big companies. So when the big companies came in and their games really wasn't moving, more than likely they paid Google or iOS to make sure their stuff is in the front of the store. Because in the beginning, you just see everybody stuff everywhere.
Yeah. He double talks. So you're right, because I'm thinking back what he just said. If that's what he's trying to point out, then I agree with that. That they pay money to be upfront, kind of like me. Like when I do music, and I'll get example. My second home is St. Thomas. Me and another music group, or me and plenty other. When I graduated from high school, majority of, not even majority, but a lot of super hip hop and R&B and reggae stars came from our class. So it was funny when it was a couple of years later. I went back home the same time. And I'm like, "Hey guys, play my music. It's hot. It's selling in Europe. It's blah blah blah." They asked me, kind of like what you just said, Keys. So like they would ask me, I had to pay them to put it on there. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Now I'm not from there, but I was like, I was raised here, but you playing all these other guys who was in the same class as me or whatever. You tell me I gotta pay you just to spin music, which I was a DJ and I didn't have to do that stuff. If it's hot, it's hot. Why don't you just play it? So I get in that regard, and I get where you're coming from. You said I'm just going with your statement that he said. He said that they said they saw him make. He said I saw them making money, that's what he said. So I was going on that statement.
Look, let me
that's
explain.
what was going off of.
You know about regulations, don't you?
Yeah, I'm part of. I have to because I'm an architect by day, and I'm let's say busy putting all that stuff.
So you also know about bullshit regulations, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the main problem. The problem wasn't that if I had to pay to be seen. If I had to pay to be seen, no problem, I could do that. But see, the problem comes in is when they start favoring certain people, and they start saying, "Well, see, these people are part of our childhood. It's Konami, it's Capcom. We love them. We can't turn on them. So what we gonna do?"
I don't think that's what it was. I think he's going to what you just said. They're paying more money.
Because I talked to that man. Trust me. See, I look. I'm more than you think that I am. I've talked to these people countless times, and they will straight up tell you they favor certain companies.
And I guarantee you the reason they favor those companies because they paid more money.
People around my age, I'm 37 now, are people that's working in these companies. Yes. And they like to pick who they want. And when it comes to the game thing, that's why it's that way. And to be honest, that's why the game thing is kind of boring right now, because all they want is the same companies over and over and over. And if you come along with something really different and something new, if it ain't from the ones that they love, they ain't gonna give it too much of a shot. And if you start to prove, hell no. And if you start to prove that people want something else than what they spitting, they ready to regulate you to hell. They're gonna say you got this in your game.
Okay, wait. I get what you're saying, but then okay, you the way you're pulling your strings and telling me this, when you putting yourself is in such a small niche that any examples I bring up, you would have something to say. That's not what you're talking about. That's so small. I can't even pull some of that stuff from that really, because you just said if you come with a game, I could list a couple of games again that come out that did very well. That maybe it was Kickstarter, maybe it was a small studio, did things, but again, I don't know what to tell you. They're most like I said, if they like a company, the number one reason they like a company because they pay them the most. That's the best.
Kickstarter something, right? Where do you think they get that money from?
Whoever funded the Kickstarter. It could be companies is because they're anonymous. We don't know. So right.
Let's just say you got a game, right? Good old Capcom come to you and say, you know what, we're gonna kickstart your game, but you know what? Our name ain't gonna be seen. We just want your stuff to get out there, but then when you get it working a little bit, slip us something on the side. But we're not gonna put our name in there.
That can happen. That's what I just said. I am not doubting that. But
don't think for a minute. See, the Japanese people, it's a long line with them, and they're very tricky businessmen. And you would think that they ain't in there doing what they're doing, but trust me, behind closed doors, they are. Why do you think people are so crazy about the Japanese? You ever seen most of the people who like anime? You ever seen people that like Sony? Hell, I ain't gonna lie, Nintendo people too. Why do you think they're crazy about them? Because the Japanese are very tricky and they know how to manipulate people.
Okay, go ahead. I'll let you finish, because you did brought up something I always wanted to ask Grim about. Go ahead.
You don't know about the Japanese and the mind control? You ever heard about that?
I heard about it, but again, maybe I'm not susceptible to that stuff. But okay.
Yeah, and even in the beginning, a lot of people, we all love Nintendo, but Nintendo was very tricky in how they got what they got, and they used, and they may not believe it, they used a lot of mind control to get the kids into those games.
Hey, if you give me a good game, I'll play. That's the way I look at it. But again, I'm talking about me specifically. But if that's the case, that's the case.
Yeah, I know. Like sometimes you look. The Japanese know what they're doing. They know how to pull your strings and get you mentally manipulated to the point the way you're like, I love the Japanese, man. I love everything they do. The Japanese is great. You say something about
To the hell, I would never say that because I've been over Japan a couple of times. There's certain things I don't like what they do.
No, I'm talking about them products that they make. I ain't necessarily talking about going to Japan. I'm talking about them products. People stand up for long about them Japanese products. They're like, oh my God, it's so great. You ask them about American products, they look at you like you crazy.
Well, if I have to be honest, technically speaking, if a lot of stuff was made in America with the way it is, they'll be better than built better in America than in Japan. In Japan, I would say like second tier would be the best out of the things I've seen, and then after that is a big ass drop off. It's a real drop off. But going to what you're saying, I have to ask this question to Grim. Okay, Grim, you had a video a while back. It's way while back, so I got to bring it out of the old memory banks. But he sparked it though. You did a video saying something. I remember what you said, so that's what I'm saying. So hopefully I'm not dropping this on you. But you were talking about how these Nintendo, how these black people like Nintendo because it's a cheap system. I was like, what the fuck?
No, okay. Well, before I answer that, it was something I forgot to say when we were talking about the Marvel vs. Capcom thing.
Okay.
Because just to be fair, because I said why I think the Nintendo gamers feel the way they feel. All right, why other people are mad about it is honestly because of this, right? The Sony dude, see, that's about dudes not mad. They don't care. They just gonna buy the game and not buy the game. They don't care. The Sony dudes I'm seeing mad about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, I'm gonna tell you why they're mad, right? Because they are very they're loyal, but it's not healthy type of loyalty. So when Street Fighter V was console exclusive, or still is, right? Mm-hmm. And the fact that they feel Sony is the console for fighters, which I mean you could say for this generation, they do get majority of the fighters, if not.
If I was gonna answer, it would be PC, but whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, the PC gets pretty much every game that they get, but you know, they bought that Street Fighter V. Even though, to be fair, Capcom said before the game dropped that the game wasn't even done. That's one thing I could say about Capcom. See, last generation they would have just dropped it and not said nothing. They at least, said, we're not done with the game. It has all these, caveats when you buy it, but we still dropping it, right? Those people bought it. They swore up and down Capcom would do them right and they would change. I mean, Capcom did work and fix on the game, but today I was talking about I might get it. I'm not a big Street Fighter guy because they take out modes that I enjoy, but I'm like, when it first came out, it was always online. It didn't have arcade, all that stuff.
No, that's why I didn't want it to. I was gonna get it if you saw my talk up to it, I would have bought it for PC too. I didn't care for it until they started doing that. I'm like, nope. No.
Yeah, and I was like, is it still always online today? And somebody in my comments was like, yeah, it is. I still need to look into it, but most of the time my subscribers are on point, and I'm like, damn it, why is this always online? Like, this is dumb. I'm like, I can't. I may buy a shooter that's always online. A fighting game, no,
I won't. I ain't buy. Like I said, I stand by my words. Like I said, I don't like no games always online. But again, that's just me particularly. I'm the kind of gamer like I don't piss on people if they like something that I don't like. A lot of people. That's the next thing in this YouTube community and Twitch to do a lot. This is stupid. If I don't like it, but somebody else like it and they're having fun with it, I don't give a damn. I don't care. They're having fun. Why would I go over there and say, "Hey man, your game is shitty," blah blah blah? If it's no, again, I said it. I always been specific in why I say we need to stop certain things. If it's broken and they do really shitty practices, then we got to stand up for that because in a whole it affects all of us. But if it's not broken and it's what it is, and I'm not talking about the Street Fighter V thing, I'm just saying like in general, like I didn't what like okay like what the game was dang it, Overwatch. I played the demo. Pretty cool. Like the game. I wish they had a little story trailer. So I'm thinking they should have been a single player mode. They don't have a single player mode and it's always online. Okay, I know a couple of people who love the game and played it. I'm not gonna rain in the parade. I just tell them, hey, that's not my game because I don't want to play always online because sometimes right now, like in the area where I'm living back in North Carolina where I'm back home, they're doing a lot of stuff with Google and all kind of stuff and some of the internet drop out. And I just like to come home and play a game. I don't want to try to connect and try to call people and all that bull crap. Just
Yeah.
give me the game, let me play, have fun. But I don't rain on people's parade. If that's what you enjoy, I mean, SK Massive, he has Overwatch. I don't think he's in the chat. He likes the game. I got nothing against the dude, and he's cool. He's cool to me. So I wish gamers could just do that, but they don't.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I think the Sony dudes are more mad because, you know, the Street Fighter 5 thing, and for some reason they think Chun-Li looks ugly in this game. I don't. I mean, I
She
think
has
they
a weird.
updated her.
She has a weird facial. She does have a weird.
You know why I
facial.
think it looks like that? Because the last game was more anime. Well, I think all of them were going
Oh,
for
yeah.
an anime look. This is more going for a comic book look. That's why I think she looks a little different. But I think they updated her. She looks,
Dante looks weird too.
yeah, Dante had it, but see, you know, that's why it made me, when I saw Dante, I said, yeah, they definitely go for a comic book look, because Dante, that's supposed to be Devil May Cry 3 Dante, right? Devil May Cry 3 Dante, you know, he's a demon, so he's really old, but he's like equivalent to maybe a 17, 18-year-old young man, right?
Okay.
Unless you had a rough life, you don't have a bunch of wrinkles in your face at 17, 18. So
Why? Okay, this is the part about you that does kill me. Why are you explaining something like that when it doesn't need to be explained?
well, I have to explain it because I have to explain it because you know
Okay.
what? There was one time that I didn't explain some stuff that I thought I didn't need to be explained.
I understand. No. I understand that. But you're explaining why the facial animation of these characters looks so outlandish weird.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't think they look weird. I was just saying that's why I think they're going for a comic book art style. You know, because normally they wouldn't add in normal anime. They don't add all that detail on a character, especially if they're young. So the fact that they decide to add all that detail on Dante's face and make his face look wrinkled or whatever, I'm.
It's not for me. It was not the wrinkle. It's just that his facial animation when he's fighting, when the thing just looks weird. It looks off. Doesn't look like what I normally think Dante is supposed to look at. You're right. There are anime, but I can't even say it because the first couple games were not anime games. They were 3D rendition of what the character is supposed to be at. That's what we're coming off of. They're not coming off of a manga or something like that, because Devil May Cry was basically Hideki Kamiya's his concept. It just looked weird.
Three, they got the guy that does the Shin Megami Tensei games to draw him there.
Okay.
In three. So three, they were definitely going for a more anime looking art style. But anyway, I just wanted to put that. What was the actual question? I forgot to say that earlier. What was the actual question?
No, the one with the where did you came up with that? Because I mean, generally speaking, that's not really true what you said in that video. That I don't know if you were messing with people or you just said. I was like, they are not meant, because I've been to conventions. There are more white people here dressed up and doing more stuff than black people.
All right. I'll put it to you like this, right?
Okay.
All right. The video was a response to RXL. If you know who RXL is, who's a known troll, okay?
Yeah, I know who he. Okay, yeah, I know who he is.
Okay.
You're right.
He made
I do know
a
he
video
is.
saying, why is it that a lot of Nintendo fans on YouTube, why are they black, right? And I gave my reasons, and I also said one of the reasons why. Now, this is based off my experience. Is because the Nintendo system, when I was growing up, was normally the cheapest, which means you were more than likely to get it, right? Because I lived in a certain environment where, you know, your parent probably don't want to buy you no console anyway, and they're gonna buy you, and they're gonna buy you the cheapest thing available, right?
Guaranteed. Got you.
That's where I said maybe that's why, because I had a GameCube. I wanted a PS2. I got a GameCube because it was $100. Just flat out, that's what my mother told me. It was $100, and she was like, "I'm not passing up on this deal."
Okay.
So and I had a lot of friends that got a GameCube because it was $100, and it wasn't because they wanted it. We wanted like other systems.
$200.
No, when I got it, it was 100. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you mean after?
After. Yeah, I got it when it was 100. I don't remember what year. I think maybe Smash. Was Smash? Did it just come? I don't remember. I know all my friends.
Smash came out the first year.
Okay, the first year. I don't remember when I got my. I don't remember what year that was when I got my GameCube. But the point is that a lot of people got it that I knew because it was $100 on sale and it came with a bunch of games.
And here's the thing, though. You're going off for your experience, and I'm not doubting what you're saying there. But is the way you stated it, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Because again, I generally, and then people, and you know, he's like, you're right, that person's a known troll, and I'm like, I could, you could look up the analytics and see how many people channels on it, and I could show you there's more white people than black people.
Well, he was more referring to, you know,
oh, the crumb side or something like that.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about, like the people who like really. There are a lot of Nintendo channels that they just kind of play the games, or you got the game explain people who break down stuff, but like I'm going to defend and fight you to the death for Nintendo. I'm gonna be honest. My experience has been mostly African American people. I
in your experience. No. Again,
in my experience.
Yeah, and I can't. Yeah, because I've seen. I've like I said, I could list off channels that are white that do the same dumb shit. If it's not a true defense, what it needs to be, like I don't think I defend. I maybe people say I damage control, whatever. I just point out facts. If that's what it is, and you don't like it, okay. But I'm not gonna. Like I said, I would tell you when Nintendo does some fuckery shit. I've done it on my channel. Even though my channel's called Endo and I'm a Nintendo person that do stuff, I told Dr. Field one good time, I said, look, if you can't come and listen to my channel, see that I like games in general, even though I say my preferred console is a Nintendo console, if you can't see that, then you should not be on my channel because I don't got a time to waste with your stupidity. I'm not gonna say Nintendo does everything great. Does any company does anything great? Everybody has flaws. That's why I say at the end of every video, there's no perfect game out there. There's no perfect because everything's majority of the time is subjective. What's perfect to you is not perfect to me, and the vice versa. I used to play on all consoles at the end of my videos because I don't care for this whole. I want all three systems. Xbox is going to be really good. Xbox, they're the ones that's on the bridge right. They're on the cliff right now. But
I've been playing on my Xbox.
My Xbox and hold up, man. That's the American. That's the American brand.
Oh, you talk about the financial stuff. You're not talking about. Like,
I'm not talking about the games. Financially, they are the ones that are on the bridge. Microsoft do not want to spend no more money. Xbox makes 1% of Microsoft's profits. They've been trying to get rid of the Xbox division since 2012. And that's all in the IR page. I'm a businessman. I go to the IR page. That's why I said when I talked before you came on. When it comes when I say sales and stuff, I put it in context. I want the company I want the industry as a whole to be healthy. But if as we've seen, if they do bullcrap all the time, I'm not surprised that people are gonna be angry or they're not gonna buy these games or whatever the stuff. Again, like I told Grim, in the 7th generation, 109 studios got shut down. 109.
Oh no, man! Studios been getting shut down. If you go back to
I know that, but that's the biggest. Wait, I know that. That's the biggest studio. That's the biggest shutdown of many. In Gamers Talk, 109 studios is a lot of studios that got shuttered, and we already have over 30 in the 8th generation. Now you're right, THQ, even back to the 5th generation, because Midway got bought up by THQ, and then most of the people they basically lost their acclaim and all this stuff. So I know the studio's been shutting down, but not at that rate and not at that number. That's why.
Have you ever looked at all the studios that PlayStation brought in with the PlayStation, and how many of them studios dropped?
Yeah, I have. I've said that.
And I mean, it's if you look back, it's way more that was dropped back then than there is right now.
No, I would disagree with you because I've looked at. I'm not. Look, if
right
you
now,
about Sony itself, no, there's not much left back. Everybody's going your route now, which is basically independent because of the capital problem. Gain the money, or as you said yourself too, or getting recognized to make games. Because without recognition that your game is good, people are not gonna buy it. That's why right now, why everybody talks about Yacht Club. Yacht Club did a lot of stuff. They had the Kickstarter, but it was good with the Kickstarter.
Yacht Club, hold up. I know you ain't talking about that goddamn punk ass Shovel Knight. You talking about that Shovel Knight?
It's sold. You can say you want it sold.
No.
He don't like Shovel Knight because he wanted to make another game.
I played the hell out of that game and I liked it, but only made one damn game, and then they put some DLC out for one goddamn game.
Okay. I got you. You remember? I'm saying that's so. Just as you were saying something specific, I'm saying something specific. I'm saying that if you they have people who go in the indie route or basically their own studio route so they could do it. Because okay, if you want to don't use Yacht Club, let's go with Shantae. Let's go with Way Forward. Excuse me. They have basically two IPs that stand on its own, which is basically Mighty Switch Force, and the one that everybody knows is Shantae. Now they've done other games for other people, but they don't ask for capital from the bigger studios or NC Creates. They make their own. They basically have their own company and they get their own games out of it. They didn't ask for money for Gunvolt 2 or for Gunvolt Boost that's coming out right now. I mean, that's out right now. Sorry, that's not coming out. It's out. I forgot. It is out. They didn't ask for money. They just basically had their own money. And NC Creates was a part of Capcom. And when they saw Capcom was doing this stupid stuff with Shinji Mikami and Hideki and all that stuff, they bounced. They were like, "Oh, you ain't gonna be shutting our studios down. We gone before you F us up." So Sony brought in a lot of people because everybody wanted to get out of Nintendo's stranglehold of you gotta buy their cartridges and stuff. And again, it's Grim. I talked about the last.
That wasn't only it though. That wasn't only it. It wasn't. Sony didn't bring in dumb people just because of Nintendo. A lot of those companies that Sony brought in they just made computer games. They didn't really just make games, because at that time you could sell computer games for a nice amount of money, and you can make money with computers. Most people that play consoles don't pay attention to that.
Majority of the people who played PlayStation games when PlayStation 1 first came out, the games that they were making, it wasn't games sold on PC. People were doing different games.
No, but the companies that weren't coming to PlayStation were companies that made PC games.
That's what I just said.
They didn't really. They didn't really.
Just said.
But I'm just saying that they didn't really do Nintendo like that. A lot of them just did.
No. I never said it did Nintendo. Okay. I'll say it again. I said I was saying that to say that I'm one of the Nintendo fans that I don't care that this happened. I'm happy that because we got more, because there were a couple of games on PlayStation I love, and I did buy PlayStation 1 and 2. Then bought 3 and 4. And 4 I'm buying later this year because I just stated this games I'm interested in. I want to do pick up, but I'm stating that because they know the reason why the NES, Super NES, and because Nintendo controlled the cartridge, then you had to pay a license fee for the cartridges, and they want to make sure that it was up to a certain quality when the game designs itself. If they didn't measure up to that game design, they didn't. And as a background, the only reason I know most of this stuff is not because, again, I was oblivious to this stuff when I was young. So just letting you know that. But talking to a couple people, and one of my good friends is a guy who works for Nintendo right now, and he's the one who gave me the GameCube, and he's the one who gave me the Switch. Hell, he's the one who gave me the GameCube. I got a modded GameCube that could play U.S. games and American games, and I got the Japanese Smash before a lot of people, and before even Japanese got it. The Japanese people got it. So what I'm talking to him, and like last 2015, not many people could walk into Nintendo's office in Kyoto. I got to do it. It was pretty cool. And I got to talk to people and learn about history and see all the stuff. So I'm going off of from they talking to me and those guys being there for 20 years at Nintendo and stuff like that. And it wasn't like I was like, how should I say? I wasn't like pressured. I'm like, oh, give me the dibs or whatever. It was just casual conversation. They thought I was nice enough and they talked to me. Just like we're doing right now. Like we just talking and like, oh man, remember this. And some of the stuff they have in the Kyoto office that shows you, oh, this is what happened. Oh, that's what happened. Oh, that's pretty cool. And not Gunpei for it. I keep on getting those two names mixed up. Yamauchi. How Yamauchi thinks and how he is. I would love to meet Shigeru Miyamoto. I've never met him. I've met Inuma. I've met Koji Kondo. Of course, Hideki Kame, Shinji, all those. I met a couple of these guys and talk to them and see how things are. I'd love to meet Shigeru Miyamoto because just for being a fan that I love some of his games. But I'm just stating in that they gave the guys who make PC games, most of the games that was on PlayStation could have worked on Nintendo's console, but they know they didn't want to pay that licensing fees. PlayStation came, opened up that market, which is that's what I'm saying. It's a good thing. Open up that market. They put those games on the PlayStation, and it thrived.
You familiar with the FMV games, right?
Yes.
Now I'm almost certain you know that's why the movies and all that shit got popular was because of the FMV games.
Yes.
And the FMV games didn't do I think the Sega CD had a few
Sega CD did had some of them, yes.
Right, but that was
some of them was not, well, we call it FMV because of certain things, but let's just keep it simple. Yes, go ahead.
That was a PC thing. But see, the thing about them FMV games, they were more like console people couldn't play them because you had to have a lot of patience, and they knew that. So they say, well, in order to get the console people interested, we can bring them something new. We'll bring them the FMV games, and on top of that, we'll make the game simpler so that they can play, where they don't have to do a lot of reading, a lot of that type of stuff that they knew that those type of people couldn't do. So they say we bring the FMV games with some simpler gameplay and not too complicated, and that's when you got PlayStation, and that's when all of the cinema stuff got popular up until this day. But the only problem was that Sony brought them all in, but what happened when it was time to let them go? They dropped them.
Well, hell, look at EA. EA basically, and look, what's BioWare right now is on the fringe too. EA has shut down 12 major studios in 10 years.
But you know why though? See, back in the day, they could bring something like people who play consoles didn't really know about FMV games or like certain type of stuff like that. They didn't know that, so they could bring them something that they never really did before. So through time, they've always brought them something that they was new to them. They haven't experienced it before. But now, I've been saying for years, you can't get none of that no more. I mean, basically, they didn't took everything from the PC and put it in the console. So right now, the console and the PC stuff is like one and the same. So there's nothing really new that you can give anybody, whether it's Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft. So
again, you could give them new experience. I wouldn't say you can't give them that because as Grim knows,
if you say they can, if I'm gonna ask,
wait. Okay, that's what it is. As Grim said, like, okay, a new experience. That's what I want to say now. I play shooters, and I ain't gonna say I'm the best. I'm not saying I'm the worst. I like just having fun with shooters. But because of the Wiimote, I love shooters in that regard because of the Wiimote. It makes it easier for me to play. It's a better control to me, not to other people, but to me, it was a better control scheme that even now I found and on my channel, I show people this adapter that I bought from Amazon that I plug up to my PC, that when I play PC shooters, I play with the Wiimote because it just feels so much better to me. I'm not a twin sticks person. I'm not good at it. I'll admit I'm not good at twin sticks that well. But that I like just point and shoot. That's just me. That was a new experience Nintendo brought to me that I enjoyed.
So now that's over though. So now what can they bring new?
Well, basically I just picked up ARMS. That's not a new experience because they kind of did that back in the 8th generation with the Kinect, so I'm not going to deny that. But I like ARMS. I'm doing it with the motion control. I'm a person who like motion control. Not all the games need it. Don't get me wrong. Not all games need it because they don't. Some people force that crap. But I like ARMS. When 104-101 came out and the way they used the gamepad with 104-101, I liked it too. So I'll tell you this right here. I like all kind of games. As I said before, I'm not speaking for everybody because everybody have their own. This is subjective. Everybody have their own thing. But I like certain games because of what they've done. Nintendo is not. I ain't gonna say Nintendo has not rested on their morals as well. They have, but again, all the games. When people say, "Oh, Nintendo needs to make new IPs," I bought these new IPs that people didn't want to buy. I bought Codename Steam. Love that game. Nobody went out there go mess with it. Even though the reviews was messed up, it was screwed. It was screwed by the reviewers. Star Fox Zero, a new way of playing the game with the whole dual screen. You could look this and whatever. I played it. I enjoyed it. People say the controls, whatever, it was too hard. My little sister, as I said in my video a long time ago, I went back home to back to where I come from. Gave my cousin. She never played the game ever. She never played a Wii ever. She played a game and adapted to that thing quickly and played it and beat the game. I just like, I'll stay to what you just said, Keys. I just like games, and that's all I want people to play. Just make the games and let people have fun, because that's what all was supposed to be. not this dick measuring contest that people always trying to pull with specs, this spec that.
Hey,
Let's
look
make a
though,
video
but
game.
you gotta remember now that the as you said, that measuring contest, good old boy Nintendo started that off.
Okay, you said it started it off. I'll ask you, just to be facetious, why?
You asked me, look, you saw how Atari looked, didn't you? When Nintendo came out, why didn't they make their system look like Atari?
Because they needed a new what do you mean? It was never Nintendo sold their console as a toy. They never sold it as a gaming console.
No, see, I ain't saying that. I'm saying,
Okay.
why didn't they make their games look like Atari games?
Talk about the graphics.
Because the processors were more advanced than that. Why?
No, it's just no. That ain't the point though. See, they wanted to make something that looked better and sound better to get people on board, and they knew that it would work. Look, why would they move from Nintendo to Super Nintendo? I mean, who was really to compete with them at the time besides
Genesis? Yeah, Genesis.
Right, but I mean, why didn't they just stick with Nintendo? Or the NES? I mean, they had a shitload of games on it, a lot of games.
Yeah.
Why jump over to Super Nintendo when you can just stay with Nintendo?
Okay, then why? If that's the case, then there should not be a PlayStation 5 then.
I mean, it don't matter. I mean, like, why jump on stuff if what you got going is working, right? And you making good with it. Why jump on to another to make it look better instead of just making it look the way it looked?
It's because we are humans and we always try. The new shiny thing always keeps us entertained.
And that's also that big part of addiction too. I mean, you can't get enough sometimes. And that's why I said when Nintendo came out, they could have brought a console out that was just like Atari, that just had more developers making games for it. But see, they knew that wouldn't work. They had to bring something that looked better. Because why would somebody buy
better? Technically speaking, if they wanted, they should have bring the Final Comment over to look better. The original, the person, if you ever seen the thing when they said, hey, the guy who designed the NES, they said they just wanted to look for it when it came to Americans. They said, hey, let's just make it as a toy and make it look like a VCR card. We didn't want to compete with anything else. We just
talking about the games, not the unit.
Yeah, I'm talking about the game.
Okay. Again, you had a better processor. Okay. All right.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They Nintendo, they when they came along, they made the better thing. They started it, and that's why it's been sprawling. That's why it's been going on up to this point.
That's before my time. Who was the Nintendo with the NES have commercials talking about the graphics of the system and all that stuff and bragging about it?
Hell yeah!
At the end, yes. Not at the beginning. Again, they were pushing it as a toy. They wasn't pushing it as a video game console.
They was pushing it in the stores. I remember when I was a kid, man.
As a toy. Again, as a toy.
Look, when we went and got them games, and I remember when I was a kid, they always said, yeah, man, this has the latest cutting edge graphics. It's 3D. It's coming out your TV. You don't remember all that stuff? They were saying how great the graphics were.
I remember the graphics. They said that when they started the whole Nintendo Power, that was the name of when they started doing that. But at the beginning, all the commercials I saw, and even you could go to YouTube and look at them up, they were like, hey, play with your friend, Rob the Robot. And he was playing Gyroscope, this simple little game. And this is the newest toy. That's all it was pushing at that first 1.5 year, maybe 2 years. After that, they got this sold on, everybody's buying it. And like, oh, Nintendo Power. Now you're playing with Nintendo Power. That's where I saw all the Power stuff came from at that point.
So let me ask you, man, do you think Nintendo started this whole graphics thing?
The graphics, if I have to say, to talk straight you know what? I just stated it. No. If I just stated it, so I'm not gonna go back on my word. At the end of it, they saw that their thing is selling. They did. I don't think they started it because if you think about it, it went all the way back before even us was born with the whole Magnavox and then Atari.
I'm talking about the main the console that Nintendo. See, when they got that shit in the black neighborhood, they won't admit it. But the reason that they got big was because of black people. they didn't get where they was because anybody else but black people. When they bought
Whoa,
that thing,
whoa. Hold up.
when they
What?
bought that thing look, I know from where I'm from. When they bought that thing to the black people,
Okay,
that's
here's
how they
what I'm
blew
gonna
up.
say. Here's what I'm gonna say to you, because I being from different, being that I'm not in, I'm outside America, and Southern Americans look at certain things a certain way. I'll say this to you: Black people in America are a certain amount of population. To not even certain amount, we're 30% of the population in America. And I'm gonna basically, no, I do know the buying power of Black America. I do know that. But as a company coming from a different country, for me doing the same thing too for my company, I wouldn't put myself on it. And most of the sales, and you could check some of the charts of seeing what sold with the. Well, yeah, I forget you guys don't get MPD numbers. Sorry. And then of course IGN and them don't break the freaking MPD numbers out. Majority of people who bought stuff was basically regular white people. It just was. I understand in your situation being that you're around where you was, but I cannot compute what was around my situation to say that was that's why when you said that Nintendo fans were this and that, and I said, yeah, you know what, the Nintendo fans in my neighborhood wasn't like that, but I agree with you. I don't extrapolate what my experience for the whole country was. I can't do that.
Look.
That's not the truth.
You can say however you like. I mean, that's cool. but all I'm gonna say is on my side, the black people were not really that judgmental about what they brought, and they weren't really the type that would be like, "Well, I ain't buying this." If something was hype or in, black people was buying it. They ain't really care what was what. If it was in, they was buying it. And when that thing got popular, and the kids all wanted it, they was getting it. But most of the white kids, they were very judgmental about a lot of stuff. And when it came time day, man, look, they stopped buying quick. But them black people, they was buying that thing up. And then look, you ain't got to believe me. I'm just telling you. They bought that Nintendo big. They blew it up.
I never said, Grim is right, you double talk. Did you hear me said that I don't believe you? I'm saying I can't extrapolate what you did to the general public. What you did, what you're saying is correct. I can't disagree with you on that. But you cannot extrapolate to the general public that. You just can't. I can't extrapolate what happened in my little neighborhood to the general, because I never grew up with the whole console war fighting stuff. But according to you and other people, it happened. Okay. But I can't say that what happened in my neighborhood was the not outstep. Shit, you know what I mean? We was just not following what everybody else do. We didn't care about the console. Even when PlayStation came in, I never heard nothing about this console stuff, fighting wars, whatever, until the second half of the sixth generation. And that's when I started working in gaming, in the gaming industry, when I just got my first little footprints and try to see what I could do to make money in the gaming industry. So again, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just can't extrapolate what you had up into that. Not saying a lot about people didn't buy Nintendo, and Grim cracked the joke. He's saying that around his neighborhood. Not saying that a lot of people who bought Nintendo was because it was cheap. Not denying that either. But
I tell you one
thing. When I go to all these, as a guy who goes to these conventions, not a convention like as a fan or nothing. Like I have to go. Like when I went to what was it? It was in Seattle, Washington, because we had to go to Nintendo for a meeting. And I took my sister with me, and we went to. They had that's where I get to meet Koji Kondo and all those guys. They had a performance with the Zelda thing, but it was free, so we went there. We enjoyed it. There were barely any black people in there, but again, that's Seattle, Washington. That's not a lot of people, black people. Maybe it was Atlanta, Georgia. Maybe it'd be a little bit different. But that's what I said. I can't extrapolate because of that, because of where it is. But I saw a lot more white people than there was us.
Yeah, the fanatics. And people who go to conventions and stuff like that, they not like your average person. They like people who really into it. But see that's not a big majority neither. I'm talking about the people out here who don't really care about Nintendo. They just buying it because.
Here's the thing though. Okay, I'm a music. Like I said, my company does music and everything else. Just like that. Majority of people who buy hip hop music is white people. It's not black.
I mean, I ain't gonna doubt you on that.
And that's all I'm saying. Like as I'm just when I'm extrapolating now, I'm talking about just as this, because if that was the case, look, you said 1 million in music or in game is a big thing, but there are 370 million people in America right now. You telling me less than 1%? You're making profit off of less than 1%?
Shit, you know how big that 1% is?
No. I got you. That's what my point is saying that. But as a business, you're using that model, and you have, okay, say that that 1 million was which is not. But just let's say that 1 million is, you need to sell 1 million to make a lot of money. Just let's say that's the thing that make you feel happy as a seller. You have, let's say there's about, taking away kids and elderly parents. Man, I ain't gonna say elderly because some elderly did bought games, so I can't say that. Let's take away the 70 million and say there's about 300 million U.S. adults in the United States. Then that's still as a business. For me, I can't do that as a business, even though I don't make nowhere close to. If I sell $1 million in my album sales, I'm happy, but a big company is Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft, and Microsoft is learning that the hard way financially. That's crazy to base your whole thing on that little 1%. And if that's the case, where they're going to be doing less than 1%, I should say, and to say that they're doing that.
You look, man. Look, I'm gonna have to explain to you how this all works, man. Because look, look. I'm serious. This might take a little time, right, to think about it. You're a Japanese company. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. No, America does give Japan some favors. They even give like Japanese people more favor than their own people sometimes. I will admit that. But look, if you're a Japanese company and you coming in, right, you got Atari and all that shit, which they said was dying, or however the bullshit they want to put there, right? Mm-hmm. But you want to get your console popular in the US, right? You come in and you see this small demographic of people that they aren't pushing the consoles to like that. And they don't really put it in their areas that often, because I'm not gonna lie, the Atari was not really that big in the black areas at that time. It was there, but it wasn't really there like when Nintendo came. So if you're Nintendo and you coming in and you're looking, wait a minute, this small demographic of people, which is a lot of people, and at that time, the games didn't cost them that much to make as it do now. I mean, you can have a team of about fucking 6 people. And you made a game on a Nintendo. So you're selling this game at like about 50, 60, 70 bucks on a Nintendo system. So you're like, every person that come in, we at least getting like 50, 60 bucks. So this little small demographic of people, which may seem small, if I come in that my shit don't cost a lot of money to make, and I can push it to that small demographic, I can get a shitload of money from them. And when I get that shitload of money from them, then I can build my empire. And that's how they did it.
Okay. I see differently from you in some cases, because I wouldn't say the black people was that, but that's what I want to separate.
Under Nintendo, if you look closely, you'll see that they still be pushing stuff to the black people. See, if you just look on the cover, you ain't gonna really see it. But when you look deep down, even the anime and all that stuff, you'll see that they go after black people a lot.
So, Keys, is that why the new character in Arms, it looks like a black woman, the new Squid is black?
Somehow I knew you guys were going to go for that.
Wait. The new Squid in what?
Isn't there the Squid girl in Splatoon 2? I don't think she was in the first one. She looked dark skin or something.
Oh, yeah. Maria.
No, Octoling.
But you mean Maria?
Yeah.
I mean, there were black characters in the first one. But people made
audience players.
Yeah.
Look, and right now, black people getting to the point where they start saying, hey man, we want more people like us in there. So look, when they get desperate and they know they can't push what they normally push, you're gonna see them start trying to get black people even more. So it's gonna get even worse. And then look, the cat's gonna come out the bag. They've been using these black people all this time to get on the top.
You know what? If that's the case, then if that's gonna show the stupidity of certain people, let them go ahead and do that.
Look at Marvel. Look at Marvel. Marvel did it too. When Marvel was getting money from them black people, they know they was. and see, like right now, they hurting because they've been doing what they've been doing, so they need to go back to the root. That's what, they're review. Yeah, that's why right now they're pushing a whole lot of black stuff with Marvel because they gotta get them black people happy. I'm telling you.
Kiski, is that the reason why we've got Miles Morales?
That's right. That's right. And look, even though Miles Morales ain't black, look, black people think he black. They look. I'm telling you. Look.
And that's why this is that. You know what? Americans are weird. I'm not even going to that kettle teapot right there. I'll leave it alone.
It's the magic of black people is that black people, their heritage is kind of different. So they don't really pick over who to buy from as in cultures all the time. They'll just buy whatever. They're not that judgmental about it. That's why a lot of these companies get to where they are. Because see, some people would be like, well, then if that person ain't from, that company ain't from my region, I ain't going to buy from them like that. It's like you got a Korean person coming to a black neighborhood, right? They can sell to them. But normally, if the black people went into the Korean neighborhood, it don't work and vice versa. See, black people are always the ones that's inviting. So when they come in, of course they can sell to black people. And that's how they start their empires. I'm telling you.
Yeah, because you know what? I don't want to bring that stuff to this channel. This is supposed to be.
Hey, hold on a second. Wait a minute.
I do not want to bring that to this channel, but go ahead, time out.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out what shops Nintendo had on my block.
You don't know about Toys R Us?
They had everybody in Toys R Us though.
I was gonna say that too, but
you don't know about KB Toys?
They had everybody in KB Toys.
That Genesis in there too.
Look,
and Atari, you still had Atari selling at that point back then too.
Look. How did the black people learn about this?
Advertisement.
I would think advertisement like everybody sees.
Look, I'm telling y'all.
Wait a minute now. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out when I was a little kid, I went in my diapers. I was past my diaper time. So in my little pull-ups, I guess. I don't recall. Actually, I wasn't even in the States at the time when I got my first Nintendo. I don't remember anything about them targeting black people.
Look,
I don't know. They did that track and field. Maybe that's what it was.
Look, if you're in the black neighborhood, right, and stores that wasn't there before, all of a sudden it's showing up. I mean, if you're in a neighborhood that's like a predominantly black, but all of a sudden you get a Kmart. You heard of Kmart before, I'm sure, right? And then this Kmart is selling stuff that, you know what I'm saying, black people didn't normally have access to. And like even like certain black neighborhoods start getting Sears in the 80s and JC Penney's and all that type of shit. Like that stuff wasn't in black neighborhoods like that at first. But
no, they weren't. But
in the 80s,
that's Target. That's
okay. Here's the thing though. If they weren't there, okay, don't double talk me, Keys. Listen to what I'm saying.
You in this double talk.
Because you do. You really do.
You call it what you like.
Okay. Okay, listen to me carefully. It's on Pacific. You just said there wasn't Sears. There wasn't Kmart coming to the black neighborhoods, right? That's what you just said.
That's right.
Okay. So before that, there was where were they? At the white neighborhoods, wasn't there? Because they had to build something up. Okay. So you telling me back then when they came to the black neighborhoods, now again, different demographics gonna sell. I understand that. I ain't stupid in that regard. But something as like right now, we know Walmart. I can extrapolate from now to then, because even Woolworth, I could say that too. Maybe because I travel around as who I am, but I saw the same advertisement in white neighborhoods as I saw in the black neighborhoods.
I ain't saying the advertisements wasn't there. I'm just saying.
So my point was saying if there are less of a percentage there's a certain percentage of people, 30% in America, and black people are in certain pockets. They're not all over the freaking places of this state of the United States. But the places where Kmart and Woolworth and all those stuff was over, and they had the same advertisement that it was just those set of people that saved the company.
I'm just telling you that targeting the black people. And I also asked you, you know about Rob the Robot? What's that damn thing? Rob the Robot nonsense shit.
It was a toy, yes. It was sold in it was sold first. It was sold first in New York, not in no black
neighborhoods. They ain't sell that damn robot. They only sold that robot in most of the other neighborhoods. They ain't sold that robot because they know black people weren't gonna buy it.
Okie dokie. All right.
I'm telling you.
Again, here's what I'm trying to say. I'm not arguing that what your experience was. I can't prove you wrong, and I can't say it wrong. I'm not arguing what your experience was. If I go experience to experience, then we'll be arguing. Not even arguing. We'll be talking for hours. Because my experience was different from your experience. But I'm just stating. I'm not arguing that what you're saying is totally de facto whatever. You're extrapolating something to the whole country. I just told you I can't extrapolate what happened in my neighborhood to the whole country. That's what we can't do. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just can't extrapolate small factor to big to the world when I know there's only a certain percentage of black people in America compared to the rest of white people. Hell, even Mexicans, half of them came over illegally and whatever. They outdid this. Even Japanese is growing is basically. Is not in Japanese. Asian people are getting more kids than us because black people are doing stuff. I'm not going to get into it on my child because this is not that kind of child to do that. Yeah. But my point is still saying that it can't. That's why I broke it down with the whole million and everything like that. Like to extrapolate that when I know for sure going to other neighborhoods when I came to America and I went to the white neighborhoods, I saw the same advertisement again. And Rob the Robot was selling in New York stores. All the white people could touch to really at the beginning when the first coming. You go look at the old commercials. You can even go to documentaries of the old stuff where Nintendo sold it in certain stores only in New York first, and it wasn't for black people. But
the first beginning is the hype. There is always a hype in the beginning.
Yeah. And they sold it, and people liked it. Now,
but what's gonna keep them going is the question.
Good games. Here's the thing.
Good games, man.
Look. I've been hearing people say that on this darn YouTube for so long, man. Good games is not the reason why these games have made it thus far. It's not good games.
Okay, what it is in your opinion?
It's just giving them something to play. That's it. It don't matter how good it is, how good something is based upon the people themselves, whoever is playing it. It ain't got nothing to do with it being good. It's just giving them something.
Whoa, okay. I don't know about that. I'm not playing the game I don't like.
Wait,
exactly.
I want to say something to Kasky. That point, if you're saying that means it doesn't matter if the game is bad. So by that definition, the Atari debacle, the gaming crash of '83 shouldn't even happen.
See, that's how they got you. That's what they make you believe is about some graphics. That wasn't the reason that
we didn't say graphics. We never said graphics.
You said good games. Good games don't equate to just graphics.
We never said graphics. Yeah, we didn't say graphics. So
I mean,
go ahead.
To chime in, the only reason I'm chiming in is because me and Keith has had conversations about this thing a lot, and I'm detecting there's some misunderstanding. I think what he's saying is, I'm not thinking we had this conversation plenty of times before. He's saying because a good game doesn't truly exist, nor does a bad game, because it's all subjective, right?
Okay, I agree with you with that.
I agree with that.
To say, well, it's the good game. He's saying what really, and I guess it is true to an extent, because if you normally look at the most successful consoles, right, they were normally the consoles that had, whether you think the games are bad, they had the majority of the games. The Wii was most successful. The Wii had more games than 360 and PS3, right? The PS2, didn't the NES have more games than other platforms?
Hell yeah.
The Game Boy.
The Game Boy, yes.
I don't remember who I'm not familiar. Who sold more, the Super Nintendo or the Genesis? Some people say it was the Super Nintendo.
That shit was kind of tied up. There ain't no way you can really.
It was close, but Nintendo did so. If you go by sales of if you talk about games, right? Sales of games.
Well, I just put it to you like this: from y'all memory, would you say they were pretty close in the list of games they had?
Okay, I'll say that. Yes.
Well, I think Genesis had more because Genesis was not as complicated as Super Nintendo was, so they could kick out more games.
Oh,
So, I
it
mean,
was
whichever
complicated. You're right, but it made some games to play. But go ahead. Sorry, Grim. Go ahead.
Whichever way it was, if we
Yeah.
just look at the majority of generations, normally the system that even now the PS4, when you talk about consoles alone, I mean, if you want to include the PC, then that, I mean, it gets a little tricky. But if you talk about consoles alone, PS4, I think has more games than any other. No, I ain't no thing. They have more games. The 3DS, even though you might as well say the Vita don't even exist, even though I got it and I like the Vita.
Me
The
too.
3DS has more games.
Yeah.
See, the thing is that as long as you have more games to offer, regardless, like you can we've all played a game that I'm pretty sure we all played a game that we love and everybody in the world hates. We played a game that we hate and everybody in the world loves.
I just talked about that. You know, I just talked about that. But go ahead.
So if I'm getting it right, Keys, right? What you're saying is it's not really about if it's good or not. It's as long as you make sure people have something to play and you keep them entertained. Because really, to be honest, a bad game keeps people entertained. Then that normally will equal the success. I guess is what you're trying to say.
That's right,
Okay.
and that's why right now the mobile stuff. That's why it's the best you can do, because in the mobile market you can get a whole shitload of games, and I mean it's a lot there. Problem with a lot of stuff right now, they don't have a lot. When you don't have a lot, that's when problems start.
But here's what I have to say about that, just for a counter, not saying it's right or not. I think it has to do more with certain features and certain other things that they offer besides gaming. Right, some consoles sold more than others. Like, I don't think nobody would be buying cell phones if they couldn't do things like that a cell phone's supposed to do. Hence, they wouldn't be playing the game. They wouldn't be buying the cell phone to play games. They're buying it mainly for what it's meant for, plus other things. Gaming is just a side factor.
Well, that's a
Let's be
difference
honest.
because that's not a game.
But yeah, but since you mentioned cell phones, I'm throwing that in the mix.
But see, that goes
also-
more to the point of giving people something to do. I mean,
Well, also-
even something that you don't consider to be a game to a lot of people is. And if you give them a lot to do, whether it be games or something else, I mean, on anything, then you win.
But that's what I'm saying though. So that could take out the fact that more games makes a console sell more. Because if you also look at certain things like PS2, what it had, and PS3, PS4, what they had, Xbox, Nintendo systems, what they had. Well, Nintendo NES was pretty much its only competition. It had a competition, but let's be honest, it was just Nintendo really. NES or Super Nintendo, you had the Genesis start coming up and stuff. Had more competition.
Kicking their ass. That Genesis was kicking their ass. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but me, I was a Sega guy. I didn't care about Nintendo. I was a Sega guy.
You
I
know.
didn't care about Nintendo. I was all Sega.
Yeah. Again.
But
Yeah, we're not arguing
regardless
that.
of that, I'm Nintendo now. But regardless of that,
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
hold up, no, hold on. Let me finish.
Back on the block.
Let me finish.
How the hell you convert the Nintendo fan after all the greatness of the Genesis?
It ain't
Because
that I
when
hate
Genesis
Nintendo.
did it,
Wait. See, the thing is though, it's not that I hated Nintendo. I just like Sega better at the time. I like Nintendo too, but I like Sega more at the time.
So how you
But
like
as
Nintendo
time-
now? After Nintendo, then I don't know, man. Made Mario fall flat on his ass. How
Well,
you
I
like
wasn't a
Nintendo
big
now?
Mario guy. I mean, I was more. I just like the games, other games Nintendo had. I like especially with the 64. I think that's what really got me with the 64. Then it's straight on to the
64.
GameCube.
Hey, hold on. I just want to say that I've been saying this on my channel. It's something about that damn 64. Look.
I'm opposite to that, but I get what you're saying. I'm GameCube when it came to that. But go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this, right? 64 had
I know what you're saying.
It had 3 games.
It did. So it's
It had 3 games.
I had a couple.
I'll tell you the game that got me a lot with
Two-
Jet Force Gemini. Was that 64? Yeah,
That was
That's
64.
that's
That was
it for-
on 64.
yeah. Jet Force Gemini. That was my game.
I'm gonna tell you,
Okay.
everybody I knew that had a 64, it was 3 games. Well, it was normally 2,
And
but
2,
sometimes
okay.
3. They had the 2 Zelda games and they had Mario 64.
Look, if somebody just
And maybe
Okay,
Smash.
wait. Okay, and you're saying that from what, your experience or what you see?
No, I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that this right.
Mhm.
Hold on, I gotta tell the back. A lot of people I talk to,
Yes.
oh, you guys, generation and stuff. I'm a little younger in my early 20s. You guys are older than me.
Mhm.
They say the 64 got them back in the game, which would mean they were probably a teenager around this time, right? So something happened where they didn't want to play games. I don't know. Something life happened or whatever. That's strange because the 64,
Shit.
although had like Mario 64, Overtime, all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
the PlayStation had a lot of games. It had, it had its big hits too.
Yeah.
And it was just, that's why I always say, I think that's where the creation of this certain type of Nintendo fan that say, I don't need nothing but Nintendo stuff, because that was the first system that really, it was just there's other stuff there, but it was really just their stuff.
Their stuff. Okay. And
that's why I was saying, like, it's something about that 64. That's why people like really like come diehard Nintendo fan. It was something about that system. I like the 3 games.
For what is when Nintendo gave up. When the 64, they gave up the fight. And I guarantee you that's why they ain't want to fight Sony. They just said, well, we just stick in our own block and we just keep doing this until we retire.
I ain't gonna argue against that because that's what Yamaguchi thought. So okay.
That's good, man. I ain't believe it when my wife told me it either, but I think it's true. I think once Sega, the whole thing was done with Sega and Nintendo, and Sony came, they didn't want to fight with Sony because they knew they couldn't win it. So they just said, "Fuck it, we'll just." I don't think you just said right there.
I see, like
they went back to the Lords and said, "Let's do what got us in the first place." I don't go the way what you just said. They don't want to fight Sony.
That ain't what made them where they was in the first place, because in the first place, now all the games that made them popular was not Nintendo games. All the games
hold on.
You look back and you can tell, and
what
games that made them popular was not Nintendo games.
Okay, you see something way different than I ever seen it, so I can't even argue with you with that one.
Help me out with that.
Well, I throw you one, right?
Yes.
What game sold the Game Boy?
Tetris.
Although I think that had to be published by Nintendo. That one made by them.
Sure. No, it was no. I said no. You said Game Boy. You go in Pacific, so I was
talking about Nintendo in general. When I'm talking about it,
you just said Game Boy, Grim. You just said Game Boy, so I told you the truth.
Yeah.
Stick to the main Nintendo, right?
Well, the Nintendo, Nintendo games were popular.
Yeah,
but it's like sometimes people do forget that they like playing Ninja Gaiden,
right?
Tecmo Bowl and all that. It does come across
nothing.
Like that.
Here's the thing, though. You're
Name
right.
Your favorite games. Name your favorite games, and we gonna snip that in the bud right now. Name your favorite games on Nintendo.
Cable, however you say it.
Did they also Mario? You could look at it. We could, even though I'm not.
Same thing. Oh, I mean, damn. The NES. NES.
Super Nintendo. Because they're saying it for the Super Nintendo. Majority of Nintendo's games. The reason why you said this reason I disagree with what you said, Keys, is because majority of Nintendo games sell on their systems. No third party has outsold their games.
No. See, that ain't what I'm talking about, man.
Okay, see, that's what. This is why I say it's the double talk. You just stated just a while ago.
Well, let me double talk on you. Let me ask you this question. What's your favorite NES games?
My favorite NES game?
Well, yeah, favorite NES games.
Games. Okay. The favorite NES game I have that have the most memory was Mario 1, Mario 3. I also played Double Dribble, which was not made by Nintendo. Love that game. Metroid. Can't forget that because I went back to play that one from playing on the Game Boy. I just named 3 was the top. Including Metroid, if I had to be honest, Super Mario Bros. 3 and Metroid would be the top 2 games I would put on my NES.
You ain't finished, did you?
You really want me to go through all the games I bought for for the NES?
Games on the NES that you like. That's your favorite NES games.
Man, you know how long ago that was.
What he basically was saying is this, right? Okay, let's just give a ballpark, suggestion. Would you say that the majority of games that you like are not Nintendo games that were on the NES? That's
on the NES. Okay, yes. If you want to say that a majority that I like were not more than State it one more time, Grim, because again, I want to make sure.
We divide them up, in a section, right? You got your Nintendo made games over here. You got your everything that's not made by Nintendo. Okay. If you're talking about the games that you enjoyed and whatever, which one would be more? Would it be more the Nintendo made or the non-Nintendo made stuff?
Okay, it will be more of the Nintendo made game, more the non-Nintendo games. If I have to be honest, yes.
Okay, that's what he basically saying.
Okay, but wait. Let me ask this question then. But if I have to say my favorite one, the ones I play more than the others, will be the smaller pile. Would that not be factored in?
Oh, man.
Grim, I'm just asking.
Oh, I don't. I mean, look, I'm just trying to help explain his statements. You ask.
Let me go on and say mine.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I don't remember any of the names of some of these games. I just remember playing them. I was little. I don't remember the names. I remember they were fun. I know I played.
You were
Metroid.
younger than us.
I like the Metroid. I like the some of the Mario games. I don't know which ones. I just know I like them. Track and Field. I like that.
There you go. That's one.
Battletoads. I like that.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Cable. This game called Cable. I can't remember how you say it. It was a shooting game. Like a scroller. You shooting. I can't remember, but that.
I think it was
Bayo Bill. Was Bayo Billy on that?
Bio Billy. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
that's my boy right there. Can't mess with the
There you
Bayou Billy.
You're stupid.
I can't remember. All the other games I forgot. I can't remember. But yeah.
But I'm just okay. So I just explained just after Grim just said he's trying to help you out, Keys, and I just explained, like you said, I'll go with what you just said. I said yes, more than non-Nintendo games would be a bigger pile than the Nintendo games. But I played more than Nintendo games more over than I played the smaller pile, the bigger pile.
Look. You got the goddamn Ninja Turtles, Crystalis, Final Fantasy at the time, Ninja Gaiden. You get what I'm saying? You go to hell, Grim. All of
But guess what though? Guess what though?
The Mega Mans, the Castlevania.
Okay.
Guess what made all those
The
possible?
Nintendo games, but yes.
More games.
Yeah, it was that. But here's the thing, though. But like you said, Keys, you're right. There were those games, and you listed out more games that you're right. I played those. I didn't own all of them. I went to freaking Blockbuster and rented those sons of
How many Marios was there? 3. How many Mega Mans was there? Like, was it like 6 or 7 on Nintendo?
It was.
How many Metroids was it? 1. How many Zeldas was it? 2. How many guys during Castlevania at least had 3? They had a shitload of games they were putting on that. And Capcom alone, oh my God, Strider. I mean, are we forgetting all these damn games that they make? Yo, Nintendo was banging.
Recently was saying F Capcom. I was like, I said, look at all them games they put on that Super Nintendo Mini.
Fuck yeah. Yo, Capcom did a lot.
You're gonna ask him.
Nintendo wouldn't be where they are today if Nintendo wasn't collecting that money from all them different companies at that time. And
also, Nintendo didn't keep them in check. You're right.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold. Wait a minute.
They kept them in check now. They kept them in check.
There's a discussion I would like to talk about though, if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead.
Like I said, like we all know that this stems from like the fanboyism and stuff, but this is that I do not understand.
Yeah, early in the morning.
Go ahead. The Nintendo. There are certain Nintendo guys that like they love to talk about, and they feel good about the dominance of Nintendo in the NES era. And that to me,
oh my gosh!
And they wish it to be back, and that's strange.
Which is stupid. Like, no. The way that's because they want Triple M talked about that when they double talk themselves in a way. They said Nintendo was great when they did this, but they don't want them to be. But back then they were controlling what software they put on their consoles. So it's kind of weird for a third party saying that. I was like, well, you wanted the freedom to do what you want, but then you like when they were controlling you. So which one is it?
Hey,
that's stupid to me.
Well, it makes people believe that. I agree. Nintendo did have their seal of quality nonsense bullshit. They did. But they let so much shit on that damn system, whether the games were good or bad. We had a shitload of stuff to play. And being a kid at that time, you did not care if the game was fucking one level. You was playing it. Now, as you got older, it might have got kind of shaky because you got a little bit more complicated as you got older. But as a kid, you didn't give a shit. Nintendo provided all them games, and everybody had a good-ass fucking time. It only became a problem when Nintendo lost.
And I think that's the biggest problem with the industry and the whole, because I'm going to tell you a game that made me want to have the PS4, and I finally got around to getting it, that damn Knack. And I'm looking at you like, oh, this is a game that will be for everybody. Anybody could play it, but it also like something young. Man, that game is not for children. That thing is hard. It's
I can't argue with that. I never played the game. I never played Knack, and if that's what pushed you to buy it, that's cool. But again, I'm not. But if that's the course of what we are talking about, is just what Key's just saying, then nothing. that was a Sony game, not a third-party game that made it was supposed to be.
No, I was just saying, like, I think that's why the industry is a little bit messed up now. Is because I noticed they don't really. I remember when I was a kid, they used to have a bunch of games based off of TV shows. I know we got the Cars movie got a game, right? But that used to be in abundance. That don't happen no more.
It was because people didn't care. They were more into advertising more than doing all the licenses and everything now. But now it's a whole stupid thing with lawyers and everything. And I could tell you that from experience. Is the lawyers again? I want to mess up my IP and I don't want to mess up my intellectual property. And again, Nintendo went through that too. And remember, I told you how they did with the CD Zelda games. They got it. They went to that one like, oh shit, we can't whatever. Because back then, you're right. They used to, one of the games on Genesis I used to love was Cool Spot, the 7-Up game. Love that little platform game. That was a cool ass game in Genesis. And then you had what? Cheetah. You had Chester Cheetah had a couple games on Super Nintendo and Genesis. You had the Noid had some. Yeah, they didn't care.
And them type of quirky games on the consoles we got today. How many of them do we got?
None. We don't got none now. They don't do licensed games like that like before. No.
Grim.
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the whole Knack thing. I really didn't care for Knack. I was basically indifferent about it, but I actually thought, hey, this is a platform that Sony finally have. So, okay, we got more platforming games on the market. There was one thing. There was one thing that really hate me about the whole Knack thing.
It was garbage.
Because someone got to say that Knack is a Mario killer.
We need to stop that too.
They say they do that all the time. They do that all the time. Killzone was the Halo killer.
We need to stop that stupid.
The Resistance became the Halo killer. They ain't do nothing but kill themselves.
Everything Sony make is a killer of somebody else's mascot or something.
Let's not. I don't care if it's on the Nintendo side. Let's stop the whole. That's why I said this. That's exactly why I said at the beginning of this video and many videos. Stop the dick measuring contest. This is not a killer forever. Whatever the game comes out, let's just enjoy the game for what it is. I don't care what it is. I would get Horizon Zero Dawn. I played it, and I would get Horizon Zero Dawn when I get my PlayStation. But stop. Oh, it's the Zelda killer. No, it's not. It's two
There's
different
only been
things.
one Zelda killer, and it's Okami.
It didn't sell to kill it, but it was a good game.
I'm talking about the quality of the game.
No, the quality of the game was good. No, I just said that. It didn't sell to kill it, but it was a good game. Too bad that it didn't sell on the original platform it was supposed to be. Again, it was supposed to be. It should have been a GameCube game, but Capcom did what it did, put it on the PlayStation 2, didn't sell, which is sad.
Going back to the Nintendo dominance thing, like it's kind of, I think of it like, sometimes there's people that's really proud of their country, so they may celebrate victories won. But I can understand it because this is your country and you live here, right?
And that's look.
But the company thing,
look, the company thing is because we right now in this time we're in right now, we don't have any. And I've stated this on a radio show. People now, they don't have something a good hobby, and I'm not talking about giving yourself like some good hobby that could do sports, whatever, or religion or whatever. We basically are attaching our personalities to something, and that's why it's getting all crazy. You said in your video you don't understand the whole SJW and all that stuff, because that's what people live and breathe by, because that's the thing that validates their existence in this world, and that's what and that's what they're doing with Nintendo. These crazy Nintendo fans you're talking about, they validate themselves. I'm a Nintendo fan, blah blah, this and this. I can tell you the truth right now. I have 2-3 shirts in my whole closet that's Nintendo, that has anything that's Nintendo thing on it. I got more games, and maybe have more games than anything. Peripheral when it comes to games, and even Metroid. I don't have no Metroid hat, cheese. I have games. I have games, and whatever came with the game is a bonus. Like I'm running the Samus game that's coming out right now. I'm gonna get a CD with it. Now, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't do that stuff. But again, I know there are people out there that do that.
You don't got the Louis Samus spandex?
Man, you out to your daggone mind, man.
Oh God!
I got better things to do with my money than that. Okay.
I got these nice Sonic socks. They were like $4 though. So
no, okay. But my point is that's what's going on now. We are basically validating ourselves by saying to the company. So if Sony is the only thing that made you, I've heard Sony guys and Sony guys said, man, Sony got me through, just like you said what the Nintendo did with Nintendo 64. Sony guys say, hey, man, the PlayStation got me through tough times and whatever, and that's why I'm a PlayStation fan. You know what? That's good for you, but you're validating yourself through the Sony. Okay, well, whatever.
Here's the thing, Liga. The thing that you just said that that they got themselves out from a tough time.
Mm-hmm.
I am one of those persons. I completely understand.
I did not. Go ahead.
You in the ghetto?
What?
No, we're not ghetto. We're not from the
No,
ghetto.
not ghetto.
Oh, I mean, cause I mean, in the ghetto, yeah, cause you know, there's a lot of shit going on, and you ain't want to get caught up in some crazy drugs, no dumb shit. And I mean, I know definitely. So by playing those games, that gave you something to do. So you
That's
ain't
true.
outside just standing around with the wild motherfuckers. You get into the wild shit. I agree with that though.
Here's
But
the
you
thing,
gotta
though.
be in like a ghetto though. I mean,
No, I'll let Triple M finish, but you're right. I understand what you just said, and that is true. Me, like when I moved to semi-America, which was St. Thomas, my mom found a house. My mom found a house above the ghetto. Thank goodness, we wasn't nowhere close to the ghetto, and she put me through private school. But I walked through the ghetto, and I saw that life. I'm like, nope, I'm happy I'm not around it. So I'm a different black person than most people. So I didn't got that ghetto life in me. And Triple, I would say the same thing too, because we island boys. He's from a Caribbean island. I'm from a Caribbean island. So we don't live that life. But we live in countries that are predominantly black.
So y'all not like y'all was born in another place, something?
We never born. Yeah, we're not born in America.
Oh yeah, that might be a little bit different. See, over here, I was born in the ghetto and raised in the ghetto.
Okay, and that's what. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that keys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When I say extrapolate, that's what I'm saying. In the neighborhoods when I was in America, I wasn't in the ghetto, and I saw those stuff. That's why I was trying to say that when I was saying that, I was not proving that you were wrong because you saw that in the ghetto as well. Nothing wrong with it. I was just saying outside of it, we saw the same companies selling the same thing as you guys sell there. Now there are companies that do sell specifically to the ghetto. I'm not even gonna deny that because I've seen it. But in the case of you talking about we talking about video games, they was trying to sell it to anybody that would buy it. That's why when Timer came out, he was like, well, Target, yeah. I go to Target, I saw Sega and I saw Nintendo. I saw Sega, I saw Atari, I saw Jaguar. I saw the Link system, and I was like, I played around with it. I was like, this battery thing sucks. The Game Gear, the battery life. My friend bought it. I said it was pretty good because I love Street Range 2 on the Game Gear, and Sonic Triple Deluxe, Triple Threat, and all the other stuff. But that battery life was just that hurt back then. And even though I wasn't in the ghetto, we wasn't that rich either, coming from a poor country. So we didn't go spend all that money on batteries that thing used to soak up. So go ahead, Triple. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Triple.
No, it's okay. So yeah, getting back to that, that type of mentality. Yeah, I understand because I was in those type of situations. But now here's the thing that even makes me facepalm. It's like this mentality of you take the bullet for someone, and I'm like, okay, I can get that context, but taking a bullet for a company, no, that's going too far.
But again, why would let's go beyond like just as a company? But then why would you believe into something as we saw as you know with some of these social justice warriors? Why they can't, even though they've been proven, even though the people who told them that some of this stuff is crap, they just validate themselves, and that's why they keep on going. There are Nintendo fans who are blindly blinded to Nintendo stuff. I'm not gonna deny that, and that's why I said. Dreamer told me so many times. That's why when he said, that's why just before you came on, we're going with the whole Pacific because we know there's some gamer. He called a real gamer, and like I know when he says that when he sees the videos. That's why he explained it, and I was like, okay, yeah, and I know why he certain things. But again, there are people who are blind with this. A lot of like Sony guys who blinding and stuff like that too. Hell,
I put it to you like this, right? When it comes to like some of the people I've addressed, like at the Game of Life, Mizzy T and Nintendo fans like that. When I See, people take stuff I say and they think I'm being rude. I mean, it's not. I just can't comprehend because I'm not the same way. But I know through talking to these people, asking them, "Yo, you're an intelligent person, and the stuff you're saying contradicts other stuff you do, right?" And when I get the whole, well, I'm in the moment and everybody is saying this and stuff, and I'm like, "Yo, when you're close to pushing that, to me as a young man, that's a scary thought to know that people that close to pushing 50 or 40, like they're under peer pressure, right? So when I and that's not me being funny
No,
or
no, no,
trying to be
no, no,
mean.
no. I'm telling you the truth. No, no, I'm not saying you're being funny. I'm saying that's the part. That's when Keith said that you're a Nintendo fan. I'm like, I don't care what other people think of me. I don't.
And I'm
like,
like,
like well, if we're sitting in a room having an all good time, right? Just my personality.
Yeah.
If you say something incorrect and I don't have an inkling of care for you, I just let you say whatever you want to say, right? Because I don't care about you, right? If I care and I don't want you to say something incorrect or wrong, so you don't look silly, I'll try to correct you, right?
yep.
But when people just ride with stuff and they say, well, that's my, oh, we just it's in the moment, or that's my guy. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. So you want to look silly with, see, when I hear them talk now and I listen to the podcast, and I still I still I enjoy listening to them, but now it's different. I don't enjoy listening to them like I did before when I used to listen to Nintendo podcasts and I would get good opinions and good information and news on Nintendo. Now I'm just hearing a bunch of guys who decide to come together, and they no offense, they sound a little hurt. I don't know why. They come together because in this space they can be as irrational Nintendo fans as they possibly can. No one can really say nothing to them because all they gotta do is block and boot them and mute.
But here's the thing, though. But that's the internet in general. You just explained. You know that.
That's a certain section of the internet. But
that's a certain amount of internet. But the internet is getting people like Nabla, people with gun rights, people who the SJ Warriors and all this stuff. Like it's a certain part of internet. But they, as you asked the question on the last podcast we had, the vocal minority is the one that people hear the most, not the majority.
And that's why I talk about people like that, because they have a very loud.
Talking about Mr. T.
I mean, Mr. T is included in the package.
Mr. T, he went south, man. He was all right at first, but I don't know what happened. I mean, ever since he said Nintendo was a god, that was it. That's when.
If you say again,
I got. Like, whoa, what's going on?
I got what you're saying. I'm not.
I was a little lost with that one, but I mean, yeah, it's. Like, even when I was talking to Nintendo dudes before it got all crazy, they were just saying stuff that made me say, like, what did you game on? Because it was the only thing will pop up in your mind when I heard Nintendo game. I said Nintendo hasn't had third party since the N64. I'm like, yeah, the N64 didn't have that much, but the GameCube had a good amount. The Wii had a crap load, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah. That's when I started putting the dots together. These people got back into gaming with the N64, right? But it was probably due to Nintendo's IPs, right? So if they did have a GameCube and a Wii, they didn't bother with anything that wasn't Nintendo's. So they probably are oblivious. It's not they still shouldn't be oblivious, because there's no way you could walk into a GameStop and not see this wall of Wii games.
You're right. If you're breaking it down, that general, you're right.
2 walls of Wii games. There's no way you cannot just see this stuff.
They gotta be told what to buy, Grim. Those type of people, they don't really play this stuff because it's something interesting to do. Either they're told what to buy, or they want to fit in with some type of group. They ain't real what they would consider to be fans. Hell no. They just even fit in with the group.
And that's and again, and those same people are spread across all 3 consoles and PC.
I'm sure they definitely. The only group
I will show you. So they are.
I will say maybe not so. It's the Xbox people, because I haven't met a person who cared about Xbox yet. Even the people that claim
gamer and all those
casual gamers that come on here and they know they get people. They don't care about gaming like that. That's why I'm saying that they don't really.
Okay.
They're just trying to be entertaining.
They're trying to be entertainment. They don't really care.
That's entertainment? Good God.
It's YouTube to a lot of people is like high school. And one thing that I know we used
to do. That is true. And
we used to go to the lunch table with our buddies and some girls would be around, whatever, we'll sit there and do. Just talk shit.
Okay,
talk.
well,
It makes sense. Talk shit.
here's the difference. So you look. Okay, you think that's entertainment, and it's high school. You're right, and to see that to me, I said that's not entertainment because this is why I say it. I don't like people. I'm not gonna. Okay, even if I don't like you, I'm not gonna lie on you. I've done that. That's my personality. I'm not gonna do that shit. So I don't like when people lie on me or tell stupid stuff that don't make no sense to me at all. Because if you're lying, you're lying. I don't make a difference what it is. You're lying.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's a difference between entertainment and being informed. Now, you can do both. But for the most part that I've seen, yeah, they're not doing it very well.
Yeah, and also even if they're doing, they are feeding a bunch of these other parts of the high school, as you just said, the most crappiest things I've ever heard in my life. And I'm like, same thing with the Nintendo guys too. So I'm not leaving them out of it. There's those specific Nintendo fans. I'm like, why are you guys even? What is wrong with you people?
Yeah,
I think the reason, like, you know, even though both have their negative parts, I think the reason why I don't really get on the Xbox guys as much is because I know enough of them to know that they don't take this stuff seriously.
But here's what and this is what and again, I'm not saying that I'm not. I would never. Okay, I watch your channel, so you know I don't comment. I watch your stuff. I don't comment on every video, but my point of saying that is like you're going off of what you just said that I came across a lot of stuff that I don't see. Okay, I've seen a lot of people do stupid stuff, but I guess that's why I said in all consoles. That's why I try to generalize and be simple, saying let's just talk about games and make the games. Now, I talk more about it because I was sitting from the first day I made my channel with me and my sister. We talk about if you want to know about business inside the gaming companies and stuff like that. Ask me questions, and to my best of my knowledge, or even if I experienced it, I would gladly tell you the truth. I won't lie to you. I'll tell you the truth. But other than that, I just want people to just talk about, have fun with the games or whatever. That's what, to me, other than what the season I'm going to bring up coming, hopefully get it out. It's my fault. I've just been busy as hell. I don't care about the third-party stuff. You make a game that's good and you don't BS me, I'll buy it. If you do, you do. And I move on. I just play games.
You know, I find it kind of funny. The people that act the craziest on these systems is a non-American branded system. Sony ain't American branded, neither is Nintendo, and they got the most craziest people. Don't you find that kind of a weird coincidence?
Again, that's what you guys see. I've seen Xbox guys do some stupid shit too. So again, I can't. That's what I said. By my experience, I see some Xbox guys and some PC guys do some dumb shit.
Now, wait a minute.
That's why I say all of them. That's why I state that because I've seen it.
And hold up, when you say PC guys, we need to start telling the truth about this damn PC thing. These ain't no PC guys. They ain't gonna play them old school point and click games. They don't fuck with that type of stuff. They are not real PC people. They just people that play on the computer, that play games that were either on the console or promoted by a console.
I got you.
Play them on the computer.
I got you. I heard you. And like I said, those are certain PC fans that, again, that's why I just call out. Like for me, when I was playing PC game, I was playing. I never played the Diablo that came out now, but I played the Diablo and Hell Life and stuff. Those are point and clicks in those games. I was playing those stuff back in the day.
Look, right now you can go download a bunch of the old school point and click games and you can play them. Are people gonna do that? Hell fucking no.
Hell no.
Nah, right. Really? They don't like real computer games. They want the console games.
No.
Console games.
I like.
I got in the PC Command and Conquer.
But the PC is crap. So
Give me an ass. You know that?
It's the truth, man. It's the truth. Last time I tried to mess with PC, I bought that Xenoverse 2 on PC. I couldn't install it on my hard drive. I said, no more. Leave me.
Whatever. You buy your PC.
But see, Grim will admit that he liked to do the console. So I mean, it makes sense.
No, I mean, I like PC if it worked.
No, look.
Exactly. No, Grim's right, because here's the thing. I was gonna buy Batman Arkham Knight, but I was particular after what happened to Origins, so I wasn't gonna buy. I buy PC games. I don't buy them the first day, no week, no month. I wait because I want to make sure this shit works. And I have not touched Batman Arkham Knight, even though I know the story and everything, because it was broken at launch, and it was broken still 6 months later, and I'm not gonna pay my money for that crap.
Look. The any
I'm
of
not gonna
y'all
lie, I'm
guys-
pretty sure your computer's better than mine. I got it for free.
Look,
But
y'all
it
playing,
works
y'all
now
trying to
for
play
us.
that new age
No,
shit.
you got it for free. That's what he had.
Well, I still was mad because just because I got something for free, I still wanted to play it. You know what I'm saying?
True. Go ahead,
Right.
Keys.
Yeah, look. Y'all, why don't y'all take a trip back and start playing some of these old school PC games like King's Quest?
Again, I grew up on that, so I'm not saying I can't play that.
You ever played a game called Masters of Magic?
No, I didn't play that game. No,
That's like a card game.
You can play that. You can play that right now. It's a
I
game
got you.
called Master of Magic, right? You can download that shit. I think you can only get it on Go.
hey,
Or you
Keys,
can find that shit.
look, there's too much games for me. I got a backlog of my regular games I got to play on my other systems that I'm playing. I'm not even.
talking about a computer. You know, and look, these games I'm talking about, they ain't that engaging. You get down and you play them and you get off.
Once I finish, me as the way I play my games, I like to at the most I'm playing 3 games, maybe 4 at the most, and I'm playing them. I'm trying to finish them off and then go to a next one or whatever. I'm trying to, even though I'm buying new games, I'm trying to get rid of the backlog because I want to beat games. I don't want to have games and not beat them or not complete them. That's how
Man,
I am.
I'm like a
You know
squirrel
where
over
that
here,
came
man.
from.
I'm saving for the winter. I got so many games. I ain't.
Well, it's the same thing too. I have so many games that I've not finished on my Wii. There's so many games I've not finished on my Wii U. There's so many games I didn't play on my Vita.
You know who
I
started that?
forgot because when I was a kid, I used to, I had an opportunity to work and buy my own games.
You see,
And as a kid, I never until I got older. That's when I was like, oh, I gotta beat my games. I've grown back to how I was when I was a kid. I didn't beat all them games. You know why? Because sometimes I just bought a game, and playing the first couple levels was just enough, and that I was done. I got my money.
Okay, I'm opposite to you. Is that since those were the only games like my mom would ever, if my mom ever bought me a game, I finished it.
Yeah.
That was kind of rare. But if I rented a game from Blockbuster, which was the store to rent from, it was another store too, but Blockbuster was one of them. But if I rented a game from that and it was like okay, I'll give an example. Okay, the same like you just said, Keys. Was it Ghost and Goblins that one? Yes, it was that. It was Ghosts and Goblins. It was a bad port to the NES, but it was there, and that was the only way to play it. I played it, and when I found out that freaking game, I had to beat it twice, which I was pissed as a little dude. I was like, what the? And I made sure I beat that son of a gun. I never looked back at that game.
See, but what made us think about we got to beat the game? What started that?
Because basically it was the parents. Sorry, for me, with my parents.
Let me tell you what started that. That was the good old Atari that started that. We got to beat the game. See, the Atari games were endless. So they say, well, we got to make these people feel like they're getting some accomplishments. So
Okay, I agree with that.
You get what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
We're going to give them games and we're going to give them an ending to it. And that's what made us feel like we got to beat games. Even up to this day, we still.
I remember I was disappointed because I thought Galaga, I thought you could beat it and you couldn't. And man, I almost messed up my bladder. Like I was because the public gym had a Galaga machine and they had it rigged where you didn't have to insert no money. So
okay.
I'm just playing, and I got to like level 100 something. I'm like, this thing is still going. What is going on?
Also the thing to you, Keys, like you said, you're right what you just stated, and I am not. It's that I'm saying for me was because since that's the only. I only could play games between of course Friday between 9 until Sunday 8 o'clock. If I'm not out playing games with my friend, when I mean games like baseball, basketball, football, which is I'm talking about soccer, you guys call soccer, but football or cricket or whatever, I'm out there enjoying life. That's the only time I could play games. So since my games was vast and few that my mom bought me, or my father, yeah, I beat those games because I had nothing to do. If say my friends went someplace and I didn't go no place, and I'm like, hell, I got something to do. So it was not because of that. I'm just saying it was my parents because they bought few to less games. Now when I came to America and I could buy my own games, it's just innate to me that I want to beat the game.
Did you get credit on the block? Or did y'all get credit on the block of how many games y'all could beat?
No, not really.
Not at the beginning, no. Basically, when I got into the 64 era and the PlayStation 1 era, yes, but not before, no.
Look, have y'all ever heard of the term being called a hawk?
No,
That
me?
is something
A
only
what?
from that is only something from your neighborhood, Keith. Like I said a long time ago.
No, ain't no damn. No, the whole man thing ain't no damn from my neighborhood.
That's different, Keys. That's
No,
totally different.
no,
What he
no.
talking about is, when you get a life in the game, some people say, I got an extra man. That's
Yeah, I got an extra man. And a lot of people said that you talking about because you even know about it.
but ain't
Yeah,
nobody calling nobody a hawk because they used to call people if you were really good at
The
games.
hell is a hawk?
That's someone that play games a whole bunch and they really
no,
good at
look,
it.
look, look. When you on the block and you beat a whole bunch of games, they get mad and call you a hawk because you're good at playing the games. But when it came to the Nintendo and the Genesis games, if you can beat them games and you beat a whole lot of them, you was a hawk.
They used to
Okay.
call
Where you from?
people game freaks.
Yeah, seriously, where you from? Cause we don't know about these stuff.
Yeah, because I'm
Hey, look, why you think they added the endings to the games? Because they knew we would turn that shit into a competition. Look, even to this day, if I talk to somebody, I say,
They were doing that with the arcades.
I know they pulled that they had to bring that shit to the consoles, but in a different way. And look, right now, I say, hey, you remember the last time you beat that Mario? See, look, I say that shit even to this day. It's always about beating games, but you know the problem with the fucking games now? They fucking 50, 60, 80, 100,000 hours long. Back then on Nintendo, we didn't have no fucking games like that. We had simple shit. I could beat that shit in an hour, even 2 hours. I wasn't gonna pay
I'm
that bitch for
sorry,
100
but
hours.
you're comparing technology then to now.
No, ain't
You
no
can't-
difference. There ain't no difference
It
in
is.
technology because
It
we can do
is.
that. We
It
can do that
is.
now. I can make a game that's an hour long.
Yeah, but you
I
have
don't
more
have to make that
technology
big.
now, Keys.
You're just talking about that because that's what you want to make and to sell. Man.
Yeah, but his no, but even wait.
I get what he's trying to say. What he's saying is, even back then, if they wanted to, they could have made a game 100
Look
hours.
at Final Fantasy. Look how long that shit was. And motherfuckers that didn't want to play Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, they didn't. Because that shit was too fucking long. They wanted games that they can beat quick. They didn't want to pay all that fucking 80,000.
I mean, this is a little different because, like I said, I'm younger.
They
Y'all,
got
but
short
I remember,
games.
I
What's that
remember
one?
when I was
Order 1885 or something like that.
shit, yeah, that look. Those short games come in handy too because
Damn right.
now hold on.
Persona 5, that's like
You guys
200
are
hours to
wrong.
beat Persona 5. And then after I beat that, I played what? I forgot what game I played, but no, I played
Six
Persona
o'clock in
3.
the
That was
morning,
another
man,
100
it's
hours.
crazy.
I don't know.
Now, Keith, I have a rebuttal with that. Now I'm going to use the Super Mario Brothers because yes, that is a game. If you're good enough, you can actually beat that in one sitting, even
Right.
an hour. But here's the thing. In my experience, at the time I was kind of young. I wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, like you guys would
You ain't
say.
gotta be the sharpest tool in the shed, but go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing. That same game actually took me 5 years to beat. But I guess one because I didn't own one until I got Super Mario Brothers Deluxe. Now the reason why I wanted to beat the game is because I actually finished the first castle, and I was like, oh wait, there's a princess to save. That gave me motivation to play more, even if I had more games. Theoretically speaking, because I didn't have any, I just had Dr. Mario. But yes, because of that, it gave me motivation to just play that game until I could have beaten it.
Okay, and I'll say this to you: there are games that are short, even though you cracked the joke timer with the Order 1886. If you want, you could beat ARMS in a couple of hours and you're done. You can move on without going there. If you just go to the Grand Prix and just want to beat it, there's
How
fighting
long
game.
was that first Platoon game? That campaign.
Oh my gosh!
This is maybe about, I think it's about 4 or 5. If you really,
It was about 5 hours, and
yeah, if you good at it, yeah.
it was so good for me that I just keep replaying it. Heck, I even delete a save file that I have just to play it all the way to the beginning of the tutorial to the end.
You could beat the Zelda just came out now. The quickest one is 45 minutes if you want to do it.
What's the
Nobody's
other
stopping
game you
anybody
talking
from
about?
going.
The brand new
After a
one.
while.
Yeah, you gotta know what you're doing, Keys.
Oh, okay. That's nice. I ain't gonna say you can't do that in that, but
No,
look,
no. Those are those guys. Those are those speedrunners. Those are those
I'm gonna be
speedrunners
honest
who do
with
that.
you. Persona 5 is short if you skip all them damn cutscenes in the dialogue. It ain't that long.
There are games. Okay, my point is there are games that are short, not a lot as back then. You're
yeah,
right.
a lot of.
They're not a lot of them. They're not a lot of them. And with the technology we have today, they can make those games that are that short and looks just like the games in the past. You're
They
right
can.
about that. Back then, they could have made those games, but again, as you brought up in earlier, you talked about how they're making the VMUs and doing all like just Grim just sort of cut scenes and trying to add this elaborate story and shit. That's just what games became now.
Then because they know that was working with people, they valued it based upon how long that shit was.
You like long games too, man.
Man, look, I did play long games. I played the Final Fantasies and them damn Japanese RPGs. I did, but you know what? I always go back to them simple ass games that I can just cut that bitch on and play instead of waiting fucking hours for the goddamn intro.
That's long.
And you know good well, when you cut that goddamn any of the Final Fantasies on, you gotta wait at least about
You know.
5-6
You
minutes.
know what? Okay. Before I gotta I want to ask Grim a question. Grim, you say you have more Monster Demon Blade for Vita, right?
Yeah.
Do you have Odin Spare?
No, because I want the physical, and that's pretty. Unless I'm
You can find it on Amazon. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I saw for the price gouge type thing, and I ain't finna pay $100 some odd
Let me
dollars.
see. Hold up. How much were you looking for?
I just paid the $40. That's what it's supposed to cost. $40.
No. I'm on the internet because I bought mine. I didn't bought mine from different.
Oh, Lord, it's called that Muramasa game. I had it on the Wii thing and threw that shit away. Remember? Remember that?
You could have given it to me.
I went on a trip to get Muramasa for the Wii, man. I
It's a
went
Japanese
all,
game,
I think
bro.
I
Hey,
bought like 2
Grim,
buses and 3 trains.
If you saw it, you'll know what it was because I had it. But it's a bunch of button pushing. Yeah. That's not my type.
What you were saying?
What are you talking about?
He didn't like Muramasa Beam Blade.
Yeah, that ain't my type of game because it's a lot of button pushing sort of a thing. But ain't
Button
my-
pushing to do. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Right now there's offers for let's see, Vita for you can buy the Vita games for like for basically let me see. The first one has it for $37. Then you have from this site itself is $49. You have okay, now it's the gouging you're talking about, but they're two in the top that says 37 and some that says and it says 49.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's just like I want to get now this is a little different. I got to import this. I want the physical copy of Dragon Quest Builders for the Vita because in America it's only digital, and I have to order. There's like a Japanese There's 2 Japanese versions. There's one with no English text, and there's one with English. I got to get the one with English text. That's
Okay. Okay. Oh, I mean, that's what we're playing right now on Spin. I'm hooked on. That was the game that made me buy a Vita, the remake of On Spin.
Yeah.
And I was like, but again, I bought Dragon's Crown, Senran Kagura, Trials of Cold Steel 1 and 2. I'm basically finishing 2. I thought the game, I really thought the game, I beat the game, and the next thing I know, it's like, oh, they give you an extra little something. So I'm playing that part right now and see how it goes because I was like, where's the extra characters they say supposed to come and they're coming right now? So I'm playing the different characters. But again, that like I said, Dragon's Crown, Tales Type R, Heart R. The game, I love fighting games, so I got Blaze Blue, and I have what's the other one? Genki Banku Climax, which is basically Sega and all the anime games, the recent anime stuff they have to put together. So I'm just looking for games for the Vita as well. That's actually what games you have, so I keep on my radar to look for more games.
Well, I just named them recently because it was on sale. I've been wanting to play this game just because I thought it's cool that it's portable. I picked up that. I'm surprised people online playing too. If you want to play Call of Duty,
Nope. Oh, you got me on that. Okay, then I'll pass over that. Keep going.
Hold on, that Call of Duty that Glenn was playing. What's that one where you were jumping in the air and all that? That shit was tight.
Nah, we ain't talking about that one. We talking about one for the PS Vita. Hot Shots Golf. I don't.
Okay.
That's good on the Vita. It's if you don't, it's a little difficult, but
No,
It's a
no,
fun
I
game.
like. I don't play Mario Golf because that's not.
No.
It didn't pull to me. But I did like the one from from damn it the Ninja Gaiden team that's on the Wii, the Penga.
Oh
Golf.
yeah, I remember that.
I like
game.
that game, and I like that game. So I will, any game that's quirky like that, yeah, I'll keep. Okay, so Hot Shots. What else you got?
You said Dragon Crown Muramasa. Let me think.
Well, I ain't got more Masa, but I might buy more Masa. I don't
Well,
know yet.
if you like those games, then Muramasa's same people, same concept.
Well, yeah, I know it's villainware.
Now you just looking for Vita games, or you looking
Games,
for
yeah, no,
anything
games.
Oh,
Like
anything.
Keys was talking about. I
Man.
expand my horizon. If you give me something that interests my mind, I will
You
go
can get
because
it.
I'm looking too.
You can
Because
go
I'm
buy-
looking at something called. I'm looking at let me see. Look at my phone because I have it on my list. Like right now, I'm looking at. Let me view list. Let me see. Nope. There's another game. I can have it. There's two other games on there, kind of like this Valkyrie something, and I can't find it right now. I thought I had it on my list. This Valkyrie something that I'm looking for.
That's a new Valkyrie Chronicles game. I haven't played any of those games. I heard they were
I
good.
played. They were good. I played the ones on. I played the Valkyrie games, the console versions, but just looking around and seeing.
Well, I think the Vita version is just that, but watered down visuals.
I don't care about the visuals. That's not.
Well,
my
yeah.
thing.
Well, I'm just saying it'll be the same thing.
Good game is good game. That's all I care.
Oh yes.
I don't care about that stuff. Even though it's subjective, yes, like Keys was saying, as long as you give me a game that is complete and something that interests me and is not broken, I'm good. I'm good for it.
You can
Thumbs
get Power
up,
Stone
baby.
on the Vita. I mean,
So again,
you can get Power Stone on the Vita.
I
Power Stone.
got it on play. That one I let go because I have it on my Dreamcast. My Dreamcast still works. Thank goodness.
You get my favorite version of Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. That's on there. A lot of
Okay.
PS1 games is on there. I had to look at my Vita to tell you like the list of games I got. Now the two games I tell you that unless you're willing to deal with it, don't buy the Jack and Daxter collection or the God of War collection because
Nope. I wasn't
frame
going.
rate
that
is
nope.
they didn't even try.
Okay, you're good, but I wasn't gonna go there anyway.
Yeah.
That was not my. That was not my. Where is that? I'm trying to find another. Damn, the list. My list is gone. Not Zero Escape. It was something else. Okay,
the
Valkyrie.
Gaia games are good if you like strategy.
Yeah. I'm gonna take up. Well, basically, I'm gonna mess with the one on the Switch first. Then I'll see how I feel about it. I do like strategy games like that, but I'm still gonna go in that way. Valkyrie Drive is one of them. I'm looking at my list now. I found it. That interests me.
Have you ever played Yeast?
I've seen that. People said it's a good game. So
Yeah,
no,
Yeast
I'm
is
not.
good.
Yeah, I'm looking into that. That's on my list right here. I saw. And I'm
You ever
looking
play
through my
Leisure
list.
Suit Larry?
Oh yeah, because you don't have a PS4 yet. Final Fantasy World is good.
Should I get? What you say, Keys?
I'm talking about something else, yo. I'm talking. Hey, look.
He said, "Did you ever play Leadership?"
You ever play Leisure Suit Larry?
I know what it's about, but that's not my game.
Oh man, you
I
missing
know
out.
what the game is.
One of the
Whatever.
craziest games ever.
It could be crazy, but that doesn't scratch the
What
itch I
about
want to play.
Shadowrun? You ever play Shadowrun on the Super Nintendo?
Yes, I think I played the Shadowrun. I played a game. I can't give 100% on it. If I played a game called Shadowrun, but I don't know if it was Super Nintendo or PC later on. I do not know.
Yeah, you might be talking about the PC one. They made it one recently. It ain't recent no more. It's kind of old, but
Might
still.
be talking about the 360 one. That one's on PC. too.
Oh man, shut up!
That's
nigga.
the best one.
That's the worst goddamn Shadowrun. If y'all ain't got a chance, y'all should play Shadowrun on the
Don't do it.
Super Nintendo. And Grim is mad because he can't handle it.
Nah.
I get tight.
He tricked me.
Dude, I got you. Like y'all funny as hell, boy.
What about you ever play Valkyrie Profile?
Which one?
Valkyrie Profile.
Nope. What's that?
That was on PSP as well. Hey Grim, did you play Valkyrie Profile on PSP?
I don't have a PSP.
No,
Oh, I
well,
mean-
the Vita plays PSP games if you want to buy them.
Right. You can get Valkyrie Profile on that
Okay, wait,
PS.
let me ask you the question. So, how you play the PSP games on the Vita, Grim?
Oh, you buy the digital copy. And well, see, okay, I'll tell
I'm
you
not
this.
doing that.
Oh, well, then you can't play.
There you go. Yes, I bought me the 16 gig. That's the one thing that hurt the Vita, other than Sony didn't support it, was them damn those
Yo.
those freaking things are expensive.
was
Them
about to
memory
buy-
card.
I decided to buy Blaster Master instead for the 3DS. I was gonna buy a digital game for my Vita, and I was like, I ain't got no memory, and I ain't deleting nothing. So
No, you're right, and that's why I say no. I only using my gigs for the memory for the save games. I'm not gonna buy digital stuff. So like you, I'm not gonna get physical, so I go pop them in, pop them out, do what I want to do. Like the same thing I did for my Wii U. All my majority of my games, the games I have for my Wii U, is physical. Because I don't have to install nothing. You just put in a disc and play. That's it. That's why I liked it.
Oh, hold on. You got a Vita? Do you have Persona 4?
I saw Persona 4 Gold.
Hey, look, how about that Persona 1?
That's you got no, you gotta buy that digitally. You can't buy it.
He need to play that Persona 1. That's right. But hold on, wait a minute. Yeah,
Yes.
how about that Persona 1?
You gotta buy it digitally, Keys. You can't. That's the only way you're gonna get it.
God damn. Yo, look, hold up. Do you like Persona?
I don't know.
I've never played. The only Persona game I came close to Persona I've ever played was the Tokyo Mirage, but I am gonna get Persona 5 when I get my PlayStation 4.
You look. Do yourself a favor and get you a Nintendo, not Nintendo, a PlayStation. I don't know if you got a PlayStation, original PlayStation, and get that during Persona 1. That's the best one.
I have a PlayStation. I just never bought the game. So okay.
Yeah, get that Persona 1. You can burn that shit if you need to, and play it. And
Don't remind me. I know that. Don't remind me. I know that.
No, I just gotta say sometimes. You know, a lot of people around here is scared of that whole burning thing, and you know, what's the name shit. Yeah, yo, the best Persona is the first one, and Grim know it. He just don't want to admit it.
I can't say like I played it a little bit. I can't say yet. But right now, I'm just gonna say that Persona
You guys
3,
are funny.
4, and 5. 3, 4, and 5 are all an even tie because they all got something.
No, it's that anime shit. That's what it is.
They all had anime art style keys.
Nah. See, them was more. They didn't get deep and scary like the old ones did.
Look, guys,
The old
Green show coming soon.
Okay.
Just
No,
Okay.
the old Personas, man, they were trying to say something. They took that stuff out.
Okay. Well,
They
like I
wanna-
said, for me,
They want to be politically correct. So Persona, what was it 3, 4, and 5? Yeah, they stripped out that stuff. That's what I'm saying. Yo, play that original Persona, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Hey, look, everybody talk about games, man. You know how much fucking games is out there, the old games? You don't even need to play no new games. See, you play the new games because you want to keep up with the Joneses. But if you don't want to keep up with the Joneses,
I pick up new
Not
games
really.
because I find something interesting to play. I never keep up with no Joneses.
Somebody named Jones.
Grim, you're an ass.
yeah, Grim always starting shit. Hey, look, do y'all watch movies? Have y'all watched the movies from like the 1950s and before?
1915s, yeah. My ex-girlfriend was a fanatic of them old school silver screen.
Right. And you know how many good ass movies there is
Yeah.
that run circles around the new
Remember that old movie I showed you? What was it called? Freak.
something. It was tight though.
The one with the man in the courtroom.
That shit was tight. You gotta remember the name. Look, they might need to watch that. Look, I'm just showing y'all. It's a lot of old stuff out here that we all need to be enjoying. But we just think about
No. But I'm with you with that, Keys. Like I said, I have one of the reasons I buy backup systems is because I put too much money into these games that I enjoyed, and in case they ever break down, I want to still keep on playing them. I still play my Dreamcast once in a while. I don't have it constantly because I still have games coming out that I like. I just bought the recent game I just bought was basically ARMS. Before that was some old games that's on the Switch right now, which the Switch has a lot of Neo Geo classics.
Ooh, boy.
Hey, Keith, you ever play Metal Slug? That's a good game.
Yeah, Metal Slug is a good game. I like that.
Which one
but
you
again,
play? You got it on the? Is it on the Switch or something?
Yeah,
I like
it's on the
that.
Switch, but it's also on the Wii.
Hold on, wait a minute. Don't
It's on
that Secret of Mana on there too?
It's supposed to be. That's what they said they're going to bring it over. We'll see.
Wait a minute. So it's in Japanese, right?
Right now, it's being to translate. It's a Japanese game, but they're going to see if they're going to translate it over to America.
How the hell they already got it translated? Don't make any damn sense. I don't get
I
it.
think they're talking about the phone one that's coming over. I don't know if it's like the original.
No, it's not. They're basically remaking the game, and people want again. You could buy the original, as Keys was saying. You could get the Super Nintendo one. That was the one right there.
But hold up, the one that's on the Switch, that's still the same game though.
When it's not
I think that's the phone one. I don't think that's the same game.
the one that we're talking about was a game from the Super Nintendo. Like this, what?
Oh, wait a minute. Are you telling me that's the goddamn phone version of the Secret of Mana?
No, I'm not telling you. I like because I don't know if Secret of Mana is coming. You know, there's a bunch of secret games.
I'm talking about
And,
Secret of Mana.
and there's one on the phone. I thought that one was coming to the Switch.
That could be. Here's the thing. That what Grim could say could be true. I do not know. I know when they were talking about the game, it translates over to the Secret of Mana, like Keys talking about, and they saying that right now the publishers Square didn't have no saying that they will bring it over to the West. It's in Japan, but they say they'll bring it to the West. That's all I know.
Y'all ever went through Secret of Mana before? What about Secret of Mana 3?
I played the original Secret of Mana, and that's as far as I went. Not gonna say I went any further than that.
Damn, man, y'all got a lot to pick up on. Y'all, it seems like y'all. I mean, unless any of y'all else played.
I could name you games that I played older. I know you ain't played. So everybody there's too much games out there, dude. It just is.
Yeah. No, I might. If you tell them to me, shit, I had to try them out. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with
there you go. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. What you say right there? If I never got into the whole. Okay, when it comes to like, I love Chrono Trigger. I didn't play Chrono Cross. I got a chance to get it, and I'm gonna get. Basically, my friend said he's gonna give it to me just so I could play to see what it's all about. I played like you just like there's certain game. Let me put it this way. Only one franchise has caught my interest since Nintendo, which is where I started really. Other than the Tiger Electronic games where I used to play in the past, my mom used to bring me back from America when she came.
Those games is tight.
Those games were the only things I would play because that's what she could afford to bring back to my country because taxes was crazy to bring stuff from America. But
see, you got a big backlog you can play. Look, I know you don't want to fuck with the emulator. You know how many games you can play that you missed out on?
I got you. And but I'm giving you an example here. The only franchise that kept my interest, and I mean this, other than Mario, but that's just stationary to what it is because Nintendo was big on Mario. My biggest franchise I follow the most is Metroid, and that's the only thing I've kept.
Metroid. Oh my goodness!
Interest.
Metroid.
That's my favorite game. That's my favorite franchise of all time.
Don't get me wrong, Metroid. I think the first one on Nintendo was the best Metroid. It was.
I disagree with you, but again, that's cool.
I can plug that thing in and go through it and beat it, no problem. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even got to use a Justin Bailey code. But that game is nice. But look, why Metroid?
Why Metroid? Because
what's so special about the Metroid? I know they got you with that Super Metroid, didn't they?
Not really.
Well, how did they get you?
I say Metroid is okay. Let me. I'll tell you. I'll tell you my honest truth about Metroid. One is it was an intriguing game that I did like. I ain't gonna like. I like the whole being by my. I'm a loner. I'm an introvert. I'm a loner person. So I did like the aspect of it that she was just by herself and you play the game and just have it. You don't need no extra things to do with the game. So I didn't like that before this particular thing I'm gonna say happened. But Metroid Prime, and trust me, I got a video on my channel that shows I was against Metroid Prime. So I'm not saying that it was the best game ever made either. Trust me.
Oh no! Don't jump all the way there. Just go by chronologically that you played.
Well, I played 2. 2 was the first one I played. Metroid Return of Samus on the Game Boy was the first one I played. I liked it. I went back and played Metroid 1. I liked on the Nintendo. That's why I say I have the different cover. I still have the cartridge to this day, and it still works.
You know
a miracle.
that in the beginning, it was a secret that Metroid was a dude.
Yeah, I know. I know all
when we
about
was
that.
young, I thought you would play with the guy or the girl. You know, that's kind of funny because she do look like a guy in that suit.
Well, yeah, but you can't. But of course, you're. I forgot. I don't want to even pronounce the name because it's freaking early in the morning, or whatever. But my point is that game. I know about the story about that game and whatever, and I can put a lot of stuff together. But Metroid. I remember I played one. Super Metroid came out. I fall in love with the game. That's like I said. I like the game. I love the game. But then, because even when Smash Bros came on 64, Samus was my main character on Smash Brothers. Because that's just the one I was killing, doing the most damage with everybody. Then I heard the news about Prime. I thought it was gonna be a shooter. I was like, this is ridiculous. Again, I got a video on my channel about it. I'm like, I'm not gonna buy this thing. This is crazy. But then Kenji, who's my inside person for Nintendo, he was like, man, I'll send you the game and everything, blah blah blah. I was like, all right. So Metroid Fusion and Prime came at the same time. I played Fusion. I got it before people got it. I played Fusion first because I knew it was going to be a side scroller thing that I like. I love the game, and I was dreading to play Prime. But I was blown off that they did a good job with Prime. And then the reason, so with that, when I went to Japan, I asked Kenji Yamamoto, who's the producer, music composer for the game. I asked him, hey, can I take that song, that the Prime theme, and turn it into and get a copyright to make my own song out of it? He said yes. I got a problem with that. That's what I said. For my collection from Metroid Prime, I have signed copies from him, and all kind of stuff with that. I made the song. It sold like crazy. Made my company a lot of money, so I can't argue with that. And then I keep on buying the games. Now Metroid Prime 2 is basically my favorite game out of the Prime series.
No, hold up, wait a minute. So you skipped Super Metroid?
No, he said he played that one.
No, that was his third game.
So wait a minute. So hold up.
Okay.
Which one you like more? Did you like the side-scrolling Metroid or that 3D thing?
If I like the side scrolling more than the 3D, but again, if I have to tell the truth, I like Metroid Prime 2. No, I'm not. Like I said, I got all the games. I have every game. I played every game, even Federation Force. I got pinball, everything. I got all those games physical, and beat them.
And other M.
I got two versions. I got two other versions of M.
When Nintendo brought that Metroid back, that darn 3D thing, they sold out. You know that, right?
Well, if you say so, but I like other M.
I mean, nothing wrong with that, but when they knew they had to keep that thing 2D, but they didn't think it would work, so they had to sell out. And look, the original Metroid was in house.
Well, that's.
I wouldn't say sellouts.
I don't think so either. Wait. You said in house. What do you mean? Yeah, they've been all in house.
I ain't
except for what's coming out right now, which is basically
that one that was on Nintendo. The original Metroid was in-house Nintendo game.
Yes. Okay.
Man, to be honest, most of the games today, the in-house Nintendo company don't even make no more. I think most of them niggas retired. But yeah.
Well, okay. Wait.
Oh, no way.
they retired. The original Nintendo team of people.
Well, here's the thing. The original person who made Fire Emblem and Metroid, he's not with us. He died in 1998 or 97. I think that's where he died of a car crash. Gunpei Yokoi. So,
okay, that's my look. The original in-house team of Nintendo, it was in-house at that time. Most of the games you got right now, they're not really in-house Nintendo games. They just getting other companies to make it.
Okay, wait, Triple. Wait. So
because truthfully, Nintendo, I hate to say or break it to you, they don't make no games no more.
Okay, for a person, that's what you say. But for a person who was at Nintendo's Nintendo Japan 2015 and saw people coding and making games at the Kyoto office, I would disagree with you.
Look, they bring them people in, and most of the time listen up. They're part of other companies. They ain't just like straight Nintendo no more. Nintendo license their stuff out all the time now. They don't just they don't have that main Nintendo type office like that no
It's
more.
called
They
EPD. It's called EPD.
It's a few. And look,
It's called EPD.
look.
No, it's called
most of the
EPD.
games, name a game that Nintendo got now, and I guarantee you another party made it. It wasn't fully Nintendo. They gave it to somebody else to make it. And look, even the Mario games now, don't they be sending them off to other companies to make? Because
Nope.
Nintendo don't just fully
EPD.
make that.
Not all of them.
EPD.
Not all of them.
The mainline Mario games has been done by Nintendo, EPD. The mainline Zelda games has been Zelda, EPD or EAD, which
All right, then what's that Mario game that was on the 3DS or whatever? And I know that was made by another company.
Which one?
That was also in house. If you're specifically talking about 3D Land for the 3DS,
No, man. What's that other one? The Mario game that was like the Ben Bowser and all that shit.
Bowser's
That
Story.
Inside Story thing. I know that one made by Nintendo.
oh, you mean Mario and Luigi franchise?
Yeah, the Mario and Luigi games that was on the 3DS. Them games weren't made by Nintendo. They licensed that out.
Most of the companies you talk about in Nintendo owns majority of those companies.
That is not Nintendo in house. They may have brought them, yes, but that's not the original Nintendo crew.
Okay, well, you picking out. We just list you games that Nintendo themselves still make, and you're picking out games. Nah, come on, dude. What you talking about? You just said they don't make no games. We just listed. I just listed some of the games.
Now, here's the thing, Keisky. What you're saying, what the words you're choosing, basically is telling us all of the games that they're making now are not in house.
So
But we're actually telling. Well, hold on, wait. But we're telling you that is not the case. Some of them are outside sources, but majority or some, however you want to see it, they are in house.
what about Pokemon? What about that Pokemon?
That's Game Freak.
Right.
Yeah, that's game.
Oh, it's been Game Freak though, but it's always been Game Freak.
But why Nintendo was siding with them? Why Nintendo? They made it seem like it was Nintendo game.
Well,
Because-
whoever thought that was whatever, but it's always been Game Freak. It's from the day one. It's been Game Freak.
Yeah. All right.
No,
Why do
if,
people-
no,
why do
from
people
game,
think-
from
Why do they think Iwata
people
worked for
might
us?
think that, but again, I'm just saying from day one, it was Game Freak. It was not Nintendo helped with some of the stuff, but it was Game Freak who designed most of their games. Always been.
Do Nintendo own Game Freak?
They own a percentage of Game Freak.
All right. Now, what companies will be decided? But what other companies do they own?
Intelligent Systems, Camelot,
One called One Up,
They own Retro,
Monolith
right?
Soft.
Monolith Soft. They just bought that just a while ago.
Don't they own Retro Studios?
Retro Studios is another one. Yes,
Hudson, no, wait.
they have Retro Studios. They have HAL Laboratories. That's another one.
That's
I don't
another
think
one.
they don't own
Josh
HAL,
Brothers.
Huh?
They don't own them.
What HAL?
I don't think so.
No,
I
they
think-
do.
No, they do.
They do.
They do.
They do.
All the way since the first Kirby game. Actually, even before that.
Yeah, HAL Laboratories was with Iwata, and then of course, shit.
So hold up. If okay, from y'all perspective of this, if Nintendo owns a company, do you consider that to be a Nintendo game if they make it then?
Yes,
if Nintendo brought a company,
Well,
right?
here's
And they
the
made the
thing. Wait.
Wait. Like before you go, let me say this. In my eyes, yes, because those companies, well, in a business sense, they fall under the umbrella of Nintendo.
Majority of games are made for Nintendo consoles, and that's what most of them just make exclusive games for Nintendo anyway. But to the point I was gonna say to you, like like Alpha Dreams and all those guys, that Nintendo owns majority of the shots, the stock shares too. You don't have to say first party. You can call them second party. And that's what it was. Just like how they got Platinum to do Wonderful 101 and stuff. That's
Exactly.
what they did.
So let's just say Nintendo had brought a company, right? And it was never stated that they brought them. And this company made a game. Is it Nintendo's game?
If they own the IP, yes.
Yeah, if it's bound by contract.
So let's just say if let's say I made a Metroid game, right?
Mhm.
I mean,
But
that's Nintendo game.
by you saying that, you said yes because they own the IP. Yes.
No, but let's say I don't own the IP, right? But I make a Metroid game. And I mean, and I give it. To
Okay,
somebody.
wait. Your analogy is bad. You say Metroid. Nintendo owns the Metroid IP. Choose another
Right.
name if you're trying to do something different. But they own
Right.
it. So yes.
So, but if Nintendo make it right, it's a Nintendo IP. If it's owned by Nintendo, right? It's under there. That would be considered in-house if Nintendo brought the company. Now it's an in-house game, right? But if I made
No,
a
really.
game, if I made
Go
a
ahead.
game, right, and at first Nintendo, I just made it. It wasn't in-house, let's say, because Nintendo didn't put it under their wing or they didn't buy it. But then Nintendo saw it and they had interest in it. Then they just said, okay, well, we'll buy it. And now it's under Nintendo wing. So now
It's a second
Nintendo-
party.
But see, you
No.
see how stupid that sounds? Just because
No, it's a
Nintendo
second
brought
party.
it.
No. I just explained it to you. It's a second. That's a second party. That's what happened to Dinosaur Planet. Dinosaur Planet was Rare's game. Nintendo took it over and put the IP of Star Fox on it, and they put it in that second party. Retro made the game.
I
So-
think it's like because the words have different meaning. Like, like if you look at someone like Hal, right? Hal is very close to Nintendo, but Nintendo doesn't own the. They make Kirby. Kirby is only on Nintendo. Unless,
They make Box Boy. They make Smash Brothers.
Yeah, they make a lot of basically. I think all their games, other than the original like games that they made for like the MSX and all that stuff, is on Nintendo at this point. Now Nintendo doesn't own them, but their games are exclusive to Nintendo system, so they would be like second party, right? Another company that'd be second party is anytime Nintendo or console manufacturer owner pays a studio they don't own to make them a game. That's exclusive. That'd be second party. But if they own the studio, then normally it's just considered first party. But what Keys is getting at, he's saying, is it really Nintendo? It's kind of like this, right?
Okay, wait. I want to say
Wait.
something though. So how? What is Triple?
Yeah. Okay. I'm finally getting to understand what Keithy means. I'm betting he's meaning if a company that is not owned by Nintendo that's actually using their IP. Oh, that's basically outsourcing.
Yeah, I said second party. I never. Yeah, it's still second party.
I mean, not just that, but if you look at the 64, right? Banjo, you could say it was a Nintendo game, but there was people call
It was second party.
Yeah, but I guess what he's getting at is, what you call a Nintendo game. Well, if we go off of Rare's game, we just call them Rare's games, even though they were only on Nintendo's platform.
Hey, I'm okay. Here's what I'm gonna say this here to make it easy because this game, I know it's late for you guys and it's freaking going for 7 o'clock over here in France. I'll say this. I'm going to definition of what Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo do in their briefings when they're doing the IR briefings for them. If it's in-house and made by them, that's first party, which is like I said, Mario, Zelda. Metroid used to be at that point, not now because they've been outsized. Also, that some Metroid games, most of the Metroid games has been doing that, but in that regard. So I'm just giving an example. So you have that, and then point to take out HAL Laboratories was created by Iwata, and Iwata incorporated them into things. So I don't the stock share shows that how Nintendo owns most of the HAL stock. So that means to me that means own Grim. Sorry.
I mean, I don't know about the stock thing. I'm just
No. That's what I mean. Own company is. That's why Nintendo owns 98% of Monolith Soft stocks. They own the company.
No, that's what I was saying. I'm not aware of the stocks. I'm just going off of how the companies are like. I think.
Okay, and that's what
private.
this is what I'm saying. I'm talking business now. That's what I meant by they own them. Sorry, if you mean something in a different way, I
didn't mean it in a different way. I'm saying I don't have the stock information. That's what I was saying. So I'm not aware because I don't have the information.
Okay. Well, that, I say HAL Laboratories is owned by Nintendo, just like Intelligent System and all those guys. They could make games outside because Game Freak made what was that game they made for the Temple the Elephant?
Yeah, that elephant game.
That was not on a Nintendo system. That was on other consoles.
And guess what? That is one IP that Game Freak has, but it's not under Nintendo's.
But and then of course I could list a couple of games also that other companies did on the side, even though they own them, that they do outside of that. Look at Project Crosszone. Monolith Soft made the game, whatever, but Namco Bandai owns the IP of that. So I'm using. I'm not that not that into the stock market thing, but. No. It's not a stock market thing. I'm just saying I'm giving you the definition of own.
I get you, but what I'm saying is, let's say I have majority stock in the company, right?
Yes.
Does that mean I get to dictate anything necessarily, or I just own stock and I just collect my money?
They make money. No. If you can dictate how to make, you could dictate some of the money because you own stock, so you want to make sure they're financially set. But you don't dictate what it could do, because again, Game Freak, they made Temple the Bad Elephant, but they know they're gonna still make Pokemon for Nintendo. So,
all right, look, man. Let me ask you something, right? Let's just say you and another person or whatever made something, right? Okay, you made a game, right? And y'all made this company, I don't know, Nintendo or whatever you want to call it, right? So y'all got this company and y'all made y'all game or whatever. I mean, y'all made a few games, right? Now let's just say y'all hire another company, right? And now they make the games. Y'all don't make the games no more. So is it still?
It's second party, and that's not only. I'm trying to tell you, that's called.
If y'all don't make no games no more, whether it's second party or not, is not the heart of the people that's making it or made it not there anymore? If they ain't doing it.
Okay, let me ask you a question then, since you're going to go that route. The heart of the people is not there. What are you calling, the original designer or the original director? What are you talking about?
Creator.
Yeah.
Now, if the originals aren't there doing it like they used to, that's why I say Nintendo is really don't make any games. I mean, it's just the idea of the company of Nintendo.
Here's the thing. This is something Nintendo did that I wish other third parties did. To what you asked, one of my biggest concerns with third parties as business and also good game designing.
Yeah, not selling out their IPs.
That's one, but not that really. The main thing was nobody
selling out their IPs. What's that?
Okay, let me just finish what I'm going to say first. The one thing that they didn't do was they never had nobody shadowing them to learn what made their game so good so they could take over, because nobody's going to live that long. And some people are just not going to be there, and they're going to go into retirement and everything later on. He challenged Inuma to make that Zelda game on the second Zelda game on the 64. That's why, and then Inuma accepted the challenge and did it, and that's why he became the director of Zelda. Tezuya is the same thing with Mario. And I could keep on, and the same thing with HAL, with Iwata. Sakurai did the same thing too. Sakurai shadowed on Iwata. That's what Nintendo did. Nintendo made sure people shadow on it so they could keep the games, their IPs, what they have, keep on going. I wish somebody was shadowing Kenji Inafune before he became a jerk. I wish they
Inafune wasn't no jerk. He was a great businessman.
Okay, you can say what.
Did you not see?
Say what you want to say.
Did you not see his Kickstarter when he put on that American hat? Did you not see that?
What y'all talking about?
You are funny as hell.
No, I'm telling
that is funny.
See, that's how the Japanese do. That's how they get you real good. You know what I'm saying? Just
here's the thing: if he was a good businessman, then his games would have never flopped.
Hey, look, he made them people put up that damn money for that game, didn't he? And he didn't care if it was good.
That's what we call snake oil salesmen.
That's what I look at it as. He put people to
short shelf life.
Yeah, he put it up there, but people put the money to make the game. You said he talked about the money. You're right.
Yeah, and he got them to do it, and he got that money, Now he living pretty. I guarantee he living pretty. He did. They did exactly what he wanted them to do. They like, look, this man Inafune. Yeah, we know him well. Yeah, everybody Inafune, but motherfuckers don't know who the hell
You got
he
his
is.
rich quick
They
book.
don't, yeah, they don't know who he is. They don't know what he done. It's just like the Musashi Miyamoto. What's his name? Shigeru Miyamoto. Yeah, just like, oh my God, Miyamoto. Yeah, Miyamoto.
No
We
way.
love him. We
No
love
way.
Miyamoto. Look, don't nobody know what Miyamoto do because they don't know what he didn't put into it. Just like if you like Miyamoto, why don't you know the sprite artist or the background artist? Only thing people know is either the people who made the music, or sometimes maybe the main artist, and they'll tell you a director. Yeah, because they know that'll get you all your heart all filled up. Oh, I know him. Yeah, he's so cool, and it make me want it. And that's how they get you.
Well, well, you know what, Keys, I can't argue that because you know what, I do look up to people like him and Hideki and all that stuff because they're the ones who came up with the ideas for most of their games.
And Hideki, who's that?
Hideki Kamiya, the guy who made Devil May Cry, made Bayonetta, made
You know who was cool?
Scalebound.
What's the guy that died that on Nintendo that owned the baseball field? Yamauchi. Now he was cool because he was the big man. And
he was a businessman. He really was. That's all he was.
He had nothing to do with the games like that. He just put that money in there.
Right? No, he did. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, now, and like Miyamoto, and if be honest now, do you really know what Miyamoto does?
Now?
Yeah, what does he do?
He is basically the head of game. Okay, let me put it this way. He's the head of EAD, basically telling people, hey, if this game is worthy enough to go out or not, or to keep it, or to change stuff to make the game fun.
So what did he do when he was on Nintendo, original Nintendo? What did he do?
He came with game designs and concepts, and basically also coding, because he did a couple coding for his game as well too.
All right. So now, what I'm gonna say with this, if this is true that Miyamoto did this stuff, is that why did people like this Miyamoto guy so much? Why did they like him?
Is one of his characters is the most
Miyamoto.
Well, I ain't gonna say that. One of his characters is one of the most recognized names in gaming.
All right, so if you know Miyamoto, right? Why can't we know other people that were important in these games? Why is Miyamoto the only one that I keep hearing all the time?
I know. Again, you asking me, and I could tell you that, but I don't think.
Who was the last person on the bench?
Okay, Okay, here's the thing. I could speak on people that other people. I could say that to you, but again, I don't speak for most Nintendo fans because I'm insider.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't care about the last person on the bench. All right.
I could tell you about. I could tell you about Tetsuya. Okay, you just said musician. You could say Koji Kondo.
Yeah.
You say
Hey, look, they
I mean,
be loving them
to be fair though, it's not just Miyamoto. Anytime someone got the what's the dude recently? Dude that did Mega Man and he did the Mind Number 9 thing, right?
Oh, Kenshin Inafune.
guy.
If you know, do you guys know what he did for Mega Man, the original Mega Man?
He was just an artist.
Yeah.
They tried him to make artworks for Mega Man.
He did the box art, right? Which is the box art that nobody liked, what Mega Man looked like.
No, wait, Grim. He did not do the box art for the American version.
He did the box art, all right. He did, and
but who did the box art?
But this is the thing, though, right? He gets credited for being the creator of Mega Man,
which is false.
Which is false. And see, this is why people was backing him on the Kickstarter, because his name is heavily associated with Mega Man, but not the person who really created and coded Mega Man. See, I think like it's just like with Miyamoto. If you look at his role, a lot of times, it just say producer. That can mean anything. I don't know. I'm be honest with you.
No, but I okay.
3D.
Look,
I thought Miyamoto was all over that. Come to find out, he just watched over it. You never know.
Yes. Yeah, and here's the thing.
They gave us that game and put a different name on it. Look, let's just say you take 3D World, right? You put a different name on it, different characters. Will people want it?
No.
Now they want it just because it's goddamn Nintendo and Mario, and that's why I'm like, motherfuckers don't really like this shit. They just like the idea. Oh, it's Nintendo.
Look, I tell you this one thing, right? I don't know who created Sonic, because I never heard that guy's name before.
Yuji Naka.
I've never heard that until you just said it. Until you just said it, I've never heard that name.
Really? Never heard of that name?
I've never heard that name until you just said it just now. I've never heard no one talk about the creative Sonic.
Nah, the design of Sonic. I could have sworn I heard it was
I've
an
never heard
American.
anyone say. I've heard Miyamoto my entire life. I've never heard.
Yeah, I think I can understand why you haven't heard of Yuji Naka, the Sonic co-creator Yuji Naka, is because Miyamoto has a better reputation than Yuji Naka.
You know what would have changed the books if we found out that he was an American guy? That'd fuck everybody up. He said, "You know who made Sonic? Yeah, Bill from down the street." They're like, "Oh no, an American person made Sonic. We don't like it."
Technically, you are correct and wrong.
They ain't gonna like it. Like most of the American people, they don't like them. Most of these people, like for Xbox or whatever, they say, "Oh, they talk shit." Most of the American people, they don't like them or something. But no, if it's Japanese though, oh no, we gotta give them a pass. No, they not bad. They the greatest people ever.
If you say so, man, like I said, that's what it is.
Wait a second. I think Metal Gear is an overrated piece of trash, but that was made by a Japanese guy. I think it's overrated. An overrated pile of trash.
Okay, I would say overrated, but not pile of trash.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
if you
I remember
look up-
playing the first game, and those controls were terrible.
If you look up what Kojima actually does for Metal Gear, you'll laugh because you're like, man, that man's name all over this thing. And you listen to the people who complain about him, and they say, you guys like that story. It was an interview, and they got that woman fired. Kojima got her fired because she talked and spilled the beans and said, look, she said, if you think the Metal Gear stories are complicated because they meant to be, she said, no, that's us doing our best trying to make it make some type of sense. That stuff don't make no sense. She said they don't make sense to us. She said that don't make no sense to us. We don't know what's going on.
Exactly.
Yeah, the writing is shit.
Yeah,
even Japanese it makes no sense. So
Kojima is basically the
Kojima remind me of them little. Remember when you were a little kid, you'd be like, man, wouldn't it be tight if Superman fought Batman? See, that makes sense because they DC. Then all of a sudden you like, yeah, it'd be tight if the Power Rangers came in and the dinosaurs and the cops come, and then they on Mars, and you be like, whoa, where are we going with this? And then the Tooth Fairy pop up. He all over the place. You don't know what he's talking about.
Wait a minute, what was Metal Gear even about?
Here's what I was about to say. Kojima is more like the George Lucas.
George Lucas.
Nah, because Star Wars actually makes sense.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Metal Gear does make sense, but but you gotta pay attention.
Hey, look,
come on, Graham.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
And y'all know about Police Knots.
Good one.
And then y'all ever played that before?
I haven't played it. But
I know about it. It's on the MSS.
I'm talking about. Look, they had it on the PlayStation, right? If you ever get a chance, go through Police Knots. The whole damn thing made sense, and the shit was fucking tight. Nobody praises that. But oh yeah, Snatcher too. That's enough.
Because it never. But again,
you know what I like? I like me some Shadow Man.
Oh God, you guys are funny. Okay, so let me. Okay, to what you're saying, Keys. Again, okay, some of these guys here, and I give it because Triple M is a person who does do a lot of like research and stuff. And then for me, because I'm in the business, I could name people outside of Shigeru Miyamoto and many people. Like I said, I could count them off myself too. But I'm not. I cannot speak for Nintendo fans because I'm a unique person.
Yes, so am I. I'm not going to speak for all of them.
I'm too unique. I do know these things, like you said. You asked the question. I do know some of them. I know. But like Tara said, I don't know the last person on the bench though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know everybody, but I do know people who created. Like a lot of people didn't know Tetsuya Tanabe coded Mario 2. He's been a coder from since then.
Yes.
He became a producer, but nobody knows that. I do.
I actually like Mario 2.
But I'm just saying, I'm going like I said, I'm just saying I'm an outlier, Keys. That's how I'm letting you know. I'm an outlier.
No, that Mario 2, right? The original that Doki Doki Panic thing, the Doki Doki Panic was tight. Why didn't they just give Doki Doki Panic instead of calling it? You know why? Because they say, oh, people know Mario. So that's
exactly. No, but
wait, here's the interesting part of Super Mario Brothers 2. It actually it started as a Mario game, but then they had I forgot what it was, a radio show, or was it a TV show or company that actually wanted Nintendo to make a game off of their off of their characters. That basically became the Doki Doki Panic.
And also they did make a Mario 2, but when they gave it to the market and let some Americans play it, they said it was too hard, so they switched the game around. That was at Lost Levels.
I got to debunk this goddamn Japanese thing. This whole thing about the Japanese games being harder, that's a lie.
Whoa, hold up. I said they gave a sample to people and they thought that. They made a bad judgment in saying that. They didn't give it to a lot of Americans and say, okay, hey, Americans, here's the game. They give it to a sample audience. They couldn't play the game right because it was used to they used the regular Mario because they didn't think about the stuff. So they changed it. Not saying that Lost Levels, the one that was the original Super Mario Brothers 2. That was supposed to be, but it didn't. So they did have a Mario 2. But it changed it because of that. Again, just like with Splatoon, and Grim, I was with Grim when I said I don't care for the voice chat, blah blah blah. But I noticed that when I heard the internal story of what they did with the voice chat and stuff, and how the American star got into the whole cursing and calling people N-bombs and everything within a couple minutes, they were like, "Oh, we don't need this headache." They just do.
What, man? To be honest, man, they could have gave me the same damn Mario Brothers game with the same graphics, just change that bitch up. I ain't really
and here they go, and it did. That's Lost Levels.
No, but I see, but they ain't bring that over to America at first, because you know why? America always had to have something different. You couldn't just bring America the same thing, just reskin, because you know what they're gonna say? Oh, this is the same game. Oh, it's just reskin.
They do that all the time with Call of Duty.
I was gonna say that, but okay.
Hey, look! Call of Duty, they can do that shit now, and they can get away with it. But
back in the day though, but that was all the games. Castlevania 1, 2, and 2 were different. Just like Zelda 1 and 2 was different. Just like Mario 1, 2, 3 was different. Same thing with Mega Man. They changed certain stuff in between 1 and 2. Yeah. Back then, everybody changed everything.
Yeah, they were still trying to find something to standardize.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, back then there's a lot of games that did different from the sequels. It just did.
If you look at the Japanese games, I ain't gonna lie. You go look at the Famicom Japanese games. A lot of them games will make a bunch of different games that was the same shit over and over and over. They can get away with that shit in Japan. But when you bring that shit to America, they couldn't do it like that. They always had to change that shit.
Well, I'm if Simon's Quest and all those Castlevania games was the same when they were hell. Some of them the sound effects was damn better because the chipsets were way different over in the Famicom. The original Castlevania sound chip, if you listen to that sound and stuff, oh man, that chip sound was way better than what we got in the Nintendo over here. Love that thing. But it is what it is. That's all it is. Again, like I said, you're not, as Grim would put it on, and he's been on, like, I'll say to certain people here, like, we're different, but I know for sure I'm different. And I'm in the industry, so I could answer your questions in a certain way compared to other people, but I don't speak for other Nintendo fans. There are crazy ones out there, and I know those jackasses, and I'm like, what the hell did you just say that for? So, and I don't even bother with those people. So I know Grim's picking a select few most of the time, and then as you just explained, that if a lot of them saying it, then you say Nintendo fans in general just to be what it is. That doesn't include me, so I don't care that. Me, I just, to be honest, like I said, if it is because of Metroid Prime, and what I told Grim in the last podcast when I said this, because I was losing, because of college and everything, I was losing my loving for gaming. And then when I saw Metroid Prime, I thought it was
your loving for gaming, huh?
Because I was up on a scholarship. I couldn't be playing around games and stuff like that, and nothing started to interest me as much as I thought before.
You can't take a Game Boy with you. You couldn't take a Game Boy Advance with you. I mean, something
That's
like
the
that.
thing.
Did you not hear what I just said? I just said I had to worry about my school grades. I don't care if it was portable or not. Didn't care. I won a scholarship.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. But even if
I'm on a scholarship. I just shut down because I had to keep my scholarship to a certain degree because it made no sense for a person to come from another country to lose their scholarship for some bullshit and you up here because I didn't sleep on I wasn't in no campus dorm or nothing. I was basically in an apartment by me and my cousin, but we didn't stay in the dorm. So we had to all the money that we got was basically towards that. But I had a scholarship to college and I didn't want to lose that scholarship.
So you were just taking a break from it.
Basically, yes.
If you say so, you're taking a break. I didn't took a break, but I just didn't feel the urge to go play games as much because I had to buckle down. So,
wait a minute. I can get that. I can understand if you had to do what you had to do. That's true. I get that. But I mean, why would it make you feel like, like you're saying? I mean, I can see you taking a break from it, but why you feel as though you started to lose the love of it because you had to take a break? So.
Well, here's the thing. He was basically restricting himself from...
Well, I'm here so I can speak for myself. It's not because... the reason I say that, one, okay, look, I didn't buy a GameCube. GameCube was free. I bought a Dreamcast. If I have to be honest, I bought a Dreamcast and I bought a PlayStation 2. Those are the two game systems I bought in the sixth gen. School came around. I was losing my grades. I wasn't bad, but I just because how my family pushed me to keep a high grade and because of my scholarship, I didn't want to hear from my mom bitching in my ear and all kind of stuff, to be honest with you, whatever. So like you said, yeah, so I took a break from that. With that, when my focus going straight towards that, I needed to see something unique or something mind-blowing to make me feel love for the games in the way of I want to go out and purchase this game. I didn't feel that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not feel that. Most of the games I saw was like, I'll get it later on, or it's nothing that make me say I'm gonna buy it day one or nothing no more. It just didn't feel like that, and because my focus was way off of gaming at that point. One of my favorite franchise, which I just explained to you, was Metroid. When they said that they're gonna make it into a first-person shooter, I was like, and I saw the back then we had EGM and GamePro and stuff, and I saw the screenshots. I was like, this is the ugliest looking shit I've seen. What the frig are you guys doing with this game? Are you turning it into a first-person shooter? Nintendo, what the hell are you doing? And I literally did sit down and told my grandma, because my grandma was up here at the time, I said, if the game doesn't do it, I'm gonna just stop gaming, whatever, because at that time I just started my music company and I had to also go focus on that because I don't want this person gave me a chance to make big things with my money. And I'm like, okay, you gave me a chance. I'm going to take this chance to work on my company. So at school, at a company, I just literally just started, and I just had to focus. My focus was just being stripped between too many things. Metroid Prime came out. I didn't bought the game. I'll say that again. Metroid Prime and Fusion didn't. I didn't bought those games. So Kenji gave it to me. I took them, I played them, and I was like, this is what I like about them. Like, what the heck? This is something different because I play side-scrolling Metroid games. I never played a first-person shooter Metroid game. And it was and of course I had like surround sound and everything back then in my apartment. And hearing the sound effects and hearing the game, it pulled me in. I'm like, I'm into this world of Metroid. And I said, you know what? And I'll be honest with you, you might don't like it, like my answer, but it's the truth. From that point, I said, you know what? If I'm gonna buy a console, I majority will buy a Nintendo console first before the other consoles. That's what came to me. When the sixth generation came, the only console I ever bought was a Wii. I didn't buy nothing else.
What in the hell? Oh my goodness. Woo, yeah, you're a different case.
I'm a different case. I am a different case, and I accept that.
With the 360, you ain't get a 360.
No. I played those games. I have friends that had those consoles, so I played them. Just like in the 8th generation. In Triple M, I never could vouch that I bought games for my friends who are Xbox fans and my cousin who was a PlayStation 4, and I gave them games that I played at their houses. But nothing. I needed a lot of. For me, I need a lot of games exclusives. I'm a weirdo. I'll admit that I'm a weird guy. I need a lot of exclusives that make me say I want to buy this platform, and that's what it was. Like right now, that's why I bought the Vita. The games I bought was for the Vita that I liked, and said, okay, I'm gonna do that. PlayStation 4. What I'm going to buy later on is games now that there's a good amount of games and say, you know what? I could think of 9 games off the top that I would love to play, even though some of them I did bought. I would love to play and own for myself. So I'm going to buy a PlayStation 4. The only game on Xbox One at this point that really pulled me in, but I played the game and beat it, was Sunset Overdrive. Nothing on there made me say I gotta get it, and also I could get it on my PC right now. So nothing stands out that made me go get Xbox One.
So right now, I mean, you sound like a person that's like very specific about what you may play, right? So
to a degree, but go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So is there anything you play that's simple and not as indulgent?
Simple. Box Boy.
Now, what's Box Boy?
That's Hal's latest last game. Box
3DS.
It's a game on 3DS. It's just basically a puzzle game. I love puzzles games, so yeah. Box Boy or Puzzles and Dragons. That's very simple too, to me.
You ain't play that LBX?
I know, right? I ain't played LBX, no, man. I know that was your game of the year, man. I'll check it out. I'm sorry, I did not. Yes.
So this Box Boy game, I see it look like something black and white with box. I see it, right? So
Yeah.
would you say this game would keep you interested in gaming?
In gaming?
Yeah.
No. I'm not gonna lie to you, no.
Now let's just say if we don't get no more of the Zelda that you see today, you know what I'm saying? Let's say Nintendo just stopped making 3D Zelda games. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
What could they do to keep you interested?
Keep on making the unique games that I like Paper Mario. Mitch, you could do Paper Mario, or you could do Codename Steam. I love Codename Steam. Nobody picked it up, but I like the game. Project Cross Zone, that's not a Nintendo game, that's a second party. But again, games like that, I do love. Like right now, here's the thing about me going like we older gamers like you, Keys. Like, remember back in the day, we didn't have internet was in infancy, so we didn't have that. And also, we had to judge games off the box art. We didn't have no Game Pro, and those weren't at the times either.
That's right.
At least I was lucky enough to not judge a game by its box art, because the first time I actually seen the game being played was Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah,
and some of my cousins was actually playing it, and I just got hooked by it.
But I'll explain this to you. But I could tell you right now, some of my franchises that I love, there's a franchise called SRW, Super Robot Tyson. But is the only thing about it is there's one version, there's one series that's crazy. I like the OG saga, which is that's what they call it, the OG. I didn't look at all of this. I went to GameStop one day. I looked at a box art. I said, that looks intriguing. Why not? Picked up the game without reviewing it, didn't look on the internet, do nothing. I bought the rest of the games after that because I loved it.
And what system was this for?
This was Game Boy Advance. I didn't look at whatever, just like Vita. I didn't look for no. That's why I'm asking Grim for Vita games. I didn't look at I didn't look for I didn't look for reviews like you just said, the reviews or anything of Trials of Cold Steel. I just looked at it and said, something about it speak to me. Love the series. That's one of the games I'm going to pick up for a PlayStation 4 because the story is so engaging to me that I said, you know what? The second game, the story is a little, the first one was good. I hope the third looks, they're developing the third one right now for PlayStation 4 as an exclusive. They're not going to bring it to the video. I wish they did, but they're not. So I got to pick it up on the PlayStation 4. There are many games I just look at the box, like, okay, as the next game, if you want, they're not even Japanese, American. Henry Hathworth, that's on the DS. Saw that game, I said, this looks interesting. Love that game. That's one of the games that took the DS and did everything with the DS. Top screen is a side-scrolling hack and slash. Bottom screen is a puzzle game. Both at the same time. I'm that type of those games keep me into gaming.
You played the Disgaea games?
No, Jim just said that. I never played a Disgaea game, but I'm gonna pick it up and see if it is something I like, and I'll go to the older ones if I like 5.
No, you say pick it up. What is? I mean, it's coming on Nintendo or something?
Yeah, Disgaea 5 is on the Switch.
Now hold on, wait a minute. Now you had the original PlayStation, right?
Yes.
Now, most of the RPGs that was on PlayStation, did you play them?
Most of the RPG on PlayStation, no. I'm not gonna lie, no. I play some, but not all.
So let me ask you though, would you side more with the PlayStation or Nintendo 64?
At that time, if I have to be honest with you, the reason I would, and this is not because of the game, it's because of my friends. And Grim knows about this. Cause I replied to one of his videos where he talked about GoldenEye. It's because of my friends is why I 64, not because of what the games. There's some games on 64 I love and I would love to have, but I played, and in that case, and here's one for you, Keys. You asked the question. I did pick up more third-party games than Nintendo games on that console as well. But the reason I picked
no toys on that though. I mean, it wasn't much Nintendo had at that time.
I picked up Rave 64. I picked up Mario, of course, Mario 64, Star Fox. I picked up, what do you call it? The party games. I did like those when they first came out. Don't like them now, but I did like the Mario Party games. Like Mario Kart. So that's what about. Because those party games, like 3 or 4 was on 64, so that's about, let's just say 7. I have the Rave Race. I have the F-Zero. I have the Smash Brothers.
Damn,
love the Smash Brothers. That was freaking my jam.
And the wrestling, you had the wrestling games, didn't you?
Huh?
You had the wrestling games, didn't you?
Yeah, I had, and I did have NCW. WCW versus NWO. I love WrestleMania. I love No Mercy. I love WrestleMania more than No Mercy, but I did pick up No Mercy, and that's basically as far as it went for me with wrestling games. But then the other games I would have would be like Flying Dragon, Goemon, Snowboard Kids 1 and 2. Love those games. NBA Hang Time. Love that. Here's the reason I said that. The only reason because Nintendo 64 had the 4 plugs. I mean, you had to buy an adapter for the PlayStation, and we just brought our own controls every day and go play. We played over 10,000 hours on Smash Brothers alone because it was friends. It was friends that made me love that console. I like Grim. It was I like Grim was saying that was not the console that made me say reborn into whatever. That's why I said the GameCube was, but my friends played it. We still play PlayStation games because Street Fighter Alpha games was better on the PlayStation. I like those. One of my favorite fighting games on the PlayStation is Ballerina Toshienden. I love that game. That was a PlayStation exclusive that I know of. I don't think it was on any other consoles.
Now, when Halo came along, did you like the Halo?
Didn't play Halo until 360.
Did you like it on 360 when you played it?
It was all right, but as I explained to you, I'm not a twin thumb shooter. That's not my thing.
But you
I'm
played
bad at that.
Time?
That was not a twin stick.
Who?
Twin stick.
Twin stick.
Keys.
Dual stick. It was not dual stick.
Well, I mean, it would have been nice if it might have been tighter.
No, and you're right. I'm saying I'm the one at fault, Keys. I'm not saying you're wrong. I say I'm not good at that stuff. That's me. I'm not good at that stuff.
I mean,
that's why when the Wiimote came along, the Wiimote nunchuck, I love that thing because it made it very, very engaging, very accurate. It is accurate and fast.
That thing can make your arm tired, sitting there waving that wand around all day.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. Nope.
You can hold it in your lap. That's like you hold any controller and you just move it
as you want to.
Yeah. So you should sit there with it in your lap, just waving your wrist around or whatever.
Well, you said waving, but what's more accurate than pointing exactly where you need to shoot at?
So,
other than mouse and keyboard, that's the most accurate thing out there when you're pointing exactly where you need to shoot. Other than trying to line up stuff.
We've been going on for a long time, and Keys is gonna make it longer. But I just got one question, and I'm out. I just got.
Okay, no, I'm done too because it's going for 7 o'clock over here.
Just asking a question, just a hypothetical.
Yes. Go ahead.
Next generation, whenever that may happen, if Nintendo decides to pull a move and make all new IPs and not release not one game not one franchise that's been in existence before, would you guys be down for that?
I would.
Yes, I would. Because here's the funny thing.
I'll go ahead, Triple. I'll answer differently from you, but go ahead unless you say something the same thing I'm going to say. But go ahead.
Yeah, here's the funny thing. When I got introduced into gaming, it was Mario Brothers. It was all Mario. I didn't think anything else of it. And then I got introduced by Sonic the Hedgehog. Now you can say I'm a Mario and a Sonic fan. Now, mind you, by that time, I was only deep in those two franchises. But then someone actually introduced me to Legend of Zelda, and you know what's the ironic thing? I actually put off Zelda for almost 3 generations until I finally decided that, you know what, let me that game, I'll play it, and that was Ocarina of Time. Dang, I missed so much.
You ever played Zelda 2?
Well, that's the thing.
I played. Go ahead, Triple.
After I played that, I'm like, you know what? All these all these games that got their own franchise, I actually wanted to go back and play those games how they were back then. But then after that, I got introduced to even more type of games. So I'm like, yeah, I'm down with it. While some of them I might not own them, I'll probably just rent and play them.
Okay, answer your question from my perspective, game for basically me. And this is something that I don't think this generation is about power and other stuff. Like most people say, oh, this is not a new generation because of Switch. Like that's not me, and I know for sure I don't care about all that stuff. But to actually answer your question, like you said, for me, is this. When ESRB said that the 8th generation was the most buggy and glitchiest generation because they never seen more broken games as they tested it. Yeah. The only reason I said what I just gonna say because all the other games that's not major IPs that Nintendo have made doesn't have major bugs and glitches in them either, and I go for quality, in my opinion. Again, anybody could be different.
So do I.
But if they do another game, okay, if they do a game that's not new, but they say Nintendo's doing it, and they did their testing or making sure that their game is not broken, whatever, then I'll give it a shot and play. If it's something that but I'll be honest, if it's something that I enjoy or is something that intrigued me, because again, I have not played. I love Donkey Kong, but I have not bought or played I've played, but I didn't bought Tropical Freeze and the Return of DKC. I didn't play those. I don't got those games. Not every Nintendo game speaks to me.
Same here.
So I would, if they go on new IPs and they show me something really good, then hell yeah, like I said, I'll give it a shot if it intrigues me. So if they give me something that's intriguing, I'm like, that looks good. You know what? Box Boy was something simple. I was like, okay, I know it's not gonna be broken. And I got in there. It's a puzzle game. It's a good, fantastic puzzle game. I was like, oh damn, I like this. I bought 1, 2, and 3.
All right, now look, what now? If Nintendo drops out, will you continue?
If Nintendo drops out of gaming?
Yeah, they drop out all together.
If Nintendo drops out all together, okay, I'll tell you what I said to everybody. If Nintendo drops out of gaming, I know for sure it's gonna drop fast. So I'll just play all the games. I have over 400 or 500 games in my house back in America. I got enough games to play for a while. So I don't gotta worry about nothing.
I still have to find those games.
Yeah. If a game's coming to PC and it's something interesting and Nintendo's not in there, I'll buy it for PC if it's not broken or whatever and everything else. So if you ask the question, yeah. But
exactly.
Well, let me help y'all out right now, man.
I'm about to end. I'm about to leave after I just say this. If Reggie comes out and says the future, the company that has the future of gaming in their hands and who's doing the right thing is EA, what would y'all say? And good night.
I would say
you're trolling, and if that's the future of he's trolling now. But if that is the future too, then hell, I'm out of gaming.
Yeah, I'm out.
That's it for me.
Definitely out.
I'm done.
Man, why y'all gonna quit just because of that? That's crazy.
Because
EA destroys everything they touch.
And also I work for EA.
They destroy everything.
I work for EA. No, I work for EA, and I saw I saw how they made the hot dogs, and I did not like it.
You saw how they made their hot dog.
You know the old saying, you don't want to, you like hot dogs, but you don't want to see how it's made.
I mean, if you're gonna say that, you might as well say every goddamn company in existence, all the motherfuckers dirty. You might as well.
Wait.
Okay, wait, because Grim is right. This basically is getting early right here, and I gotta go. I didn't even sleep really because, like I said, the whole fire thing. I worked for EA, and I worked for Ubisoft. I don't like some of the Ubisoft stuff, but they didn't. But like I said, I could respect some of the things that they did and some of the things they don't. I've seen behind Square Enix Japan, not Europe, but Square Enix Japan. I've seen Namco Bandai. I have a love-hate with Namco Bandai. I went to Nintendo, Everybody, I went to Nintendo Platinum. Now, if I have to say, out of all the people that I went and saw people making games and looked like they had fun making their games, was Platinum Nintendo. That's the only people I've seen that was like enjoying making games for them.
Hold up, what you was there for about 2 years or 3 years with that same team? Only way you're gonna be able to tell that is if you was there making it with them from beginning to end. Ain't no way you can see that in a few days now.
Okay, well, tell me wrong. The people who I talked to was very happy that they make it.
If I'm working on a game, right, I'm gonna have some good times and some bad times.
No, that's yes. And I talked about this on my channel too. I said I hate one thing about gaming. I hate is the crunch time, which is basically before the game comes. With all companies, even Nintendo, push you to your limits because they're trying to make sure that the quality testing and everything is there. I hate that part, but that has to be done. That happens in my real job in music and my other real job in architecture. It happens. I don't like it.
It comes with the job. It comes with the territory.
And nothing is perfect. But I ask people again. I asked people, and I did work with Platinum in some of the games that they did too, because I worked on the team that worked for that did Mad World. So I had no problem with, and they was pretty cool making the game, and they had no problem with it. Same thing with even the people. If I were with Ubisoft, this Ubisoft team I worked with, we did Red Steel too. They were happy. But the majority of people that I saw outside of that was not really happy. EA was even worse. Not a lot of people had confidence in EA when they're developing the games. When I worked on Need for Speed, Carbon, and the FIFA 2005 and FIFA World Cup 2006. So
they was happy because they were getting paid. That's why. If they ain't only time somebody ain't gonna be happy if they ain't getting paid. Now, if you telling me that they wasn't getting paid,
I go ahead, Graham. You can bounce. I could say this to you. I understand what you say in that regard, but here's the thing. I'll give you an example. My architect job, I could get paid way more money than I get paid right now. But you know why I don't go to those places? Because because I don't want the stress. Money don't equal better money doesn't equal a better life all the time. Also, the headache ain't worth the pay. So if those Nintendo only have 5,000 employees underneath their thing, that's all they got. So those guys I saw the Kyoto office, they were cool, they were calm, they wasn't agitated, it was crazy. Same thing with Platinum. These guys was cool, calm, they didn't feel agitated, they were happy that they're working on games, doing what they love, their passion. I saw people who had ideas who walked into EA's office pitching their ideas, and EA basically constricted. Now we need to focus test that. We need to put this to this test. Let's make this game first, do it this way instead of making the concept, making the game fun, one or two. Keeping to what the person who pitched it, keep his original idea. They broke it down horribly. That's what I saw with my own eyes and listened with my own ears. And some of those people's like, F this, I ain't whatever. Some people walked away, some stayed because, like you said, they were getting paid. But again, doesn't equate that just because you get more money, you won't be happy. Because if somebody gives you more stress, I don't care for that stuff. One of the people telling me, I heard it today, and I heard it today in France, and I heard it many times back in America. People are like, why don't you become your own licensed architect and all that stuff? I said, you know, I can be, I might do that. But when I see the stuff that my boss go through and getting sued and all stuff, even though all the suits we've won them because it's some frivolous lawsuit bullshit, I don't want to get gray hair like him or got a big old stomach like him. I'm lean and thin, I keep it like that. But he got a big old belly gut because he's stressed the hell out every second. He's making way more money than me, of course, because he owns the company. But I don't want that stress. Take that shit. Give me my little my $25 hour job. I'm cool with that.
Yep.
I wish you luck with that, brother. I don't know. You can have fun with that one, man. Look,
what do you mean?
What do you mean? Yeah, you
can't.
No, y'all own with that.
Sometimes cutting your throat to the almighty dollar, you know, sacrificing your blood to the almighty dollar is not a good idea.
Wait. Okay, here's the thing, though. What do you mean by that first? Because again, I might not advance myself to get.
Hey, look, man. But I understand everybody wants to say the dollar's evil and all that other stuff. You get what I'm saying?
It's the lust of
it's the love of money that's evil, not the dollar itself.
Yeah.
And you gotta don't kill yourself to get it and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But when you put the pen to the paper, without the money, people don't want to do nothing for you. Nobody's just gonna go off of, you know, my love and my passion. They're gonna say,
but here you go. But then that's not a job.
They're
that's
gonna
a
say,
hobby.
They're gonna say, you got the dollar bills? Yeah, all right, we can work. But if you ain't got the dollar bills, they're gonna look at you. Well, be say, but I love it. They're like, nobody care how much you love it.
But Keys, where did I? But Keys, where did I?
Well, before the dollar bills, you need the skills.
Yeah, but here's the thing. But Keys, where did I say that? I just said I don't want the stress to go to the higher level. I'm getting paid comfortably enough, and also the opposite is, I'm in France right now because I own my own company. I do own my own company. That's a hobby in a way, but it makes a lot of money, and I thank God for that lot of money I make.
So the money is still very important. It's just that you want to do something that you can tolerate.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Now,
money is a factor.
If I didn't love music, I would. Here's the thing. When I started, you say you do your games.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started this company, I wasn't making no money. I wasn't. Hell, even after one of our best years, one of them, it was not the most, but it was after best in 2007 when we got platinum we sold platinum records. We had 2 platinum records in that year. We got awards. People were saying they wanted to buy my company and everything was going great. Here comes 2008, market crash. I didn't make that. We barely made any money that year. I would be honest with you, and I told this to people. I'll be honest with you, Keys. In 2007, we made $3 million on ease, even though we didn't think we'd ever get to that point. In 2008, as a business owner, I barely made $10,000 because people wasn't buying shit because of the crash.
I know what you're saying. I get you.
So if I'm gonna, the money. So I would have no problem making. I love music. I love doing it for the fun. When I come home, if I'm not gaming, I'm in my studio making music. That's where you at. You can ask my fiance that when I come in, I'm there playing. I'm on the keyboard. I'm doing that stuff in my own studio, and that's what it is. They're all playing games. Those are 2 loves I do have, but somebody gave me the chance to turn my hobby to make money. So I produce music, make albums, put it on the market, like you said, put it in the Amazon store, iTunes store. People buy it. Thank goodness they do. They love it because the last album I did that went platinum in 2012, Sony is okay. I'm not signed to Sony, but they're the biggest distribution in the world. So I have a distribution deal with Sony. They was telling me, literally, they told me, when I gave them the concept and I also gave them a sample of some of the songs that you could listen to, they said, "Man, I don't like that." They're like, "No, I don't like that song. Why don't you sound like Lil Wayne?" I'm like, "Wait, why did I want to?" These were executives at Sony telling me my music needs to sound like Lil Wayne because the album I did, sound like 90s hip hop and R&B. It was, and a couple of these guys heard it. I don't want to say their name because I got certain trolls that mess with my damn channel. And I don't want to feed them, but these guys, like I said, that album was just classic, all instruments, no synthesizers, and no 808 drums. It's me making real instrument music and people putting their passion into the music. They thought that was going to flop, and I said, I don't care if the albums, people love the music. We were playing some of it, people liked it. I said, hey, if it fails, it fails. So I had to front up the money before the 2 ones in 2007, the 2 albums I went platinum. Sony fronted up the money to make those albums. I fronted the money for my project in 2012. Lo and behold, people loved it, and it sold like crazy. That's all I know. That's all I care about. So I always do music from my perspective. I don't, even though I'm a black guy, I don't do music with a bunch of N-bombs, F-bombs, all that stuff. My music is simple, clean, plain, hip-hop, R&B, talk about what's going on in your life. If you want to do that, most of them do. My artist does do that, and we do about it. That's basically 80% of my money. 20% of the money is when I'm making music or doing sound Foley, which is sound effects for games, and I put it in the games, and that's what I do. That's why I said I work on Mad World. I worked on, like I said, there was EA games I talk about, Red Steel 2, Harmonix with Dance Central 1, 2, and 3. Like, I got to do those stuff, and I get money off of it.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
That's what I did, but I thank a couple people who brought me to the gaming side and a couple people who brought me to the anime side and told me, hey, you could put cover the animes, have cover my music in there, and I'm pretty cool to see that and enjoy that or whatever. But yeah, it is what it is right now. And right now, I'm literally touring Europe, for my 50th anniversary because a lot of people told me your company ain't gonna last more than 3 years. 15 years now, I'm still going.
Strong too.
So I'm good with that, and I'm happy. Right now. I just finished France. I'm supposed to go to Brussels, Belgium. Not Brussels, Belgium. Tomorrowland in Belgium. This weekend we will be performing at that. 2 shows at that. Then we're gonna go to England in Edinburgh, do a show there, then back to America. So,
you put your music up on your channel, don't you?
No, because of certain trolls. No, I do the stuff that they can't track. Yes, I put it up there. But I have a troll who keeps messing with my channel and try to prove something very
Don't tell
negative.
Mr. Luzzy.
You know who he is, that jackass.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't got time to mess with that fool.
That dude messing my stuff too, man.
I know. He
That dude
just
messing
one of
my
those
website,
trolls
man.
that does that stuff.
Sucker.
I'm a grown ass man. I ain't got time to waste with this stuff. If you ain't talking about gaming like we were just doing, whatever, I don't care about nothing else. I'm not here to ruin people's lives. You want to do that and troll and ruin people's life? Good with him. I do not care. I don't.
That dude ain't got no life, man. That dude, he literally hacked my. I don't know what he did, man. He messed my site up, dude. I was pissed, but I'm good. He's an idiot.
But I don't got no time for that kind of stuff. But anything that's untrackable, I've put it on my. I did put it on this channel, Keys. But everything else that's not untrackable, basically, say if I do a music right now, and I love it, I could put it on my. There's a part of my playlist called Jukebox. I put some music in there. But
what instrument do you play?
Well, I play piano now, but I used to play piano, trumpet, drums, steel pan.
Make a video of you playing the piano, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got a problem doing that.
I think games is cool and all, but I mean, it's also nice to see the talents that people have outside of the games too.
I got you. I have no problem doing that. That was one of the things I was gonna do. I was gonna show you how I make one of my beats for gaming from scratch.
There you go.
That was one of the videos I was gonna do. I just never had the time to do it because I'm busy as hell. And technically speaking, everybody's been texting the hell out of me now. So thank you for joining, Keys. Again, you're a very inquisitive person like Graham. I can see why you guys go back and forth. I did love you when you did the 2015 and you were like, man, Sony this and it's like Psych this, and I was like, your riffs was killing me. I was laughing.
Hold up, y'all saw me on Grim thing before?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's where I know you from. In that, now I didn't know what you mean was Keys K, but I do. He called you Keys, so I thought that's what you was. That's what the name was to that. So that's why I didn't know what it was when you first said that.
I be damned. I thought y'all might not have known or heard me or some shit.
No, I heard you from. Like I said, I'm subscribed to Grim's channel. I'm not to yours, but I'm subscribed to Grim's channel. When he has the debates or what back and forth, and I'm hearing you on there. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So I've heard you through there, but I always thought it was Keys. I didn't think it was Keys K that you have in the thing. So that's why I didn't care, because again, I'm not into this whole argument for argument's sake. That's not the way I do my channel. And if people want to argue and shout over people, go to someplace else.
I don't never argue just to argue. I don't really do that. But what I would say though, if y'all can't get Mr. T on the show.
That's a good luck with. I wish I could say that. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think there's bridges burned when it comes to Mr. T.
I have respect for the man. I disagree with. I've done videos disagreeing with, just like Grim. I've done videos to go against T's videos as well too, because sometimes some of the things he said he's incorrect on too. But
yeah,
that's just him. If he don't want to do it, I'm not going to force you. Just like with Level Head and Real Gamer 27. If you say you want to talk, and I said just like I did, like how Grim sent you the link, I would give the link to these guys. Let's talk it out, because I think sometimes we talk past each other instead of talking in the conversation. But if they don't want to come meet me halfway, let's talk. I ain't gonna force you to do nothing. That's go ahead and live your life, dude. Not me. I ain't gonna be in this stressful shit to do that stuff. I got enough stress running a company and making sure my main job and my family's taken care of. I ain't got no time for that crap.
Well, I see y'all the next time something y'all have. What's the name? It's all right, yo.
Well, it's gonna be about a while. I only did this because, like I told Grim, like they had a scare in the hotel. The fire alarms went off. There was a false fire alarm, and be like, woke us out of the sleep, so we had to go outside first, and then came back. I was like, damn, I'm up. That noise wakes you the hell up.
Well, it's the reason why they call it an alarm.
I know. So I was up. So, but right now it's basically 8 o'clock over here. So I'm basically bounced. Thank you for joining. Anybody else? Thank you, Keys. I know, Konos, you came late, but maybe, like I said, I don't know. Maybe next week when I'm in Brussels, or not Brussels, in Tomorrowland, if they have good internet, or maybe in Edinburgh. I know for sure Edinburgh will have internet because Tomorrowland is out in the boonies. So. Get y'all later. Thank y'all for coming by. You know how I said, man, there's no perfect games out there. What's perfect to you is not perfect to me. What's perfect to me is not perfect to you. Simply enjoy your games on all consoles, even PC. Peace out.
Peace out, everyone.